your Hebrew name, and you could choose any way you want. Uh, you could choose, I don't know, whatever, Philip. So what's a name for Philip? Generally in Hebrew, a replacement might be like Pinchas or something like that. Okay, but because I don't know the nuances, some nuances in Hebrew, and I don't want to make a mistake and give you an incorrect Hebrew example, I'll just give an English example. So let's say you, well, fuck though. Let's say Michael. It'd be the easier. Michael. Okay. So in Hebrew, it's like, well, how do you spell Michael? There are a variety of ways to spell it. But at least in English, it's like, well, when we're naming a child, we can name them any different way we want. What way should we choose to name them? And a lot of times this gets into gematria. What's that? It's like how do I say it? Like illuminated way to count. It's and it's an it's an assert it's a it's a Jewish method of attributing numbers to letters. That's what gematria is, at its simplest. But on top of that, then from there, those letters, whatever numbers those to which those added up could have special significance within numerology or within halakha, just within a lot of different things. Okay. So what about that? Well, let's say we're gonna name me as a child. Okay. Um, how are we gonna spell your name? Michael? Yeah. Okay, fine. But you could spell it other ways as well. You could spell it the way my landlord spelled it on the Wi-Fi with an E at the end if you wanted. Have you ever seen people spell it that way? Yeah, it's not. Usually that's like a female way to spell it, but I've seen it. Michaela becomes a big name. That's a different name, but I never knew. It's kind of it's a differentiation. Michaela becomes a very big name. Really? Yeah. Um, is it the same? No, Michelle becomes a very big name. What is Michael? Who is that God? Is what it means. It's a question, but it's really a very popular name because it's emphasized with the last name. Who is like God? Whatever the last name is. This plan. But it's a question. It's a rhetorical question. Are you done? No. But when my parents were naming me, they could have named me spelled it a bunch of different ways. Why did they choose the way they did? It's the most popular way. It was like my father wasn't, his father wasn't, his father. Everybody said that. But yeah. So they just did it that way. Actually, it's not. And then it was Mikhail, really like something Russian at some point, I think. But yeah. So it went from Michael to Mikhail. Well, going back. Word, yeah. But it was still Michael. It's been Michael as far back as anyone else. Really? For at least like 5 generations. To my something like that. Really? So what about that? So but we could have there's an example. We could have changed it from Mikhail to Michael. Why was one changed? I think when my grandfather was here, or my great grandfather, Mikhail was more the European spelling, and Michael was the English spelling. Okay, is that the end of your story? No. In Judaism, though, they would have perhaps they do. They have different numbers. Okay, but we'll come back to Michael. So moving away from Mikhail, you could spell Michael. Let's say Michael, Ael, Micheal, I've seen Michaele. However, that was a lot of different ways. Okay, Mykaal. I've seen though the traditional is MICHAEL. I've seen some differentiations of it. Those all have different numbers within halakha. Geometrically, I mean, they all have different numbers. So what? So sometimes you might spell a word differently for a given geometrical purpose. In Hebrew, it might throw off a word or two. It'd be like, oh, that's a little inconsistent. Why is that like that? And it's like, oh, the rabbis felt that it would be better to use that kind of ending because it ends and it makes the gematria of the number 666 or something like that. It's a weird version. Well, that sounds like it's really fucking confusing. It's not that common to have those little nuance. They are there, but it's not that common. So it's easier. Once you learn the letters, it's straightforward. Really? Yeah. But it's almost like, how do there's only one word that I always know in Israel. I couldn't spot that word. And I'm able to recognize it from its shape. So like the way that I see Hebrew, it's still not like letters. It's like a shape of a. I guess that's what letters are. It's like when you see the shape together. But when I see all these like little symbols together to see a word, and my brain interprets those symbols together are the shape in my mind that becomes a word. But it's not like each letter. I know each letter means something, and I know what the letters are, and I know how to pronounce them and things. But it's still not like my mind looks at those as individual letters. It looks at them like a word, but that word is a picture. So wait, hold on a second. I know what I'm trying to say, or a little bit different than that. Words that I know become like a picture in my head that I recognize this pattern of symbols, and my mind is able to recognize it and communicate or acknowledge that in a positive fashion. When I don't know a word, that's when the letters look all individual to me, and they don't look like a picture. I guess is what I'm trying to say in Hebrew. So, is it the same in English? No. If I don't know a word in English, it just looks. It usually still looks like a picture to me. I'm just not familiar with, or whatever the letters are. I'm just not familiar with them. In Hebrew, it's different to me. When I recognize something in Hebrew, it's almost like it glows because I recognize the shape of the letters. When I don't know what the word is, and for anyone who's like, I mean, what would you call this journey? It's called ball to shoot. There's a name for it. It's return to the master. How do you return the master when you are the master? I don't know, baby. But basically, to my friends, it's a process within Judaism that I've taken, which is very unique, and you'd learn it too. It's been a unique way, but it's basically um, whatever in Christianity born again Christians are. In Judaism, it has its own movement. It's called Baal Teshuva, but it's different. It's not throw yourself at the Nazarene. It's a lot more become more familiar with the history and culture of Judaism, really. But it is a lot more praying and language and stuff. But in a lot of ways, how people shit on the born again Christian movement, they don't do that in Judaism. It's like a really respected thing to become Baal Teshuva. Well, why is it so shit on in the open in Christianity? It's like too many times people would fuck up and then come out and have a press conference and say, I'm a born again Christian, and that just people were just like sick of hearing that shit. At least in Judaism, people didn't do that as much. There was some of that, but no. Now, I'm not saying people did it of their own volition, like, oh, I want to be a better person. No, I would say it was usually financially affected by that. How is that? A lot of times it's people who want their parents want to be in good graces with their parents around the time their parents are going to die for that inheritance, and they know that they are very orthodox at that time that they'll get a good inheritance. I'm not saying it's the only reason, and I'm not saying that that is by far. No. It's not the norm, but it does happen. Because in society, generally, people have become less religious. It's very rare for somebody to become more religious. And it's always like, well, why would you become so much more religious? Why would you go from nothing to super religious? It's usually financial implications when they're there, when there are opportunities there. What are my financial? I don't have any. It's not like my parents are going to reward you for this. But within Orthodox Judaism, that would be more so than someone who moved away from religion. At the end of your story. So is Baal Teshuva? That's what you call this. Yeah. So you're Baal Teshuva. I am not Baal Teshuva. Really, no. But I would take you on what the Baal Teshuva journey would be. Really, yeah. Why are you not Baal Teshuva? I mean, there's something to be argued that I think. What is it? Baal Teshuva usually means someone who becomes more orthodox as an adult. Generally, and it's really rare. Really? Name someone who became more religious in the last 10 years that you know. I'm like the only person. Really? No one on earth became more religious in the last 10 years. Everyone became more religious. And I'm not saying my religiosity was like divine power and things like that. No. I was just trying to figure out history and language and things like that. Kind of trying to put the pieces together of the other parts of theology and halakha. And I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on Islam, Christianity, and Judaism to the point where I can at least represent them if needed at some point. Or even mold them into a common religion under the structure of Judaism. Why? Because that's their structure anyway. So at the end of the day, who would win out? What religion wins out? Judaism. Yeah. But Christianity and Islam came sort of into it. All of them? That's a different question. Are you sure? I mean, if you're watching this in the future, everything I say comes true, except my sports predictions. But yeah, that's for you. Don't listen to what I have to say with sports predictions, but bet heavily on LSU. Really? I'm telling you, to the point where like I don't have any money, but I'm telling you right now. Let's say I had $10,000 in my bank account, I might bet 5,000 of it. I might bet half my money on it. Right? Why? They've already lost. Why are you so fucking confident? I had this premonition. Brian Kelly gets his fucking national championship. Really? No, I haven't tweeted. Are you done?
on the earth. Well, we're going to have stuff coming up on the earth, out of the earth, and coming to Stargate. You know, this is something. No days that go by that somebody isn't posting a different video or something on YouTube showing Stargate, or showing portals opening, or showing strange phenomena. And again, I just encourage people to go put some work at your front page and at the carousel and click on, because we put together for that an amazing fundraiser. That's why I love these expeditions, which, by the way, these expeditions are super expensive. I mean, we don't share any expenses because there's a lot of people. You got to make sure they're happy doing what they're doing, but there's no cumulative, I would say, this representative artifact that cover 27, 28 different species of aliens, panels showing the interaction of aliens. I'm sorry, but having relationships, reverse limits, reducing normal pictures. And one of the books that the watercolors were talking about for the Buddha, well, one of the books that's out there, the book of Exodus, which is what's called the biblical text, talks about women in the last days, the biblical last days will give birth to monsters. That's what it is. And I mean, that's something that, you know, like 3,000 years old, maybe 2,500 years old, 2,700 years old. So, you know, if people will go on your website and click on the link, you know, we've got the whole thing. I would say that documented real-time evidence phenomenon that is basically indisputable. Now, people will challenge it, they'll say everything they can, and obviously I'm using it backed by the AI programs of this Amazon and others, and what people need to understand is this, and I'm really curious about this, the greatest genetic lab in the world are run by Smithsonian. That would make you think, to give an eyewitness who was in the Smithsonian, who actually saw the scientists in the genetic lab extracting DNA from a mummy, okay? A mummy. And so the, I guess you say the evidence that everything is George, and so it's real crap to put this in on us. And I think what people are going to come to have to deal with is that the things that we're right here are going to start to become actualized in their three-dimensional world. Because there are a lot of people seeing a lot of stuff, and you cannot expect that they stay in forever, just like the second caller. The reason being, he's not aware because there's so much stuff. And I think that people, so much stuff being revealed, that the overwhelming amount of evidence is that the cover up and cover over of history, ancient history, contemporary history, and the alien human control has basically come to its last gasp of being able to stay covered up much longer. The area of the Baja Peninsula, you know, off the Carnival Island, that's the hot zone for alien. I'm not talking about, you know, reverse engineer. I'm talking alien. Spacecraft, unidentified, you know, working a lot of stuff. Yeah, and it's been not the problem. Oh, thank you, George, so much. You got to to your family and your friends. You know, I'm part of the you know, Lord Jesus said in the end days of my will bring it to be done. And even the people you're up for, even you need it, you just talking about it, and you got she's not you ever hear that the front door that the Christian smiles having the nephew with a big and able to speak the big red beard one of the biggest they actually offer the start of that story and you're the one Steve. I had the pilot on one of our ships through that redheaded giant out of Afghanistan, and so we read our book. So as the source of that information, the expert, and a lot of people, USC guys, and they ask me, so what do you know about that? I go, I know quite a bit about it because I'm the one that brought that to the attention. Again, LA Movie later followed with another ride in another part of Afghanistan where they were encountering these entities, and by the way, they were all animals, just for the record. I hope I'm answering your question. I feel like they kind of contradict themselves. Anything is religious and religious at the same time. Well, first of all, I'm a Bible-based believing Christian, okay? I'm also an extensive researcher. Nothing that I'm talking about is Genesis account. Genesis is the law first mentioned. In Genesis chapter 6, it talks about this. And most Christians are clueless about it. They don't deal with this stuff because it deals with the three word they were afraid of. So we're commanded as Christians to defend the faith, to put Jesus Christ, and to present the truth. It's not good to copy everybody else's truth. Their truth and your truth. So I don't believe it's controversial. God is not the author of confusion, yet the claimant to Christianity went so near the subject to get position. And that's where people are. They want real answers. And as a Christian author, researcher, and filmmaker, I will let the evidence speak for itself. If there's any undertaking of a presentation of the gospel, there is nothing that I say that's contradictory. I'm on record saying the aliens did not create us. The living God of Genesis created us. The aliens are if you will, a supernatural, and this is where people disagree, evil entities that are created by covenant angels with advanced knowledge and they're designed to deceive the human race. When the Antichrist comes out of the scene, we will claim that he is God. We don't represent that he worships God. And now we're seeing such tiny signals as one world government, one world religion, and one world finances, if you will, monetary coming into play. So nothing I see is wrong exclusively and because Christians will deal with inherently truth, the majority of them, because they're too afraid, number one, they don't do the research to study the gifts of God, to prove them to God, we're time that needed not be ashamed. And so I don't mind defending with anybody other, I think of the fact that basically the Bible has answers. It tells the root and origin of evil. There is good, there is evil. I am familiar with the oldest book in the Bible, and in the history, by the way, not just the Bible. And also, nobody has spent the time and energy and money that I have. I'm working, I'm just saying it, to go out and take on a project that is impossible without God's help, and that is taking every symbol that starts and getting a universal language for them. Before that long, there was one universal language, and then there's the language of culture, and this language is what specifically portrays from the oldest artifacts that predates the creation of Adam and Eve. So what I'm saying, just to make it clear, I believe Adam and Eve was created 6,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. But prior to that was an angelic civilization on earth that was technologically advanced, and that the book of Enoch, the book of science, and the extra-biblical text, as well as the Old Testament text, talk about a race of beings called Nephilim and the Lehites, everything he knows, and that he didn't know, God never meant for them to kill him. God never meant for the horrors that we see now in the world. I believe we're on the verge of World War III. Literally, nuclear war.
Tears start to trickle down my face again.
Vision of mankind is made his Lucifer, and he is making his pitch for the end time, as the Bible says, will be known as the Great Tribulation. I believe we're at the very gate of that right now, and I hope that's the summation that
He puts his fingers under my chin and tilts my head back. Stop. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand in the most unladylike way. Stop with the disappearing. I sniff and his lips work up.
It's really important because there's so much information.
That's odd.
It's so your touch.
Eric says again.
There's a blue I believe that is related online conference. And I think I would just everybody, one of them has crazy stuff to talk about. But watch that
So do you know that the registered is found safe and well?
we are getting the evidence that the government is lying to this and will not allow the Republic to tell the origin of evil because they want to use evil for their own purpose. So that's my bottom line. George, thank you for having me on tonight. And God bless you. And for every year we did together. Maybe more to come. Up next, we'll be talking about the mind and consciousness of
Alex House suggested Harry, my son is safe. You can take me home now. Harry, Grace looks adoringly at her husband. Yes, I think we can do business. Harry relaxed and smiling down at her. Stay, Christian offers. No, sweetheart, I want to get home. Now that I know you're safe. Christian reluctantly places me onto the couch and stands. Grace hugs him once more, presses her head against his chest, and closes her eyes. He wraps his arms around her. I'm so worried. She whispers, I'm okay. She leans back and studies him intently while he holds her. Yes, I feel that you are, she says humbly, glances at me, and smiles. I flush. We follow Karen and Grace as they make their way to the foyer. Behind me, I'm aware that Mia and Ethan are having a heated, whispered conversation, but I can't hear it. Mia is smiling shyly at Ethan. He's gaping at her, shaking his head. Suddenly, she crosses her arms and turns on her heel. He rubs his forehead with one hand, obviously frustrated. Dad, wait for me. Mia calls sullenly. Perhaps she's as mercurial as her brother. He hugs me hard. I can tell some serious shit's been going down while I've been listening and really loving this. It's kind of funny to see two like parts about each other. I'm glad we said, not just for him, for me too. I whisper, yeah, who knew we find love at the same time? She grins. Wow. She's like, brothers. I go sister-in-law. She grins. I tense. I mentally kick myself as he gets back to gazing through the reflector on the tower. I flush. You didn't tell her these asked me? Cool. Elliot summons her from the elevator. Let's talk tomorrow. Something. I am agree. Sure. You too, Kate. You've traveled such a long distance today. We hug once more. She and Elliot follow Grace into the elevator. Ethan shakes Christian's hand and gives him a quick hug. He looks distracted. He follows her into the elevator and the doors close. Zay's hovering in the hallway as we come out of the foyer. I'm flirting. Leave you guys, he says. I blush. Why is this awkward? Do you know where to go? Christian asks. Jose nods. Yeah, the house. Mrs. Jones. I prompt. Yeah, Mrs. Jones. She shall be here. I can fix you after Christian. Christian says quietly as he comes to stand beside me, placing his arm around my shoulders. Leaning over, he faces my hair. I'm going to get whatever Mrs. Jones has put out for me. Christian wanders back into the great room, leaving Jose and me at the entrance. Wow, welcome along, Jose. Right.
Anytime your rich hotshot boyfriend goes missing, I will be there. Jose, I am not sure.
Horror's Jonathan Davis is launching a pet brand with rock and horror-themed products. The brand is called Freak Unleashed, which is based on Little Baby's song of
Sure,
Davis
Jose.
said on Instagram, the products have been
Sorry,
created
tonight
for all.
was so
They homage to horror and rock
smart,
music
apologetically. Yeah, shitty.
Southland weather from TFI with my host, the 60s from North Dallas and Fox, starting Friday, highs near grade, low 90s. Under mostly sunny skies, and right now it's 68, and highs Sacramento Street,
Flashes being sad,
69, and
there's
Excel,
a
that's
smile,
61
and then
degrees.
he goes
We leave
upstairs.
from the TFI
I
24
turn
hour
back to
intro.
the break
I'm
room.
Phil.
Christian stands beside
There's
the
an
couch,
action from
watching
Rabbi
me with
Rabbi
a painful expression on his face.
Solo
Finally alone, the music between me and the still not there. How could you know that, Mr. Ryan? Realizing circumstances. I have to say, I whisper, words are out. All my worst fears packaged. One short sentence. Now exercise. I think of this suit jacket and shoes and let it lie on the floor.
Coming straight from every faucet and tap in your house. Light source eliminates 99%
Reaching
of
for his
fluoride
jacket.
and contaminants, so your water
Christian
tastes
faces
great
down
and
and
skin is
says
never
I'm his
feels
reason
great.
for
Better yet,
living.
the light source system
Here's
is
my
made
one,
free.
I'm
No
sure.
filter, no salt, no more buying bottled water. Zero maintenance,
He pulls me
zero
into his
water.
arms and wraps
They
himself
install
around
it
me.
and you forget about it.
Christian,
And for a limited time,
I
purchase
gasped,
the light source system
and my
without paying
tears
a
started
penny for 6 months. No interest, no payment, nothing for
kissing
6
my
months.
hair.
But the proof. Call Light Source at
3 seconds of show time for him. My thoughts.
800-803-2694. Visit Light Source
I
One.
thought I'd lost you.
Light Source.
I
Take with
We
the
stared at each other. We connected very surely each other. As I tied my arms around him, I realized I still held his shoes. I dropped my arms and disappointed. In shadows, flowers. Okay. I glanced at him. I wanted to let go. Reaching down, he tilts my chin up with his fingers. Leans down and kisses me gently.
Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why architects undergo rigorous training and certifications. So what can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies? After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen your face. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet, see it, check engine lights, we'll check it for free. Modern dental
I
care.
feel bad at the gates
LA
of it.
Dentist Group.
Wasn't he smirks at me
and face dentists. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been in an
from the
accident,
inside
call
breast pocket.
844-24 Jacob.
Pulls out the small box I gave him that
Safety
contains
that's
my present.
$88.
He slides the jacket from the back of the couch and puts his box on top. Seems to the table with my subconscious thoughts. Well, this back of the night. So technically, it's his birthday. I whisper, and my heart starts pounding. Flowers. I grin impishly. His shy smile, and I melt despite my fighting heart. Delighted in his amused and unchanged expression. He grabs his thoughts. His brow creases as he fishes out a small but tame plastic keychain. Each one featuring tiny crystals that flash on and off like an LED screen. It depicts the Seattle skyline with the word Seattle written boldly across the landscape. He stares at it for a minute and then
cases I've been used. Brown, it's brown. I whisper, breath. He does, and his eyes shoot mine, loud and gray, alive, wonder and joy. His lips part with disbelief. The word yes flashes on and off on the hearing. Happy birthday, I whisper. Chapter 20. Mary, he whispers, incredulous. I nod nervously, blushing and anxious, and not quite believing his reaction. This man, who I thought I'd lost, how could he not understand how much I loved him? Stand, wonder softly, his gaze intense and hot. Yes, I'll marry you. He inhales sharply, grabbing me around and goes tightly like hammer. He's laughing, young, carefree, radiating joyful elation. I grab his arms to hold on, feeling his muscles move. His infectious laughter sweeps me up, dizzy, apple, a girl to play, utterly smitten with her man. He puts me down and kisses me hard. His hands are on either side of my face. His tongue insistent for space. Crouching, he breathes in his fingers, and it's an exultation that leaves me quivering. He loves me. Of that, I have no doubt. I see what takes him as a malicious man. This man I thought I might never see again. His joy is evident. His eyes shine. His face smiling. I lose power. I thought I lost you. I murmured, still dazzled by the mysteries of his malfunctioning 135. Wait, 135? Jordan didn't know. She didn't know that. Some unnamed non-functioning causes his face briefly, distracting him. What is it easy? With tenacity, he stills and astounded me down. And for a second, he's going to tell me. I blink up to his speculative gray eyes.
Raspberry is the nutrient that we
He
need
says,
on a daily basis.
that PJ looks almost horrified. What's he going with this? I nod, keeping a straight face. His mouth drops away. I shrug apologetically. I wanted you to know that whatever Flynn said, I wouldn't think of it last time. Christian blinks at me innocently. So, is the come? When I was begging you for an answer, I had it already. He is dismayed. I nod again, trying desperately to gauge his reaction. He gazes at me in stupefied wonder, narrows his eyes and his mouth moist. He whispers ominously. I grin at him and shrug once more. Oh, don't try to get into the state right now, I won't. He rubs his hand through his hair, then shakes his head and changes tone. I can't believe anything. His whisper is laced with disbelief. His expression alters subtly. His eyes keep blinking. His mouth twitching into a
I
clown
think great
smile.
George, it's great to be here with you. Hear your voice again. 9 years. My goodness. Very quiet, right?
What news? Retribution is earned.
Oh my goodness, you know,
He says
you're
something like,
really
retribution?
get for you.
Oh shit.
Just feeling
I know he's playing, but I take a cautious step back from him anyway.
this is deeply into
He
how
grins.
you function in our mind, in our body, in our spirit, our soul, and the way your connection with
And his
the
eyes
ancient
burrow
ones and also the ones that are transcended of the word, that is beyond the word. time of research, we felt a kind of writing, the connected with what's going on in this right? I think you guys both agree there's lots going on.
Take another step back and turn to God. Push your eyes in one fascinating because it's surprise, shock, choice over the shoulder and down home. Christian, I guess, mindful Zay's upstairs. Curiosity is doubtful. I study myself my classmates lower back, and on a brain impulse, I swat to her. He's listening right back.
I really want people about
Shower time. Declares triumphantly. Me down. I tried and failed to sound disapproving. My struggle is real. His arm is firmly wrapped over my thighs, and for some reason, I cannot stop giggling. All his issues, he asks, as he opens the door to his bathroom. I'm determined to be touching the floor. I attempt to snarl at him, but it's not very effective as I can't keep the laughter out of my voice. She's like that. Without putting me down, he slips off both of my shoes and lets them clatter to the tile floor. Pausing by the vanity, he empties his pockets, thick black hair and keys, one wallet, and keychain. I can only imagine what I look like from here from this angle. When he's finished, he marches directly into his oversized shower. Christian, I spoke loud. His intent is out. He switches the water on to max. Cheese. Arctic water spurts over my backside. I squeal. Then stop. Mindful once more that Jose is above us. It's cold, and I feel chilling water soaks into my dress, my panties, and my bra. I'm drenched, and once more I cannot stop giggling. No! I squeal. Put me down! I swat him again, harder this time, and Christian releases me, letting me slide down his now soaked body. His white shirt is stuck to his chest, soaking in some sun. I am soaked too, flushed, giddy, and breathless, and he's running down at me, looking so unbelievably hot. He sobers, his eyes shining. It cups my face again, drawing my lips to his. His kiss is gentle, cherishing, and distracting. I no longer care that I am fully clothed and soaking wet in Christian's shower. It's just the two of us, cascading water. He's back. He's safe. He's mine. My hands involuntarily to his shirt as it clings to every line and sinew of his chest, feeling the hair scratching the white wetness. I yank the shirt out of his pants. Groans against my mouth. His lips do not meet mine. As I start to unbutton his shirt, he reaches for my zipper, slowly sliding the clasp down my dress. His lips become more insistent, more reluctant. His tongue invades my mouth, and my body explodes with desire. I tug his shirt hard, ripping it open, the buttons flying everywhere, ricocheting off the tiles and disappearing onto the shower floor. As I strip the wet fabric off his shoulders and down his arms, I press him into the wall, hampering his attempts to undress me. Puffings, runners, I'll his wrists where his shirt hangs side. With scrambling fingers, I release first one, and then I unfold cuffing, letting him fall carelessly to the tiled floor. His shirt follows. His eyes search mine through the cascading water. His gaze burning, hollow. I reach my waistband. He shakes his head, grabs my shoulders, spinning around, smiling. She's the long Chinese side, pressing my knees, release my wedding ring, my arms is tied up and neck to my hairline. He sees inside his throat. I know his
how are we connecting with her to the time of the car? And the sense that I have really is that, they left at a fucking cost, and they left at a time because the conflict of the human humanity, conflict of the human heart, conflict of the vision that we designed to have in body. We're prepared to eliminate tremendous conflict, and they left that kind of the last twist of that connection because we're tied with the people connection to the socioeconomic people. Grass is my biggest so I feel a little bit of the fact I feel about what kind of transpired in some of the connection with around my sex and the divine supply relentless. His other hand is in my hand. All of this passion. And it's we start with this idea of forgiveness. It's absolutely connected to what are we doing with what are we in favor of giving? Are we in favor of giving here? Or are we in favor of giving back? That's great application there, but we're either in full or you're less and we can sit down and run. We have to traditional like cooking. This is what you do in the world. Your active system, your active to original being anybody else up to the desire, you have to go and put this into use. It always goes out of where it's the death is the message like so, you get to do it, so the driving and the one I push down against every line loudly. Once how do you get out of the way process because ultimately society strength to what you really work getting out of this lifetime right now. At the surface, it's about kindness. It's practice. It's not forward concept now. So we have that. We have now this was really about life connecting the source. And it's, I believe, that's how we move through the life force, move through the energy field. Whether it's through what you do, move through that life force, that life force. So that's just like, that's really good practice. How is life doing? Is that things like doing, divine doing, just doing in the space you are, doing in your own love. And we want to function at the highest form, we function often more often in the lowest form, and sometimes it's like things believe that are like how are we confusing beliefs, how is life going through and the that connection with others and cultures and love and all of it is so it's about how does life come through and then there's evolution and then ultimately the rest of my life listening is about how are we connected to others, how we connected to our gratitude, our bodies, how are we connected to the vibration of frequency of life, and how we put a word or do something to put a language to connect and bring the focus. So I do agree with something like a good because this one thing is missing that will also fall apart or the beauty of it is that it's a good question because when we think about the whole, it's not a matter of simply just it's a matter of the whole. So the journey of the expansion and a greater potentiality and the optimal state of functioning is that it's completely different. How we can function, what we can do in this beautiful computer, not all of these much has happened this last week. Enough for a lifetime of drama. Because all now are actually very. It's only a function of a rare perception or consciousness. They're all there. It's a matter of being aware and conscious of it. But just because we're maybe in the I think I'll go back in one piece and start. I whisper, sobering at the thought of what might have been. The intensive night meeting brought reminded him. I'm scared. He confesses, much to my surprise. Earlier, he nods, his expression is serious. Holy shit. So you made light of it to reassure your family? Yes. I was too low to play it well, but somehow I did. My eyes lead up to his, and he looks green as the water cascades over us. How close a call was it? He gazes down at me. Close. He pauses. Awful seconds. I thought I'd never see him again. I hug him tightly. I can't imagine my life without you, Christian. I love you so much it frightens me. Me too. He breathes. My life would be intimate. His arms tighten around me and he nuzzles my hair. I love you too. I don't want to go. Ever. I kiss his neck, and he leans down and kisses me gently. After a moment, he shifts. Come, let's get you dry into bed. I'm exhausted. I lean back and arch an eyebrow at his choice of words. He cocks his head to one side and swears at me. Something to say, Stu. I shake my head and rise unsteadily to my feet. I am sitting up in bed. Christian insists on drying my hair. He is quite sympathetic. How that happened is an unpleasant thought, so I dismiss it immediately. It's after 2 in the morning, and I am ready to sleep. Christian gazes down at me and examines the kitchen before climbing into bed. He shakes his head. Incredulous once more. He sighs. He glances up. His eyes soft and warm. You better, my son, just like you didn't tell him. I would have told you earlier, but since it was going to be your birthday, what do you give the man who has everything? I thought I'd give you. He puts the keychain down on the bedside table and snuggles in beside me, pulling me into his arms against his chest so that there's no. It's perfect. Like you. I smirk, though he can't see my expression. I am far from perfect, Christian. Are you snorting at me, Stu? How does he know? Maybe. I giggle. Can I ask you something? Of course. He nuzzles my neck. You didn't call on your trip back from Portland. Was that Christian says nothing. I turn to face him, and his eyes are wide as I approach him. Do you know how ridiculous that is? How much stress you give me every evening through? We all love you very much. He blinks a couple of times and he gives me a shy smile. Go ahead, I'll listen. I purse my lips. When are you going to get it? Big skull. Oh, big skull. His eyebrows widen in surprise. I nod. Yes, big skull. I don't think you want me to get my head so you can hire anywhere else in the home. I'm serious. Stop trying to make me laugh. I am still a little naive. Though that's partially a glimpse by the fact that your home is safe and sound. I thought. My voice fades and I recall those anxious few hours. Well, you know what I thought. His eyes soften and he reaches up to caress my face. I'm sorry. Warm arms. He was very polite. I whispered. He smiles shyly, but never seen him. He blinks in memory. Yes, I would have given something. She's normally so self-obsessed. It was a shock. Someone looking to pay a high overnight goes to the 60, so we'll have starting Friday. Thursday and Friday below that, but there's still everyday skies right now at 68%, and number 68 was 66, down to 69, and in Phoenix, 67%. Even local, suddenly day of high 24 hours into it. There is a solo I think a public park is right. Staying close to the same local freeway downbound, driving through
and my pulse was thumping. I turned and panicked, and to my relief, Christian is fast asleep beside me. Because I shifted, he stirred and linked his eyes. It's all right. And rested his head on my shoulder, sighing softly. The room was flooded with light. Christian never sleeps this way. I lie back and let my wrists fall and fall. Hiding anxiety. After that of last night, I turned and stared at him. He's safe. I take a deep, steady breath and gaze at his lovely face. A face that was now so familiar. All its dips and shadows eternally etched on the back. He looks much younger recently, but I read because today is a year older. I hug myself, thinking about my present. What will he do? Perhaps I should start by bringing breakfast to bed. Besides, Jose may still be here. I find Jose on the counter, eating a bowl of cereal. I can't help but watch when I see him. He knows I've spent the night with Christian. Why do I suddenly feel so shy? It's not as if I'm naked or anything. I'm wearing my new soul bag. Morning, Jose. I smile, raising it out. Hey, Anna! His face lights up, genuinely pleased to see me. There's no hint of teasing or salacious contempt in his expression. Well, I asked, sure, something from my beard. Yeah, it's pretty special. This party. Want a real man's breakfast? I tease. Well, something. It's Christian's birthday today. I make him breakfast in bed. No, I think he's right. Yesterday, I left the kids away from him and head to the fridge so he can't see my lunch. He sits over Jose. When I take the eggs and bacon out of the fridge, Jose is grinning at me. I purse my lips. I love him, Jose. His eyes widen the detail, then he grins. Walks up to me. He asks, gesturing around the great room. I scowl at him. Gee, thanks. Hey, no, just kidding. I always have this look ready, but I married Christian for his money. Seriously, I'm kidding. You've never been my kind of girl. All I do for you? I ask, changing the subject. I don't want to argue. Sure. And me, Christian says as he saunters into the great room. He's wearing only pajama bottoms that hang in that totally hot way off his hips. He nods. Christian. Jose returns his nod solemnly. Christian turns to me and smirks as I stare. He's done this on purpose. I narrow my eyes, desperately trying to recover my equilibrium. Christian's expression alters subtly. He knows that I know what he's up to, and he doesn't care. I was going to bring you breakfast in bed. Swaggering over, he wraps his arm around me, tilts my chin up, plants a loud, wet kiss on my lips. Very unfit. Brilliant decision. He says, want to scowl at him and tell him to behave, but it's his birthday. I flush. Why is he so territorial? Good morning, Christian. Happy birthday. I give him a smile and he smirks at me. He says, and that's it. I flush the color of the red rim of paint and glance nervously at Jose. Looks like he swallowed something unpleasant. I turn away and start comparing them to offer it to any of the customers. Christian asks, seeming casual, as he sits down on the bar stool. I hope to see my dad in the grave.
Text the word whole life, that's all one
Christian
word,
frowns.
with the W, whole life, and just text it to 428.
Ignoring the argument. They lost contact until Anna and I were in college together. It's kind of cute. They're best buddies now. We're going fishing. Fishing. Christian is genuinely interested. Yeah, some great catches of these coastal waters. The steelheads can grow way big. My brother Elder and I landed a 34-pound steelhead once. They're talking fishing. What is it about fishing? I have never understood it. 34 pounds? Not bad. And a small equals the record. According to my father. Kidding? Never saw it. Happy birthday, by the way. Thanks. So, what do you like to fish? I zoned out. Yes, I did not mean to know. But at the same time, I believe. See, Christian, Jose is not so bad. By the time Jose makes Tofu, both of them are much more in love with each other. Christian quickly changes into t-shirt and jeans and barefoot. He accompanies Jose to the foyer. There is no one in the cashier. Jose says to Christian as they shake hands. Good time. Christian smiles. Jose hugs me. Stay safe, happy. Sure. Great to see you. Next time, we'll have a real count. He waves at us from inside the elevator, and then he's gone. See, he's not so bad. He still wants me to forget him, but I can't say it right. Christian, that's not true. You have no idea. He smiles down at me. He wants you. Big time. I frown. Christian, he's just a friend. A good friend. And I'm simply aware that I sound like a Christian when he's talking about Mrs. Robinson. That is unsettling. Christian holds up his hands in a pleading gesture. He says softly, "Happy Friday." Me neither. Talking. No, I figured I ought to tell Mom right first. It's the first time I thought about this since I saw this. What are my parents going to say? Christian nods. Yes, I ordered it. I should also talk. I lied. Oh, Christian, this isn't the 18th century. Let's talk about that later. I came up with this to extract him. Not that my present is worthy of my consciousness. I need to get to him and see how he reacts. There's his shy smile. The heart is quiet. For as long as I live, I will never talk about that smile. Says, consolation. I've never once in my life missed his fingers touching me. Without a word, while still my heart courage, I take his hand and lead him back to the room. I drop his hand and leave him standing by the door. And from under my soft pillow, I take out the jar. Boxes. 2. He says, surprised. I take a deep breath. I thought this was more like it. Next time, yesterday, I'm not sure about that. I put my hand in one of the parcels before I could change my mind. The cases that make it, that's all truly sense in my uncertainty. Surely you want me to open it. I nod, anxious. Christian tears on the packaging and gazes in surprise and thoughts. Shall I take it out? I whisper. He grins. The box contains a small wooden helicopter with a large silver power overlay. He opens it up. And before I know it, he's sitting on the bed assembling it. It snaps together quickly, and Christian holds it up to the palm of his hand. A wooden helicopter. He looks up at me with his glorious, all-American smile, then heads to the window so that the little helicopter is bathed in sunlight and the motor starts to say, "Yeah." He breathes, examining it closely. What we call it was technology. He holds it at eye level, watching the movements spin. He's fascinated, and fascinating to watch as he moves cycle thought, staring at the little helicopter. What is it making? Do you like it? I love it. Thank you. He grabs me and kisses me swiftly, and turns back to watch the motor spin. I just quiet in my office, he says distractedly, watching the blades spin. He reaches his hand out in the sunlight, and the blades slow down and come to a stop. I can't help, my face is quite grand, and I want to hug myself. He loves it. Of course, he's all about alternative technologies. I'd forgotten that in my haste to deny it. Placing it on the chest of drawers, he turns to face me. The company won't salvage Charlie Taylor. Is it salvageable? I don't know. I hope so. We'll see otherwise. I am shocked at myself. From a small pang of jealousy I feel for an inanimate object. My subconscious snorts with derisive laughter. I ignore her. What's in the envelopes? He asks, his eyes wide with almost childish excitement. But I'm not sure if this present is for you or me. He asks, and I know I have piqued his interest. Nervously, I hand him the second box. He shakes it gently with both with a heavy rattle. He glances up at me. Why are you so nervous? He asks. I shrug, embarrassed and excited as I flush. He raises an eyebrow. Have you been dreaming? He whispers, and his voice runs right. Desire and anticipation spawning in my belly. I have to say, I'm enjoying the reaction. He narrows his eyes speculatively. I remain tight-lipped as I hold my breath. He removes the lid of the box and takes out the small card. The rest of the contents are wrapped in tissue. He opens the card, and his eyes turn quickly to mine, right into his sharp, eyes. I just don't know. He murmurs. I nod and swallow. He cocks his head to one side warily, assessing my reaction. Then he frowns. Then he turns his attention back to the box. He tears through the pale of tissue paper, fishes out an eye mask, some nipple clamps, a blood, his iPod, his silver braid tie, and past, but by no means least, his favorite. He gazes at me, his expression dark. I can think about that in a shit. Is this a bad? What he asks excitedly. Yes, I agree. Yes. Did my voice sound any smaller? Myriad emotions cross his face, none of which I can place, but he settles for anxious. Not quite the reaction I was expecting. He asks, not the whips and stuff. I understand. Yes, then, I'm sure. shakes his head and gazes down at the contents of the box. Seems bad and conversation. Well, I have to do something. He murmurs almost to himself. Puts the content back in the box. He glances at me again. His expression has completely changed. Ow. His eyes burn. His mouth lifts in a erotic smile. That's how it is. Now, he says, and his mouth relaxed. My belly clenches, tight and hard. I put my hand in his. Oh, he wonders. And I follow him out the bedroom. My heart in my mouth. Desire races and hot in my blood as my insides tighten in anticipation. Finally. Chapter 21. Christian pauses outside the door. You sure about this? He asks, his gaze heated and anxious. Yes, I murmur, smiling shyly at him. His eyes soften. I'm derailed by his uninterrupted question, and my mind goes to overdrive. One thought occurs. I don't want you to take photos of me. He stills, and his expression hardens as he cocks his head to one side and eyes me speculatively. Oh, shit. I think he's going to ask me why, but fortunately, he doesn't. He murmurs. His brow furrows as he unlocks the door and stands aside to usher me into the room. I feel his eyes on me as he follows me inside and closes the door. Placing the gift box on the chest of drawers, he takes out the iPod, switches it on, and waves at the music center on the wall so that the smoked glass doors glide silently open. He presses the buttons, and the sound of the subway train echoes around him. He turns it down to the slow, hypnotic electronic beat that follows and comes in hand. A woman starts to sing. I don't know who she is, but her voice is soft and raspy, and the beat is measured in rhythm. It's music to be beloved. Christian turns to face me as I stand in the middle of the room, my heart pounding, my blood singing in my veins, pulsing, or so it feels, in time to beats resisting. He saunters casually over to me, tugs on my chin, his arm along the right back. Next, he murmurs, planting a soft and chaste kiss in the corner of my mouth. His fingers still grasp my chin. It's your birthday, whatever you want, I whisper. He traces his thumb along my lower lip, his brow creased once more. His words are softly spoken, but he regards me intently. No, I whisper, I want to be in here too. His gaze darkens, growing bolder as he assesses my response. After what seems an eternity, he says, there are so many possibilities in this too. His voice is low, excited. Let's start today. He pulls the sash of my robe so that it falls open, revealing my silk nightdress, then steps back and sits down nonchalantly on the arm of the Chesterfield couch. Take your clothes off. Slowly. He gives me a sensual, challenging look. I swallow impulsively, pressing my thighs together. I'm already down between my legs. My inner goddess is stripped naked and standing in line, ready and waiting and begging me to catch up. I pull the robe away from my shoulders, my eyes level with his, and shrug, letting it fall heavily to the floor. His mesmerizing gray eyes meet. He runs his hands over his lips as he gazes at me. Slipping the spaghetti straps of my gown off my shoulders, I gaze at him for a minute, then release. My nightdress lands and ripples softly down my back, pulling my feet.
calculated
I
to
think and practical.
so
So
the
that
strategy far
it should
along
cause
in the
us to
last
have
design that
marvel
private
at the
people
fact
are
that
not where they really decide yourself with.
standing up makes us
What's
feel
going
like a
on
chest.
here?
Except
We're
the
trying
silver gray
to
tie.
talking about this for some reason. What's going on is
Fingers
that
as he
the
turns and strolls
evolutionary
casually
theory,
toward me, a
evolutionary
smile
process
playing on his lips.
of
He stands in front of me. I expect him to ask for my hands, but he doesn't.
with sort of weird back approaching the good friends.
He places the tie around my neck and slowly but dexterously pulls it in what I assume is a file into a mouth. As he tightens the knot, his fingers brush the base of my throat and lets the sleeve shoot. Making me gasp. He leaves the wide end of the tie long enough so the tip skills my
The measuring board, the amount of biodiversity that
he says,
we wipe out
and begins to kiss me gently on my
that
lips.
year,
It's a swift kiss, and I want
we
more. Desire slowly wants me into my body.
percent of
What shall we
biodiversity.
do?
And there's a
He
massive
says. And then picking up the tie, he yanks and sharply so that I'm forced forward into his arms. His hands dive into my hair and pull my head back, and he immediately kisses me hard, his tongue unforgiving and merciless. One of his hands runs freely down my back to cut my behind, but he pulls away, knees panting too, and gazing down at me. His eyes multi-gray, wanting, gasping for breath. My wits thoroughly scattered. I'm sure my lips will be swollen with traces of true salt. Truman, he orders gently, and I obey. Pulling my hair free of the tie, he quickly braids and secures it. He tucks the braids so my head tilts up. Station. He murmurs and kisses my throat, sending shivers running up and down my spine. You just have to say stop. Okay, don't you? He whispers against my throat. I nod, my eyes closed. Eyelashes lips on me. He turns me around once more, except the end of the tie. Oh, he says, tucking her gently, leading me over to the chest where the rest of the box's contents are on display. At the station, his enters. He holds up the right one. This is a size too big. As an anal merchant, I want to start with this. I want to start with this. He holds up his pinky finger with a yes, shocked. He smirks at me. The unpleasant thought that the enormous dimension of the contract comes to mind. Just favor. He says softly, that I can't kill him fast. My eyes dot to his. I see he places a pair of arms on the chest. They look like giant high heels over gently his finger down. Just washed your arms. His voice breaks and sound. I blink up at him, wide-eyed. Christian, I said. Tell us so much more about all of this than I do. I'll never catch up. I frown. He knows more than me about most things, except for the point. He asks, yes. I whisper, my mouth open. His tone angry mocking at once. I like it. Well, yes. I like it. I murmur. He smiles his bright smile and reaches out on his knotted cheek. He breathes and runs his thumb across my lower lip. I am on the station. I love to hear her laugh and her girlish giggle.
old school, but then instead of going on, now it's like life is cool. Life is available to give us the love and care that we want.
My mouth drops open, and a welcome warmth flows to my heart. It's joy.
Right as we go, really step forward and to make the world a better place for ourselves and for the future. That's what it's like. All the joy.
His eyes wide. The child sharp sound. The cars.
We've been around for many decades. A beautiful, wonderful teacher of sports and miracles. And I got a book with Alan and Deborah Ringel is showing us another very powerful teacher of course miracles. And we're talking about everyday miracles, how we can invoke, we can engage in everyday miracles. Doing just so there's a lot going on in terms of how we can come into our new day. And one of the things that I'm doing, George, is showing what's happening in my own personal journey, but also to share the data that I don't think there's much success, but I don't think it's important to talk about everyday miracles.
Each of yours beyond the table. They hold my life to surprised by my own grace. Now, from eye to eye, he runs his hands down my thighs, grasps my knees, pulls my legs apart, and stands directly in front of me. He looks very serious. His eyes dark. Close to me. Arms behind my back. I'm going to go there. He produces some lemon puffs from his back pocket and reaches around me. This is it. Where is he going to take me this time? His proximity is intoxicating. This man is going to be my husband. Can one lust after one's husband like this? I don't remember reading about that anywhere. I can't resist him. If I run my fingers along his jaw, and start heading from reach, one soft, under my tongue, he still closes his eyes. His back.
Before they killed Rabbi for gardens. They killed for different reasons. The doctor loved Rabbi for gardens because of the very fat, because of everything, like on-site medical, pharmacy, scientific, all of this shit. But his dad chose Rabbi for gardens because the flavors is gorgeous. You're in colleges or apartments, and that's not the most trees and gardens. But the culture for his dad, the resort venues and dining rooms are like expensive restaurants. Even if you're living to a it's still foolishly boundary gardens is the senior living community that you can care for. Now, spaces often limited, but take advantage of the great listener move-in session. Visit brownfreegardens.com, brownfreegardens.com, and brownfreegardens.com.
It's a revelation. My friend mysteriously, and he smirks at me. He growls and stands back, gazing at me, and slaps the leather cuffs across his palm. And the warning is there, implicit in his actions. I try for him to try, and not make him succeed. He punches me again.
Hey, all this team sharp. Emergency backup power.
It leans behind me once more with cuffs. I resist touching him, but pales and longings push to the center, still fresh from last night's shower. My shin follows.
Whether it's a new
I expect him to cuff my wrist, but he attaches each cuff above my elbows. It makes me arch my back, pushing my breasts forward, while my elbows are by no means together. When he's finished, he stands back to admire me. He asks, "It's not the most comfortable positions, but I'm so wired with anticipation to see where he's going with this that I nod. He pulls the mask over his back pocket. I see enough now. He murmurs. He slides the mask over my head, covering my eyes. My face Wow.
I'm not Jennifer
Why is
James
not
Lee,
being
and
able to
if you
see
would
so
know
erotic?
one
I
of the
am
pieces
here,
of evidence to prove
trussed
it
up
like
in
that,
the
I'm
feeling
not
on
wearing
the
a shirt
table
covered in dog food.
waiting.
Sweet
Sweet
anticipation
anticipation hot
running
and
just
heavy
a little late,
deep in my
we'll be
belly.
here to do most
I
of
can
the
still
call
hear
for you
God,
on Wednesday.
and the melodic steady
We'll get
beat of
started
the
with
track
city news
continues.
updates.
It resonates
I
in my
want to get
body.
through this a
I
little
hadn't
bit quickly
noticed
because
before.
this news is
You
not
must
updated.
have it
There
on the
was a
video.
stabbing on Las Vegas
Christian
Strip.
steps away.
8
What is
people
he
were
doing?
stabbed. 2 of them
He goes
died
back to the chest
by
and
someone
opens
with
the
a
drawer
hatchet knife.
and closes it again.
The LA
A moment later, he's
Las
back
Vegas
and he
Metropolitan
sits
Police
in
released
front of
some
me.
surveillance video of
His
the
perfect
running from the
image
scene.
must be sent to me.
And the 2 people
Cautious,
who died, even though
almost
this happened in
mouth-watering.
a heavily tourist area, look at the Las Vegas residents. About all we know at this time about that. We also have some new information in the
I
case
feel
of
sharp
family
as a
that
tail of the
said
tide
his
travels
kidneys
up
got
my body.
murdered. The suspect is in custody in the
This
hospital.
tie,
And now we
I
know
listen
there was a
acutely to determine
relationship
what it's
between
going to do.
the suspect
It's
and his
rubbing his
family.
hands
He
together.
had worked for
His
the
knuckles
family
suddenly brush
before
over
he
my cheek,
kidnapped and killed them.
down to my jaw,
And
following my
if there's any
jawline.
good news to be had this
My body
morning,
moves
it's
to
this.
attention as his touch
President
sends
Biden
delicious
announced
sugar.
yesterday
His hand
thousands of
flexes over my
pardons for
neck,
people
and I
convicted
slip
of
sweet
federal
smelling oil.
marijuana
So his
possession
hand
and
glides
supplies to
down
people
my
convicted
throat,
in the Washington,
across my
D.C. law.
clavicle,
These
and
people
up to
convicted
my
of what they
shoulder.
call simple
His
possession.
fingers beating
That's
gently
just
as we
possession
go.
for personal use.
Oh,
It's
I'm
a
getting a
misdemeanor.
massage. Not
And
what I
all those
expected.
people now will have those
He
crimes
places his upper hand
forgiven.
on my other shoulder.
Their right to
He
collect
opens
stored.
another scar to
He's
some
also
gently
directed
past
the
my
Department
clavicle.
of Health and Human
I
Services
groan
and the
softly
Attorney
as he
General
works his
government
way down
to look
toward my
at how
face.
marijuana is classified under the drug laws. As you know, it's a Schedule 1 controlled substance,
I arch
meaning
my body farther
it
into
is
his death
dangerous.
touch.
This is what it
His hands
means.
glide to my sides, slow,
It's dangerous
measured,
and
in
it
time
has
to the beat of
no
music,
medical
and the
use
studiously void
at
my
all.
breasts.
That's what
I
Schedule 1
groan,
is
but I
for.
don't know
That's
if it's
where
from pleasure
heroin
or frustration.
and President Biden pointed out that it's in the same category as something like
His voice
heroin,
low, husky,
that
his mouth
something like
fixed to my
fentanyl, which is
His nose
definitely more
follows along
dangerous
my
than
jaws,
marijuana, is
extra
actually
hard.
10 years lower than
My
marijuana.
breasts,
What
less
I
than
about this is that's
down,
fine that Health and Human Services
his
look at it
teeth
and have the
on my
Attorney
legs,
General look at it,
runs
but
his
it's
nose down my
ultimately
neck, my
the
throat.
DEA
How?
that would have to
I'm on
make the move.
fire.
I suppose
His earless, his hands,
given
his
the
words,
threat, the DEA
my life.
could
How?
just schedule it. I
Whispers.
don't know if Biden's willing to go quite that far at this point. He made a big deal about nobody should be in jail or prison simply for having a little marijuana. There are very few people who will ever
His
go to
fingers run
jail
through
for simply
all of my
having
sex.
a little
He
bit of
rubs the palm
marijuana.
of his hand
Let's
against
go
my
with
fingers.
that. These cases were few and far between, relatively speaking, but occasionally somebody would be caught in a national park
Yes,
with a joint
says his palm
and decide to charge them. And I can assure you that federal
my
judges
colleagues
anyway,
are already
assuming the
open for
person is not otherwise
I
a
am
cop,
Rabbi.
they're not
There's a
interested
large,
in putting somebody
metal
caught with a
object
joint on federal property in jail. But nonetheless,
like an
this is a
oversized
good step in the right
pacifier.
direction to
It
get
has small
marijuana
holes for cartons
situated
and what
in
feels
our
like a
society where it belongs, which is not outside of cigarettes or alcohol in that area. I want to let you know, it's a couple of days today.
lurches into my nose.
These are two of the days that it is
It stops happening.
or just for itself. It's
Don't
actually
stop.
a couple of
I want to shout, but my mouth is full.
but it's also
Hands
recognized
glide
by
back up my
everyone
back.
around you.
My own cup of neglected
So,
breasts.
I don't know how you guys follow those two things.
Gently
This is
rolls my
great
nipples between his
because
thumbs
it's
and
Friday,
fingers,
the groups
and
come
the
out,
carpet
TV shows, we're going to have Jason Nathanson to talk us through it all to watch great fun time, watching some practice music. First, let's get to a practice update with my friend Alio Dini in the field. My
murmurs his approval on my nose. His lips move down to my neck toward one breast, drilling a soft line sense of down toward my nose. Suddenly, I feel the edge of the hair. I grab my belt and relax in my mouth. How? This is wrong.
let's say someone closed down, I'm picking myself up. Or let's say if I put a picture in the back of my life, about on Sunday, this is one from let's put your name back up there, and you can say, oh, so what's my that is Friday. A bunch of new movies are out, and there's usually a trend going on in our watch right now. ABC News Entertainment correspondent Jason Nathanson. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Wake Up. Before we get into any of these specific movies, it seems that right now every movie that comes out has a cast full of big names. I think, I know you're referring to Amsterdam, but that's this week, which is probably the most star-studded movie I've ever seen. And it features huge. The cast includes Christian Bale, John David Washington, Margot Robbie, Chris Rock, Zoe Saldana, Robert De Niro, Rami Malek, Amy Taylor-Joy, Ed Harris, Michael Keaton, and Taylor Swift. I mean, I don't think it's any bigger than that. And that is how, of course, Timothy Oliphant is also in it. I mean, it's just how it is. I didn't even know every single person who's in this film. And the stars, Christian Bale, John David Washington, Margot Robbie are the stars. They play World War I veterans who leave. They form a really tight pod. But there is a accusation of murder. Clear their names, and then it turns into this fantastical plot. It's actually based on a true story, which is pretty incredible. And it's directed, by the way, by David Rabbi. So the line is playable, conflict fans, and something more. And the problem with the film is it has no idea what it wants to be. It's 10 billion. It's a comedy, thriller, it is serious, scream about fascism, the rise of fascism. It is kind of a romantic comedy sometimes. The tones it's just all over. And unfortunately, it does not work together. It's also 2 hours and 14 minutes long. Is that long for you? Oh, okay. Let's go down this side right now. That is way too long for a movie for me. Because I think generally accepted is the 2 hours, right? That's most people assume that's what a movie is. And I think I'm comfortable with that. So in that sort of 15 minutes, I would not necessarily equivalent. Maybe if the movie is good, especially. Here, unfortunately, that's not the case. We're talking about something like Long, the Marilyn Monroe movie that's on Netflix, which is almost 3 hours of torture porn. Yeah, that's a little long. This one, I'm okay with 2 hours of torture. I have never seen a movie. This is my opinion, okay? It's for me. I don't think I've ever seen a movie that wasn't benefited from being out by that. Even the short, like 78-minute little movies that come out, they could really just sensation. What do you think? Do you have a problem here? Because I'm about an hour and a half behind an entire camera. Did it go wrong because it tried to do too many things? Yeah, I just don't think that they knew they were also intended. Of course, he was a great filmmaker, and I think they tried very hard. They do it close enough. I don't think it is hard to make that movie or a movie that doesn't work. But it's just tonally. I think they did not know. Everybody kind of needs to be in a little bit of a different group. The acting is Christian Bale. I think it's a great performance. Margot Robbie as well. I think Mike Myers is pretty funny. It's
He unstraps one of the cuffs so that my arms fall
Ronnie now
forward.
seems to be kind of in
My
a
head
different
falls
phase.
on his shoulder,
This is well
and
as
I am
Taylor Joy, and the two of them are
lost to
kind
all
of
this
coupled together.
overwhelming sensation.
And
My walls
the
shattered
addition of
breath,
Taylor's first
exhausted
she's
desire,
fun, kind of
and
just
sweet
sticks out a little bit
welcome of
as a
relief.
sore thumb. She's in a much
Vaguely,
more
I'm aware
dramatic
that
mood
Christian
than
lifts me,
the rest of the
carries me over to the bed, and lays me down on the warm satin sheets.
Do they
After a
the difference
moment,
in
his
subject matter? In
hands,
other words,
still
is
warm,
it that the conversation
gently
is
rub the
because
backs of my thighs,
the
my
actors
knees,
interacting more
my
dramatic
calves,
opportunity
and my
dramatic
shoulders.
part of the movie
I feel
dealing
the
with
bed
that?
tip
Or
as he
do you
stretches
have
out
in the
beside me.
middle of the mad
He
comedy
pulls the
part
mask
somebody
on,
who's thinking
but I
they
don't
were
have the
drunk?
energy to
But
open
yeah,
my
I think
eyes.
that's it's a little
Finding
more
my
that
brain,
way.
he undoes the hair tie,
That
leans
people
forward, kissing me
who are,
softly on my lips.
I don't know, it's kind of
Only
hard
my
to
erratic
dissect
breathing
because it is
disturbs the
such
silence
a
in the
big,
room.
strong
It
movie.
steadies as I
Exactly
float
what
gently back.
I was not trying to put my finger
The
on
music
what
has
exactly
stopped.
causing this, but it's kind of that thing when you see something that you know
Murmurs.
doesn't work, it just doesn't
When I
work.
persuade one
And
eye
that's the
to
case,
open,
unfortunately.
he's gazing down at me,
That
smiling
would have
softly.
been the best hope for some really great
He
movie given
says,
all the talent.
I manage
How
a
does
line
it
to
compare,
response,
obviously,
and
to
his
a
smile
movie, but in
broadens.
terms of successfully doing what it set out to
I
do?
nod,
How does that
and
compare
reluctant
to
friend. She
Lyle
is
talked
in
about it?
ruder, and I have to
Unfortunately, I
spank
think
her
it's just
mirrors.
I think
I think you're trying to tell me. I mutter, gently does. He smirks. You're all merciful, he sighs, and frowns ever so slightly as an unpleasant thought crosses his mind. It distresses me. I reach out and grasp his face. They kill me like this. It's hard. I whisper. I notice that he's gloriously naked and ready for action. When he takes my hand and kisses my knuckles, I lean up and capture his face between my hands and hold his mouth to mine. He kisses me briefly, then stops. Yes, it's what I want to do. He murmurs and reaches beneath his pillow with the music center removed. He presses a button and the soft strains of a guitar echo around the walls. I want to be moved. He says, gazing down at me, his great eyes burning with bright, loving sincerity. Softly, in the background, a familiar voice starts to sing. The first time ever I saw your face, and his lips find mine.
Based on a true story and also
As I tighten around
a
him,
lot of difficulty
finding my
describing
release
what it's
once
about
more,
without words.
Christian unravels my arms.
A little bit, but
His
also
head
not
thrown
really,
back
because a lot
as
of
he
people
calls
know
out
this
my
story.
name.
It's not the premise that
He clasps me
it's
tightly to his
based on
chest
the
as
story
we sit
of
nose to nose
Grover's
beneath his
family, whose
vast
daughter
bed.
Jen was kidnapped in the
Strident.
70s. She was kidnapped twice
And in this
by
moment,
a family
this
friend,
moment
close
of
family
joy
friend.
with
This
this
was
man
in
to this music,
Idaho
the
in
intensity of my
a
experience this morning in here
guy
with him,
really close
and
to
all
his
that has
family.
occurred during the past week, overwhelms
A
me
lot of people know
anew,
the story. I'm
not
not really
just
giving anything
physically,
away.
but
Because there was
emotionally.
a really
I
kind of
am
famous Netflix
completely
documentary
overcome
called
with
The
all
Stuff
these
in
feelings.
2017.
I am so
A lot
deeply
of
in
people
love
watched
with
it. A
you.
lot of people like
For the
their
first
dogs were
time, I'm
dropped
offered
in
a
the story.
glimmer of
But
understanding
it's just
as to how
really
he
incredible
feels
what
about my
happened and
safety.
what happened to his family. How this
Calling
guy
his
got
close
really
call
close to
with
them and
Truman
had a
Tango
really
yesterday,
everybody, not
I
just
showed her
girl,
a thought
but really the father
in
and the
my
mother
eyes.
and
It
everybody.
never
And
happened.
he tore his family
I
apart.
love him so.
It's pretty
My
incredible. His
tears run
stars
unchecked down my
as
cheeks. So
the
many
guy at the
sides
center
of
of it.
Christian,
But then he
his
also has
sweet,
great performances
gentle
from
persona,
Catherine
and his
and
rugged,
Paul Hanks
I
and
can do
Kenny
what a
Grace
honey
and
will
some
like to
others.
do, and you'll
It's one
come
of
like
those
a
stories that
train,
you just
going inside.
it's
His
actually
filthy
happening. But
shades,
he did
all of him,
free.
all is spectacular,
Maybe the tip of the week.
all
Jason Nathan Simpson with the talk to you.
and I'm aware we don't know each other
All
well.
right,
We have a mountain of issues to overcome,
wake up call.
but I know for each other, we will,
640 live
and we'll have a
everywhere.
life worth
Radio.
living.
And now we get the traffic with the
Eyes in my head in his hands, gazing down at me. He's still inside me. His voice is filled with concern. Because I love him so much. I whisper. He half closes his eyes as I drowse, absorbing my words. He opens that hand, points with his hand. He kisses me gently as we move left with the cheeks. We have talked and talked and talked, sitting upright together on the bed, me in his lap, our legs curled around each other, the red satin sheets draped around us like a pillow. And I have no idea how much time has passed. Christian is laughing at my hallucination of me in photo shoot. Mama kisses my nose. I believe she had a feeling for Christian. I scolded, trailed my fingers under his chest hair, and mom was following it so well. So wrong. I calling my distraction from her hair. It tucks my hair behind my hair with the unmistakable design. I whisper wide-eyed, and find myself glancing over at his patterns and fondness running the opposite way. He follows my gaze. He's amused, but sincere. Not the crowd. The brown hair. That's he smiles down at me. As are you, Mr. Rabbi. It's one of the things I love about you. I kiss him gently at the corner of his mouth. What else do you need? He asks, and his eyes wide. I know it's a huge deal for you to ask this question. I know that I can hear stronger. I stroke my index finger across his lips. I love this. And what comes out of it? What you do with it? And I caress his tongue. You're so smart. Knowledgeable. Articulate. I love what's in there. I press my palm gently against his chest. Steady. Everyone wants to learn more about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Listen to the new Bitcoin radio talk show with Professor Robert Saturday mornings at 9 on 11:50 a.m. The Patriot, serving Los Angeles, Orange County, and Southern California. This being segment 1. Cities transforms, and the shy smile appears as with parents. And I want to launch myself into unlimited context and data plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with special wrapped in satin. Christian has his phone
for only $49.99.
whispers.
Famished. I may not gaze down at his small appetite. It's your birthday this year, right? I'll cook you something. Are you talking about
How much time?
dog protection?
Yes,
It's available exclusively
He runs his hand down my back, stroking me gently.
Senior songs at when your home has great dog protection, get over there on the plumber with 30-foot
He sighs and starts to sit up. I know his special time is over.
That's the
Now,
Get over there and get the one.
he says,
We
"You're right to turn down the birthday boy."
Hi, this is Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. I've
Christian
spent my
is
career
study on the
designing
phone.
and building
Taylor is with him,
homes. I'm
looking
here
serious
to
but
help
casual in
you
jeans and tight
transform your
black
house into a
I
more
busy
beautiful
myself in
home.
the kitchen
And
fixing
while we're at
lunch.
it, build
I
yourself
have found
a more
salmon
beautiful
steaks in the fridge,
home.
and I'm putting them in lemon, making a salad, boiling some baked potatoes. I feel extraordinarily relaxed and happy, on top of the world, curling. Turning to a large window, I stare out at the glorious blue sky. All that is sexy. Apparently, is to the doctor's Taylor runs to the study with a truck to the Rabbi. I turn on my iPod and take out the number. Hi, Taylor. That's yes, thanks. My ex-wife thought she had no sense. She was overreacting as usual. Taylor rolls his eyes, surprising me. So he's fine. She has a nasty stomach. I'm sorry. He smiles. Has Charlie Tango been located? Yes. Her team is on its way. She should be back in Bloomfield tonight. Oh, good.
Because I do have
Here's
stories
your
for you
tight
that we're
smile.
watching in the KFI
What a
24-hour
calendar.
newsroom. Here's
Yes,
some of the
he has
things
a
that we are
course.
keeping an eye
I
on, including that
flushed.
story that Wayne was
All
talking
the
about at the
ever
start of the show. So we
Taylor
could like
calling
it
me
say,
ma'am.
fatal knife
It
attack
makes
in
me
Las
feel so
Vegas was unprovoked.
at
8
least
people were
starting.
stabbed yesterday. 2 of them were killed.
He
Deputy
nods and
Chief
heads out of the
Chief
great
over
room.
Shum says the first
Christian is
attack
still
was on
on
the
the phone.
sidewalk near the Venetian.
I am waiting for the potatoes to boil. It gives me an idea. I bet you my purse I fish out the blackberry. And the tax to me.
And
Sitting here this evening, looking forward to a long chat. I text back, same here. It would be good to talk to me. Opening up the email program, I type a quick message to Christian.
LA County Sheriff Alex
From
Villanueva
the
says
stages
he is
table,
banning
the
Inspector
subject,
General Matt
lunch,
Huntsman from the
date,
department's
June
facilities
18,
and databases.
2011.
The sheriff's department effectively blocked the county
32,
watchdog
Christian
from
Gray.
doing his job overseeing the
Dear
sheriff's
Mr.
department,
Gray,
and it also
I am
reflects the
emailing to
long-standing
inform
power
you that your
struggle
lunch is
between the
nearly
sheriff
ready,
and the Inspector
and that
General
I have some
Huntsman.
fine
And a woman who
cake
found
for
out that
earlier
Cleveland
today.
donation box in Santa
Birthday cookie
Clarita
for
authorities
30
found
is
the
to be ready with
61-year-old
it.
partially trapped in the
Another
door
thing,
of a metal
I love
donation
you.
box yesterday
A.
morning.
That
Lieutenant
is,
Dan Wolofsky with the
your
LA County
fiance.
Sheriff's Department says the woman had crawled
I
out
listened
into the
carefully for
box
a
and
reaction,
was
but
reaching
he's
in
still
there
on the phone.
possibly to
I
retrieve
shrugged.
an item when
Perhaps
she
he's
got
just
stuck.
too busy.
Here's the reason why they think that, because she parked in the parking space right next to that metal
Subject,
box.
kinky
And
fuckery.
her car is there, her keys are there, her purse is there,
13.
and she might have been putting a donation in the box and then tried to grab something out, and that's when this awful accident happens. We're going to talk with KFI spokesperson Dean Sharp in just a second about Starlight. How did those things reach? The mystery, the myth behind that, all that straight ahead. We're going to say good morning to ABC's Elizabeth Stolze and talk a little bit more about President Biden pardoning thousands of people for those simple marijuana possession violations. Elizabeth, good morning. What exactly is the definition of the people that he pardoned?
Right, so this is an important factor to be listening today. The president said that this is going to apply to about 2,500 people who listen and convicted of the federal level of simple possession of marijuana, plus there are thousands of others who benefit from this kind of mass pardon here in Washington, D.C. This is simple possession, not talking about selling or dealing marijuana to distributors. The president says that this will be a new cycle of people who can be convicted at the federal level. That's something that the collateral consequence of the way that the non-PA decided that those who have this simple possession fund only, they will be able to have that fund, basically won't be able to have that on their record. He is urging states to kind of assimilate the control of a lot of those funds related to marijuana at the state level, and saying governors will different like that. And he's also saying that it makes no sense to classify marijuana at the same level as other drugs like heroin and fentanyl. He's urging organizations that review that and take steps to see what additional reform is able to be done there.
Okay, what do the opponents to this
I
say? What
made
are
a
they worried about
watercress,
now?
cilantro, and sour cream dip
Yeah,
accompanying the salmon.
unsurprisingly, there's
And I
often
set the
breakdown of
breakfast
how we
bar.
tell you last week,
I
there's
hate
other
interrupting an
restaurants
opponent's
they're
work,
not going to
but now I stand in the doorway of his office.
to take
He's
this
still
back
on
to
the phone,
decriminalization
while
that would be
the
the type
puffed
of a
hair and
slippery
bright
slope
gray
of steps
eyes.
and ultimately that
Visual
would kind of
nourishing
push
face.
swing toward
He looks up when he
decriminalization
sees
as
me
well
and
too
doesn't
far.
take
So
his
that's
eyes
kind of
off
the
me.
opposing side.
He
There's
frowns
also
like,
the
I don't know if it's
argument that the timing of this
because of
announcement
this
from the White House and
conversation.
President Biden is really
Just
successful.
like the
A month out from the midterm
Let us take
election, some people in the Democratic Party are running on this campaign. For example, John Fetterman, who is a Senate candidate in the battlefield of Pennsylvania, has been a big issue. And we aren't saying that Fetterman got a heads up about this news, but has been on display for, shortly after the president made this step. So unsurprisingly, this is kind of turning into yet another political front to so close to this
It's one of
election.
Caroline
So
Atkins'
certainly
purchases.
Democratic Party
Myself,
wants to get the president back in. And
of course,
this is going to be then kind of studies that there is some bipartisan support in Congress, and the president is able to say when it comes to complete decriminalization of marijuana. That's something he urged Congress to do. There are some reasons on that front and go to the House with that.
As Republicans have been vocal and said, yeah, I don't like this, I support this.
His mouth
Republicans
twists.
have
He's trying to hide
in
his
those swing states, particularly senators,
And eventually, not sure. I shake my head at him. He's acting like he's serious. I head back to him. 5 minutes later, he's back from the I had arms, his eyes glaring. All he can is my body at once. I take the phone and come in mountains. Christian nods as I rewind my arms and stress. Shit. Hi, Dad. Christian has just asked me to do bracelets. Silence touches between us as I desperately think of what to say. Rabbi, as usual, stays silent. No clue as to his reaction to things.
Alright, let's get back to some of the stories
Say,
coming out of the KFI.
I heard first.
LA County Sheriff Dina Huevas criticized Mississippi City County's proposed budget. Dina Huevas says it's around 8% of the overall budget, but increasing that to 10% would allow them to get back to full staffing. The sheriff says he's out 1,000 positions.
Voices calm.
This to maintain a 0.9%,
Yes,
a 0.9%
it's told me that I mentioned that going from Christian's major areas and head toward the
three or four thousand.
the worst about
The
the
sheriff says the
and I
bump
step
in
out
the money
into the
anyway.
sunshine.
The bump in the money would also allow them to replace their aging computer system. In comparison, the Huevas says Sheriff Department extensions in Bernardino County all receive at least 20% of their county
He wants
budget.
to marry me.
The Riverside County DA says five abortion rights protesters that caused more than $17,000 in damage to a historic courthouse.
I
The
have
body
ever
was
had
largely
with my stepmom.
vandalism for painting green
Very
handprints on the
silent
walls and
together.
doors and pillars of the courthouse during two protests in July. Group Rise Up for Abortion Rights says it was watchable kids pain during a peaceful protest and the excessive politically motivated charges are meant to intimidate. The Riverside County DA says people have a right to protest peacefully, but vandalism and destruction of property will not be tolerated. The five pleaded not guilty yesterday during an initial court appearance. Four big titans were fighting. The people are demanding more police officers be assigned to downtown LA after two teens killed a store owner. They wanted the team stabbed the man in the chest when he chased him down for stealing a wig. The owner of the building where the store is located said the owner was known for cleaning up the thieves.
We're projecting animals from here, and I'm sure the other businesses are as well, because we will stop money. No one was going to steal anything from you or really.
People are demanding that he should charge as a result. The two were charged with murder yesterday, but remember they are 17 in this is LA County. And this is George Capstone's rule. So will they be charged as adults? Probably not, based on his platform. American Bachelor's been sentenced to 5 years in prison for series of smashing glass around Southern California.
The 42-year-old guy pleaded guilty in June for his role in the robbery of 52 cell phone stores
But
along
it's hard to
with
tell.
some Inglewood,
It's
Encino, and
hard to
Puerto
tell.
Rico. Prosecutors say the guy was also ordered to pay $333,122 in restitution. The feds say the guy is one of three who also robbed stores in LA Farms, Ventura, San Bernardino, and Kern County. His co-conspirators were sentenced last month to 6 years in prison for further
Just how
taking
annoyed I am.
detail.
He's amused as he takes the phone and heads back
President
into
Biden
his
says
study.
Russian President
2
Putin
minutes later,
nuclear weapons amounts to the most
I
serious
have
threat
still
of
got the
Armageddon
watching lesson.
since Kennedy and the
Sounds
Cuban
proud.
Missile Crisis.
So proud of you. In fact,
Biden
that it makes me feel
by the Democratic
he
fundraiser
threatens
in New York City
he's
yesterday.
acting like he's just negotiated a major merger and acquisition, which I suppose on one level has. Finishes swallows his last mouthful and raises his glass of wine to me. I'll lots of hearts and brains, and it occurs to me I'll only get to cook for him on weekends. I frown, I enjoy riding on the car. I'm such a but it's like I check my watch. I still have time. Interrupts my thoughts. Why did you ask me not to do that?
The video shows the
This
car
question
flying
startles
from
me
the
all
exposed
the more
truck with
because his
brakes
voice
breaking
is
on the road
deceitful
surface.
himself.
Another video clip from OTH News on Instagram shows the same car slamming
I
into the
stare
back of
down
another
at my
car
empty
near
plate,
12
twisting
Trill
my
Shopping
fingers
Center.
in my lap.
The cops say
What can I
there's no
say?
sign of
I
impaired driving.
promised myself not to mention that I found
So
his version
I'm
of the
guessing
mental
there's got to
patents.
be some sort of a medical
He
issue.
snaps.
Because that does not know that you're pulling
He
along
makes me jump.
on
And his voice
your
commands me to look at him.
shooting spark, whatever,
Did
and
I
crashing
think he
into
could
another home.
intimidate me?
Oh, I gotta go to this
I
place.
found your
Gotta go to this
photos.
place.
I whisper.
They knew
His
how
eyes
to
wide
get
from shock.
in San Francisco
And in the
that
city.
caters to dogs.
He
This is
asks,
so San
incredulous.
Francisco.
You see?
Where
No. I didn't know you had a safe.
dog a special
He frowns.
experience. The place opened up at the end of last month, and your
In your
dog
closet.
seems like
The box.
Frappuccino.
I was looking for your tie.
Bigger than
The
five
box
size
was
treat
under
for
your
$15
jeans.
a pop.
The ones you told me to wear in the
Spirulina
living
full
room.
pork pasty made with
Except
raw
today,
unfiltered honey and
under
organic
lunch.
lemon, or is that rose, which
You
includes
sent me
pasture
a call.
cream, nutrient
And noticed
powder,
the ones
and
in
wild
is here as he
hemp. There's
processes
even a
this
secret
information.
tasting menu that's
He rubs
offered
his
every
chin.
Sunday for
While still
$75.
down.
Jump
You
Mart
can't
for a
ask
fine
what
meal.
wants to know what's etched on his face. Abruptly, he shakes his head, exasperated,
Sure.
amused,
Usually I make him a box
and a
steak
faint
with a
smile of
banana.
admiration kisses the corner of his mouth. He staples his hands in front of him and focuses on the words he wrote.
When I say I want to
Thinks
go to this, I would want to go to this as a reporter.
about
I love my dog more than anything. I just want everybody to know that before yesterday. I love them, I spoil them, but are they for me so to have $75 a dog feasting menu on a Saturday? Never.
And what do you mean?
Right, we
That's
have
not what I
that.
mean.
Never. No, right here.
He sighs and tilts his head to one side,
All about
and I
this
hear his
started
nerves.
yesterday.
His
This
body
probably
is
is me,
shaking. My
$75
subconscious
a dog. I
snarls.
mean, I don't know.
So here's the question that you have is there's real food for you.
Shrugs
So
also.
a lot of people present
He
something
whispers,
like John
stealing
Wood,
himself
and
from my
if you
response.
want to stand outside,
Insurance
there's so
policy?
many people that hold these stories that I'm not aware of. And maybe they're always so much time to cover
The
it.
penny drops and rattles uncomfortably around and around. What else to say? I close my eyes. This is empty. There's six little shades of fucked up. Right here, right now. Yes, you're right. I wonder. That does sound cold. I stand, suspicious. I don't want to know anymore.
It's pretty rough
Right
out
now,
there.
the rose, the suns, frowns, of course they know. Well, that's something. He reaches out, grabbing me and pulling me to him. His bones are exposed and safe. Not for the unusual ones. He stops. He stops. She knows your safe combination. He shrugs. Surprise me. He shakes his head. Almost state-of-the-art technology. He frowns, then turns his attention back to me. Understood. And your photos. As you wish. He says, taking my head in his hands and holding my gaze to his. I don't want to know. I don't know. How? How does he know that my phone about these photos is prepared for him? Very pleasurable. Yet, downright anticipating. Yes, I see. Yes, I feel that.
Until about Sunday, that's when things are going to start to cool
It's
down
warm.
inland. Still see that brightness of showers in the forecast, but then as far as the temperature goes, Monday through about Wednesday, we're going to cool it down there. And just be
I'm
rising up
sorry.
to
I
75
have
to
a
that
Belgian
issue.
business
We
to
did
do,
purple
so
last Tuesday of my 24
it's
hour
cool.
day drill. I'm
I have to tell my mother.
What
Want to sell your home? Call Seller's Advantage. Selling makes you reasons for sharks. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have been telling you the property they want to get rid of. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a trusted sold security. With a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contracts falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today and get a no obligation offer at 888 302 as in 888 302 as in 888 302 as in and sellersadvantage.com.
Nothing like that. Disappointment slices through my heart, and I said that she could do better. But then I remember that they ever so cute, and she was ready for real when she carried my phone. I'm sorry, this is just so sad. Because she's not happy, and you're so young, and just your little world. Can't you just be happy for me? I love him. I just think that he's it's a shock. I can tell that Jordan has some special in Georgia. One of the accidents that I will tell you about. And someday, she whispers, not this now. I know that. I would like to tell you to how many months and in this crowd. How many months have you been
This is Jacob and Ross. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Radio 640. Radio station download the free iRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcast.
She sniffs, and that goes as often as it does every other. Whisper, wanting to reach down and throw me over. I'm a silly old woman, she murmurs and she sniffs again. Of course, I'm happy with your dog. Just right now, she adds, she seems to recover her questions just asked her. She sounds very calm. She's making an effort. Yes, I love her.
Former Texas State Trooper was at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde after the massacre and was hired by the school district and been abruptly fired.
I have to go.
Susan Elizondo is one of the troopers being investigated for the botched response to the shooting. And being sharp on the bringing in here before the new year officials where to follow you and what did she do? Check this story out. The new study says some people are looking to cut out groceries before they cancel their monthly subscription to Netflix. 51% of people say their subscriptions make up a significant portion of their monthly spending, as more than 2,000 people, 18 to 64, participated in the study. So how do you like how that's No, we're all right in there. Users say they are ready to cut back because of inflation and are willing to cancel streaming platforms and home security systems, but only after they cut out the groceries.
Best thing that ever happened to your mom. I just wish she was here to see so grown up and getting married.
Oh God, she's 51% go vote. You know, I like Netflix.
I shake my head, thinking about my beautiful father.
Come on.
Here's my other thing. Don't you need to be alive to watch the Netflix?
It would help.
Me too. Bye.
It seems to me that would be a good thing.
Christian's kitchen is a great
We're so silly and rational. It's ridiculous. Follow us on social media at Hope with Bean. Listen to us tomorrow morning from 6 to 2 here at KFI every morning 9 to 11. Bean, good morning. The old skylight. I don't have any of the new house, but I have the old house. And I remember talking about skylights a couple of years ago. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my gosh, am I late? Do they come? Do they know? And I would look at them and think
I'm
of
just heading to the store to pick up some ingredients. Okay.
I mean, well,
Grounds and
I mean, I look at that, and I look at a lot of them and think, oh,
switching over something.
If it's gonna leave,
But you know, gonna be a problem.
They're just lies. You know, I was looking up like that sort of thing. Skylights, people do have problems with them. Especially if you move into a home, if you haven't been there since the whole thing was built, so you didn't have any say in the way it was built. Why is it, let's start with why is it that those buttons leak?
They leak because they've been installed. So the first and biggest skylight, right? And not everybody needs a skylight. Most homes don't have skylights. They can be lifesavers for, especially if you live in a house where a room addition
I
is
turn
done
and both
appropriately
before
and kind of taken
I
a
make
room
it to the
that used to
elevator before
have
he catches
outdoor light access to it, and now it's like in the middle of the house without any windows. Skylights might be a really good idea to bring some natural light into that space. And artistically, you know, they're always something to think about, but people stay away from it because they think, oh yeah, skylight's late. Well, no, they don't.
That was exciting.
There are
Adrenaline is
so many
pounding through my veins, and my heart feels like it wants to exit my chest. But as the elevator descends, so do my spirits. Shit, what have I done?
And every time there's a
I had a
penetration
tiger
through the
around
roof,
the tail.
whether it's a bathroom
It's
vent
going
or
to be mad when I
heater
get
vent
back.
or whatever,
My subconscious is glaring at me
got
over half of
properly,
the
proper
glasses.
flashing
A
material
little
around
switch
it
in
and
her hand.
tied in. That's how
Shit.
flashing is how we
I
tie
think
in
about what
something
little
like that
experience
to
I
the
have with
roofing
them.
material.
I've
And
never
when it's
looked
done
at
right,
the
you know, you don't hear everybody
except
every day with, you know, all this stuff open through my roof and all leaks and all.
my back.
It's all good. Skylight is just another
Now
hole
I have
in the
Christian.
roof, and if it's installed
He's not a
properly,
real
like
good
you know what they do,
anyone.
they will
I'll
never
have to
leak.
ask him
So
if he's
that's
still
the first
talking
thing
to
to
me.
just kind of blow up. And
But I
it's
feel
not to
strongly
brag.
that I
I'm
should
not
wear what I
about
like.
it last night.
I remember his
It's
rules.
not a brag. It's
Yes,
just a
this
simple
must
fact.
be hard for
And
him.
I've been
You
installing
sure as hell
skylights
paid
for
for this dress.
37 years,
It's been
and we've never had
instructions.
one.
Nothing
Ever.
too short.
Okay?
This
If you
skirt
can
is
hold
a
the
flat
rope,
short.
it just gets treated properly.
I tried
A lot of people either can't do it themselves, don't realize what they're doing for,
It's quite
try
short.
to get the hand
But
or
I've made
something
a
down the
stand
street to
now,
pop it in
and
and it's not a
no doubt I'll
qualified
have to
user, but
face
it's as long as
consequences.
it's tied in properly,
I
the
wonder
skylight
what
is not going to leak.
But
And
first,
so let's
I
get
need
to
a
that.
patch.
Okay, is there such a
I
thing
stare
as a
at my
fine
receipt at the
skylight?
ATM.
Like, can you go, I'm getting the budget skylight versus
$689.16.
Exactly, and so this is probably my biggest
$50,000 too much.
not that people actually choose to blame folks for doing that, but the fact that sitting on the shelf at your big box store, there are these
I take my
skylights. The
poultry
fact that they even get made
$50.
kind of bugs me.
My
And you know, a cheap skylight, think of it.
I head straight to the kitchen when I arrive back, and I can't help feeling the salt of the bar. Christian is still in
So
his
now I'm
study.
going to say to you, Jen, all right, let's go get a
That's
new
supposed to be
window.
accurate.
All right, let's forget about the roof. Let's just
I
go get a
decide
new
my
window.
best option
And
is
we're
to
walking
face him
through the window
and see
aisle
how
of the
much
big box
damage I've
building
done.
supply store.
And
And
he
you just
cautiously
want
around
to
his study
you
door.
want this kind of
He's on
bubble
the
down
phone,
made of plastic
staring out the
acrylic.
window.
Okay, instead of glass.
Helicopter specialists do one thing.
And I think, hey, Jen, let's put this one in. You're like, no, plastic bubble? Wow, let's do that as a window in your house. You would look at me and say, no, why don't you move on to the ones that are actually made out of glass? And that's my point about the skylight. They're beautiful. The plastic bubble on the roof,
He says
no,
nothing, and my
that
heart
thing is going to
falls
yellow.
into my stomach.
It's going to
Gently, I walk into his study and around his desk where he's sitting.
the way
He still
plastic
says
stuff
nothing.
does.
His eyes never
So,
leave
you're
mine.
looking for a skylight,
I
looking for a
stand in front of
window,
him,
put
revealing
on your
50
roof.
shades of
Want to
foolish.
that tempered black?
I'm
Want
back.
blue glaze?
Are you having
Just,
me?
you know, all the things that
He
you look for
sighs,
in a window,
reaches
you look
out for
for
my
in a
hand,
skylight.
and
And they're
to
not
his
that
lap,
expensive.
wrapping his
In
arms
order to
around me.
get the good quality
Buries his
one,
nose
your
in my hair.
baseline good
Yes,
quality
he
skylight.
says.
And then
I'm
you
sorry.
install it properly.
I don't know what came over me.
What about
I
overheating
curl
the
up in
area
his lap,
that you put a
inhaling his heavy
because,
Christian
you know, a lot of
smell.
times you feel like, oh,
Feeling safe
still
when
hot
I close
outside,
the back
or,
of
you
his
know,
mouth.
equating the skylight to the window, and I got to close all my windows, you know, I don't want to close all my shades,
He
I
runs his hand up my
that
bare
kind of
neck
thing.
to my
But
thigh.
if you have a shade up on your skylight, you have to worry about extra heat from that
He
skylight.
bends to kiss me, and as our lips
Okay,
touch,
so here are
passion,
two things. One of them is the science of a higher quality skylight.
desire whatever's in your blood. I seize his head in my hands, thrust in my fingers in his hair. He growled as his daughter responds. How will he insult me? I know.
Go to a
His
Balaam
tongue
website.
making my
You'll
mouth.
see
And before I'm even aware of it, his advance, pulling me as strong as laugh.
you can open them via a manual crank if
I
it's low
grasp
enough
the
for.
back of the
You can
chair.
open them,
My
with a
just
electronic
touching the
motor
ground.
in which they crack open and release all the hot air that accumulates up in the skin is out of the house, which is really lovely. But as far as direct
And I like yours.
piercing light,
I giggle.
there
Snuggled
are skylights
against
that
his
have
chest.
built-in shades
Are you
that
finished?
close, so that when the sun is really beaming through that window,
Your word.
hold it in again,
I hope done in
like a
about half an
window
hour.
on
I
the
hear
wall.
a messenger in my
Close,
voicemail.
close the shade.
From yesterday.
Here's the thing that people need in addition
I have
to
been typing.
just the signs of
I
skylight.
was.
A little bit
It's
of
not like
artistic
you want
knowledge
to
here.
respond.
We
Kisses
very
my hair.
rarely mount
Your kid should be
skylights
ready
on
in half an
southern
hour.
facing roof faces,
I
right?
smile
Because
at
we
him
live
in
here
Carmela's
in
lap.
California.
Looking
Our
forward.
southern facing, the
It
roof
smelled
faces
delicious.
is the part that gets the extreme direct sunlight because the sun is
I
not so
smile,
directly
shining
overhead, it
down at him,
travels across the
feeling a
southern
little
sky. So the
self-conscious,
southern
and he
exposure of
hears
your
my
house
expression.
is the hot side of your house. The northern exposure of your house
Perhaps
is
it's
the
as
cool
early
side
going
of
as
your
I
house.
think.
Okay, there's plenty of light over
Leaning
there,
down, I
but you're
plant
never
a
going to get
swift
direct
kiss on
sunlight.
the corner
So
of his mouth.
instead of
Make
just
my way
doing
back to the
the
kitchen.
easiest thing, which is popping a skylight,
I
let's
am all
say,
prepared
well,
when I
Dean, the
hear him
room that
come
I
out of
want
his
to
study,
have light,
and I light the
additional light in
solitary
is on
gold
the south
candle
side of the
on his
house.
hand.
That's fine.
He gives me
But
an
we can
ear
still
splitting
put
grin
the
as he
skylight
saunters
in
toward
most
me,
cases
and I softly sing
on the
happy
north roof
birthday to
face,
him.
and then
Then he
have the
leans
cat
over
come
and
down
pulls
at
it out,
an angle
closing
to
his
the
eyes.
and reach
But
the
we
southern
look,
roof. The
he says as
difference
he
there
opens
is
the
that
pen.
any skylight
For
that's
some
mounted
reason,
on a
his
north
look
or
makes me flush.
non-south roof face will
The
never have
frosting is
direct
still
sunlight.
soft. I hope you like
It
it.
will only have this beautiful, soft, ambient daylight. The sun
He
will never have
murmurs,
a chance
and he
to
makes
shoot
that
its
sound
rays
so
directly
sexy.
in through that
I
glass
cut us
down
each a
into the
slice,
house
and we
onto
begin with small
whatever is
pastry
in the room.
forks.
It will only be soft, beautiful,
Violets
ambient
and
light.
peach.
So the point is, you don't have to mount the skylight on your roof directly above the room that you want the light in. Get creative. With the shaft,
Face my
you get the
phone.
light carries a long
She
way.
switches the iron portion
Put
on.
that skylight
We're
in
parked in his
proper
parents' driveway.
orientation for your house and
Yes.
direct the
Are you
light
going to
to
tell
the
them?
Okay, we've got about a minute left. I wanted to ask you the one that
Fresh
struck me
piece.
on your
He
list of
smiles when he looked at
true
me,
tips
climbs
and
on
tricks about skylights. Okay.
7:30.
Skylights don't have to be seen. Is that part of the whole light traveling, thing? Is that what you meant by that?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. So one of the downsides of the skylight, now if you get a skylight that is openable, that accesses in, then you can't supply what I'm about to say.
Christian
Because
takes
you
my
need
hand.
that, you need the air to travel directly up. But
Karen
most
opens
people
it
don't
wide
buy
before he can
skylights. Most people just buy
Christian,
fixed skylights. And when I say skylights don't have to be seen, one of the
takes
bummers
Christian's
is
proper
that you
hand,
mount the
pulls
skylight
it
in there, and about a month after, you look up to the shaft to the glass, and you see the glass, and it's dirty. Dirty, like the solar panels get dirty, because, nobody goes up there to wash
and we follow him into the
right?
house.
So here's the thing. You mount the skylight, you build the shaft down into the living report, and then maybe, put 2, 3 feet up from the ceiling line.
I want
You
to
can
talk
place
to you.
a line
She
of
snarls
clothing
in her
inside the shaft
feminine
and drop
fast
some beautiful
voice.
clear
I
glass,
glance towards the
something
kitchen.
that
Shrugs and sighs to
let
corner as we
glass,
follow her
let it
into the
glass,
dining room.
whatever,
Karen
glass
on
of
the
your
threshold.
15 mount a retail
She
section
shuts the
there.
door and
Anything
turns
that
on.
allows the light to come through
I'll
just
pop
doesn't
his
give you a
face.
direct
She hisses
view
and waves
of the
peacefully
glass of the
black.
skylight. And then,
We
skylight
have
can
a
be as
pause.
dirty
I take it
as
from her.
as dim. You never see the glass that's exposed to the elements. You only see the light coming
It's
through
my
this piece
response
of
to
glass
Christian.
down lower that
Discussing
doesn't
the
get
contract.
You are awesome. All right, Baboo.
Chapter
I love it.
22.
Dean's going to talk more about this. Are you doing it
All the
tomorrow
color
or in your
drains
book?
from my face as my blood turns to ice.
Skylight tomorrow. That is from 6 to 8. 9 to 11 will also be on here on GFI. Follow us at Home with Dean.
Christian
Dean, you're the
murmurs.
best. I'll talk to you
His
next
tone
week.
wary.
All right, see you later.
I
We're going to talk with ABG Directly. We got
This has nothing to do with you.
in the Elon and our Twitter.
Makes you like fear. How dare she do this? Not now. On Christian's birthday, surprised by my response, she blinks at me. Green eyes glowing. Christian says again, his tone insane. Christian, 2 years ago, please, I asked. No. Sure. He holds out his hand, and I know he's not to be argued. His voice is calm, hard, What's he done to you? He asks, ignoring Christian. She looks so apprehensive. At lunch, as Miriam Robotic images flicker across my mind. That's none of your business, Kate. I can't keep the exasperation out of my voice. Christian asks, his head cocked to one side, his face expressionless. Please, so physically soft. Flushes. That's a moment. And his stony glare, she gives me interviews. He's wearing a jacket, which I'm assuming is yours, and it fell back in his Based on Christian's burning green eyes, Bates is feeling this slips a little, but she seems to recover and snouts at him. She's a beacon of hostility, slightly defiant her red dress. She looks my face. Why the hell is she looking for my clothes? It's usually the other way around. Christian's voice is like a silk cord. No, of course not. Kate snaps, confronted. Christian nods and appears to rise. He turns and heads toward the fireplace. It looks like Kate and I watch as he picks up a lighter from the mantelpiece and sets fire to the email. Releases it, letting it float the fire slowly into the flame. The silence becomes impressive. And I can't outget it, I ask. Turning my attention back to Kate. Kate says emphatically, and for the first time, she looks puzzled and hurt. I She whispers, I'm fine. What fine? Please. Christian and I are good. Please ignore it. Right, she says. How can I ignore that? What's he done to you? Her green eyes are so full of please. He hasn't done anything to me. Honestly, I'm good. She blinks at me. Leave. She asks. Christian wraps his arm around me and draws me close, not taking his eyes off Kate. And that he's consenting. He says quietly, why? Kate screams. Her eyes wide. What do we not today? He says. Looks at me. She's stunned. I made you alone for 16 days and this happens. It's very sudden. So yesterday when I said, she gazes at me, lost. Where does that email fit into all this? It doesn't. Forget it. And he loves me. Jesus. She writes, and unexpectedly, her eyes are shining. Okay. She wants her insurance. I whisper. She reaches forward and grabs my hair and runs Christian's arm wrapped around me. She asks me. Yes. I point at her, my joy returning. She's back outside. She smiles at me, my happiness reflecting back on her. I step out of Christian's home, and she asks me something. Oh, and I was so worried when I read this. I didn't know what to think. So she whispers, one day, not now. I won't tell anyone. I love you so much, Anna. Maybe my own sister. I just thought, I didn't know what to think. I'm sorry. If you're happy, then I'm happy. She
a
She
lot
looks
of
directly at Christian and repeats her apology.
nothing.
He nods at her. His eyes
And
glacial.
640
His
left
expression
everywhere.
is not
Radioactive feature was a call on the news coming up at 6:05.
I really am sorry.
For our newsroom. Police in Las Vegas say a fatal knife attack was unprovoked. 8 people were
There's a
stabbed
knock on the
yesterday.
door that startles Kate and I apart.
LA County Sheriff
Grace
Stephen
pulls her
Wayman
head
says
around.
the County Inspector General Matt Humphrey from the department's facilities and databases. The sheriff Stephen effectively blocked the county watchdog from basically doing his job, which is overseeing the sheriff's office. This is all part of the long-standing
You won't mind if I give my son a birthday
General. And a woman was found dead inside a clothing
We have
donation
such
box
high
in Santa Clarita. The 61-year-old was partially trapped in the door of the metal donation box yesterday morning. She might have crawled up into the box because she was trying to get an item. It looked like she may have been donating things.
Christian
Her
smiles
was
down
right
at
there
her.
in the donation
She
box.
pulls back,
Their
looks at
keys
him
were
closely,
there. Her
and
purse was
grins.
there. So she might have been
I'm so
trying to get
happy for you,
she had put in.
she says, and caresses his
Now to
face.
ABC's
He
earrings
grins at her.
turkey. So here,
His
let's
1,000-megawatt smile. She knows. Tell her. Well,
Just a couple more
if you all finished your tell-tale, there's a problem we want you to check in. We all want to kiss Christian and to wish you a happy birthday. Grace glances anxiously at Kate and seems reassured by our smiles. She winks at me as she pulls the door open for us. Christian holds out his hand to me and the two leave. Christian, I really do need to says humbly. Favor you to serve out to the home. Christian nods at her and follows her out. In the home, I'm Kate's anxiously wondering if she does her mother know about us? Oh,
Typically eat
and to me,
little insects. We have an amazing
they all love to
sense
use this capital.
So if you feel like an armadillo in your backyard,
Pictures of Christian's lifestyle.
good morning to you. So let's talk a little bit now about this
That was an interesting start to the day. I smile sleepily. He glances down at me, and he's happy.
It looks like the deal is going to close by the end of the month. That's what both Elon Musk and Twitter have expressed, but it's going to be
He raises my hand and his lips stays as my knuckles have walked into the mutual spontaneous and deafening round of applause. How many people are in here? I scan the room. All the graves. Yeah, Glenn and his wife, I assume. There's Matt with the boat, a tall, handsome African-American. I remember seeing him in Christian's office the first time I met Christian. He and his Richie friend Lily, two women I don't recognize at all. My heart
so these stuff in together. Your investors on board, that sort of thing. I would think that that's all part of it
Gretchen
because it
materializes with a trainership. She's wearing a low-cut black dress, hair and buttons, earrings, while she is coloring her eyelashes in Christian. Rose jumps down, and Christian's face right hand as all eyes turn to his own. He grabs 2 drinks off Gretchen's tray and gives her a brief smile. I think Gretchen's going to inspire more. He hands a glass to me. Gretchen raises his glass to the rest of the room, and immediately everyone surges forward. Leading the charge is the evil woman in black. Is she ever worthy of the floor? Christian.
I saw that
I want to kiss him a brief hug and kisses both his cheeks. He doesn't let me go despite the fact I tried to turn my hand.
that said the intention of the company is to close the transaction at 54.20. Okay, so how does this compare to what Elon was going to buy before in the first place? Caroline.
Christian shifts the hug and pulls me closer, putting his arm around me. His face remains impassive as if on its own. She can no longer ignore me, so she nods and flushes in my direction. And she hurts. I catch Grace's eye. She frowns, watching me through us.
And Christian says it looks like there's shenanigans this time around because I'm kind of on the side of Twitter this time when it comes to skepticism in the sense of, okay, it's the first time, but I don't know if they're not going to follow through with some shenanigans. Or even go past the 28th and be like, okay, Judge, bring it on. I'll go ahead and go through the route. I'll still lose. But they continue to need some more time to get that funding in order. It's ultimately, I do have to buy Twitter.
Christian shakes his head in exasperation. Rolls an eye. He acknowledges the red-haired woman standing nearby with a small bubbly blonde. How do you call this man? Oh, that's the lost
It's like telling my nephew, all right,
She
you guys,
grins and raises her
your
glass
last
to him.
date is 6-year-old
Nods
twins.
back to
Don't
her.
squirm, don't poke each other, don't hate each other for the next 30 minutes. You
Share
want Auntie Jenny? I don't know if I believe that boy.
Yes.
Well, right. And so
He glances down at me.
it all
Miss
kind of
Anastasia
has sort of unsealed
has consented to be my wife, and I know you
it
all
is
to be
an
first to know.
interesting, matter going forward as to what
There are general gasps of astonishment, the odd cheer, and then a rattle of applause. Jeez, this is really happening. I think I am the color of Kate's dress. Christian grasps my chin and lifts my lips up to his.
And thank you so much. Have a great weekend. I'm sure we'll talk next week.
Fine.
See you later.
I
This is
am
KFI
already
KOFT 822 Los Angeles, Orange County. Back to your drive.
nods
The 91.
amusing. Lily, who is standing beside me, looks crestfallen. Gretchen looks like she's eaten something nasty and bitter. As I glance anxiously around the simple crowd, I catch sight of Eleanor. Her mouth is open. She's stunned, horrified even. And I can't help but smile an intense feeling of satisfaction to see her dumbstruck. What the hell is she doing anyway? Eric and Grace interrupt my uncharitable thoughts. Soon I am being hugged and kissed and passed around by all the brains. Oh, Anna, I am so delighted you're going to your family. Grace gushes. The change, Christian. He's happy. I am so thankful to you. I blush, embarrassed by her exuberance, and delighted too. Where's the ring? Exclaims Mia as she embraces me. A ring? Jeez, I hadn't even thought about a ring. I glance up at Christian. You've worked together. Christian glowers at her. Oh, don't look at me like that, Gray. She scolds him and wraps her arms around him. I'm so thrilled for you, Christian, she says. She's the only person I know who is not intimidated by the gray flower. It has me wailing. Well, it certainly is. When will you get married? Have you set a date? She begins up with Christian. He shakes his head, his exasperation palpable. No, Anna and I will discuss it later, he says. I hope you have a big wedding. Here, she begins enthusiastically, ignoring its constant tone. Flight is allows on. He is rewarded with more integrated pouting credits. Rolling his eyes, he turns to Elliot, who gives him his second bear hug in his many days. He claps Christian's back. The response from the room is overwhelming. It's a few minutes before I find myself back beside Christian. Dr. Flynn. Elena seems to have disappeared, and Gretchen is sullen in the village classes. Beside Dr. Flynn is a striking young woman with long, almost black hair.
I don't know whether it's going to push that line ready for the weekend, and it looks like highs will be in the 70s at the beaches, 80s for Metro LA and OC. We'll be in the low to mid 90s for the valleys in the IE, State Valley tomorrow. But Sunday, live the cooler, still as light campus showers inland then. Then it looks like Monday through Wednesday of next week will still be in the 70s at the coast. 84 Metro LA and Orange County, but it's the fluctuation in the inland temperature. It does go from the 90s there to about the low 80s, maybe even some upper 70s by about the middle of next week. We will focus flags to by 24-hour newsroom content for Gen 3. This is the your wake-up call handle on the news starts now.
Delighted to be connected to us family captured Christian's heart. Ryan smiles kindly at me. Thank you, I wonder. He asked again. That was wonderful.
And now,
Dr. Flynn shakes his head in amused disbelief. Christian frowns at him. John. Brian rolls her eyes. Congratulations to you and happy birthday, Christian. What a wonderful birthday. She smiles broadly. I had no idea Dr. Flynn would be here. Or Eleanor. It's a shock, and I rack my brains to see if I have anything to ask him. But a birthday party always seems appropriate for a psychiatric consultation. For a few minutes, we make small talk. Brian is a stay-at-home mom with 2 young boys. I deduce that she is the reason Dr. Flynn practices in the United States. She's much question. Responding well to treatment and highly levels of surveillance and outpatient program. Dr. Flynn's and Christian's voices are low, but I can't help but see men, rather, tuning out again. So, it's all good to put some diapers on them. That must take up your time. I flush, turning my attention back to the pharmacy sphere. I know Christian and Flynn are discussing their work. As here's the very busy. Christian murmurs. So, Anna, please. I work in publishing. Christian and Dr. Flynn lowered their voices further. So frustrating. They stopped and were joined by the 2 women that were recognized earlier. Now, for the moment long, Christian introduces us as her partner, Lynn. Roz is charming, and I soon discover they have almost opposite Stella. She is full of praise for Christian's piloting skills. It was her first time in charge of him, and she says she wouldn't hesitate to go again. She's one of the few women I've met who isn't present by him. Well, the reason is obvious. Gwen is giggling with her eyes in his humor, and Christian seems extraordinarily amusing. He knows them well. They don't discuss work, but I can tell that Roz is one smart woman. Easy to keep up with. She also has a great, throaty, 2 cigarettes left. Grace interrupts our leisurely conversation to inform everyone that dinner has been served in Rabbi style in the gray kitchen. Slowly, guests make their way toward the back of the house. Mia colors me in the hallway. In her pale, pink, rough Newville dress and pillar heels, she towers over me like a Christmas tree fairy. She's holding 2 cocktail glasses. Anna, she hisses conspiratorially. I glance up at Christian, who releases me with a best of look I find her impossible to deal with you. And I sneak into the dining room with her. Here, she says mischievously. This is one of my dad's special martinis, much nicer than champagne. She hands me a glass and watches anxiously while I take a tiny sip. Delicious. But the straw. What does she want? Is she trying to get me drunk? Anna, I need some advice. And I can't ask Lily. She's such a trooper about everything. Mia rolls her eyes and grins at me. She is so jealous of you. I think she was hoping one day that she and Christian might get together. Mia bursts out laughing at the absurdity, and I quail inside. This is something I will have to contend with for a long time. Underlining wanting one man. I push the unwelcome thought out of my head and distract myself with the matter in hand. I take another sip of my martini. I'll try and help. Fire away. As you know, Ethan and I met recently, thanks to you. She beams at me. Yes? Where is she going with this? Anna, he doesn't want to date me. She pouts. Oh. I blink at her, stunned. And I think, maybe he's just not that into you. That sounded all wrong. He doesn't want to date me because his sister is going out with my brother. He thinks it's all kind of incestuous, but I know he likes me. What can I do? Oh, I see. I muttered, trying to buy myself some time. What can I say? Can you agree to be friends and give it some time? I mean, you've only just met him. She cocks her eyebrow. Look, I know I've only just met Christian, but I frowned, not sure what I want to say. Mia, this is something you and Ethan have to work out together. I would try the friendship part. Mia grins. You learned that look from Christian. I flushed. If you want advice, ask Kate. She may have some insight as to how her work goes. You think? Mia asks. Yes. I smile encouragingly. Thanks, Anna. She gives me another hug and scuttles excitedly, and impressively, given her high heels, to the door, no doubt often on her feet. I take another sip of my martini, and I'm about to follow her, when I am stopped in my tracks. Emily uses a tour, her face taut, set grin, determination. She closes the door quietly behind her and scowls at me. She sneers. I summon all of my self-possession, slightly fuzzy for 2 glasses of champagne and a coffee bag. I think the blood has drained from my face, but I marshal both my subconscious and my inner goddess in order to appear as calm and as unflappable as I can. Elena, her voice is small but steady, despite her dry mouth. Why does this woman freak me out so much? What does she want now? I went off the heartfelt congratulations, but I think her piercing cold eyes stare frostily into mine, filled with loathing. I neither need nor want your congratulations, Helena. I'm surprised and disappointed to see you. She arches an eyebrow. I think she's impressed. I wouldn't have thought it was a worthy adversary, Anastasia, but you surprised me that to her. I haven't thought of you at all. I lied. Christian would be proud. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much better things to do than waste my time. Not so fast. She hissed, leaning against the door if anyone would block it. What's all the big deal about how consenting to marry Christian? If you think for 1 minute we can have it, you're very much mistaken. What I'm consenting to do with Christian is none of your concern. I smile with sarcastic sweetness. She ignores me. He has needs you cannot possibly begin to satisfy.
Coast to AM with Art Bell, a contour presentation featuring the best of Art Bell and his guests, Mel Waters, and the story of Mel Gold, the Washington State. Art will be back live tomorrow night with his guest, best-selling author James Booth. And now, this hour from February of 1997, enjoy the best of Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Art Bell is taking calls on the wildcard line at 702-727-1295. That's 702-727-1295. First-time callers can reach Art Bell at 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again, Art Bell.
Well, all right. I have got Mel on the line. No thanks to all the Mel imitators. On the special Mel line, I finally picked up the phone during the newscast and called Mel's number, and he was just coming in. So I've got Mel on the line. Mel's the guy with the never-ending cold. And we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. I have read that fax now twice on the air. And I've got a lot of follow-up faxes. Here's one entitled, Yet Another Mystery Hole in Eastern Washington. Art, you'll love this. It was sent to me a couple of days ago by email. And it's all about another one on the Indian reservation in Colville, where there is another mystery hole. Anyway, we'll get to that. Well, all right. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Mel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning?
Well, after I sent the fax, I'm living in town here now because we had a couple of our buildings out there cave in after the big snows that we had out here last month.
Oh, yes.
And so thereby goes some of the construction debris into the hole. So,
All right. When did you discover this hole?
well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now, and the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there. The previous owner there was quite elderly, and I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we moved in. And then,
And so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole for a long
oh
time.
yeah, it's been going on for as long as the hole has been there, I assume.
Well, nobody knows that, I guess. All right. How do you pronounce the name of your town, Manastash?
Manastash.
Manastash. That's right.
And actually, I'm in, right now I'm in a little town called Ellensburg.
Oh, I know Ellensburg.
Must know about a rodeo here.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, so yeah, we've been there for several years. We just take all, we take all of our trash, rubbish, anything we have that we have to get rid of, we take it, throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole. People from around there throw all the stuff in the hole. It's been going on for a long time. Well, I got thinking one day, how come this hole has been filling up? It must be an awfully deep hole.
It's a good thing to consider. Sure, as you throw stuff in it for decades, literally.
And so, I used to be I would say pretty close to a professional shark fisherman. So I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down with there after one.
Did you weight the line?
Oh yeah, there's in fact the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line, keeping track of how much line I have used. So I've not reeled it in.
How much weight is it?
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom.
1 pound weight.
1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight. And so that's at the bottom of it first.
So in other words, it would go down kind of like a plumb bob.
Exactly. In fact, I have it rigged across the center of it there, and it goes straight down to the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here. It continues to go down freely. So when I was out there earlier, I let out a little bit of the line. And
So you actually went out there tonight after I read that?
yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
Well, the normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo, and I've never heard an echo come out of that thing at all. That's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and went back to the Suburban and hung out over there. So it was kind of I can't. If I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just take their feet, and they do not want to go anywhere near the hole. So that's, I don't know.
Well, you've got miles and miles of.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume that's a fair number of miles, though.
Well, 5,280 feet is a mile. So you really think you've got 80,000?
Yes. Yeah, I get lined in 5,000 yards, and so I've got that many.
Oh, you have got a hole then that goes. Well, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles in the earth. I would think a university would be out there moving just like that.
Well, my wife does work with a local university here, and we've been talking to them about it. One of the things is they find it quite incredible that I've let that much line into the ground. What I've been doing.
Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again?
Well, when I let out the first 15 100 yards of line. I reeled all of that back in, and I wanted to know if I hit water down there. I thought that's a lot of feet. You bet. That's 4,500 feet of line. Did I hit water? So I did. What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers. Lifesavers? Yeah. So when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
That's true. Oh, I see. So very smart.
Yeah, it's an old shark fisherman's trick there. We used to send our bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers. The bait would go out into the ocean on the tide, and then eventually the lifesavers would melt and the bait would fall to the bottom. You couldn't cast a big old mackerel out there that far,
So, what do you got any guesses?
I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the thing about it is the surface part of it's been very well cared for. It's built a very lovely wall around it. And
all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough, at least to examine the side of the walls.
Sure, it's stone for about 15 feet down, and then after that, it's soil, dirt, and then further down rock. So I can only see to the extent of really powerful flashlight or front halogen lights out there to try to get a better look down there, but the visibility really isn't there. You cannot see much after a while. But it's a retaining wall. It's about 3.5 foot retaining wall, and it goes down about 15 feet. And then
well, I'll tell you this much. No matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser, when you're talking about 80,000 feet, forget it.
They should have some technology that can give me an idea of how to do this thing. Obviously, the old fishing line method is only going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer. I'm serious. Somebody who would be willing to be lowered into this hole.
Well, to be honest, I don't even know if there's any air down there.
I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge about these things. But
do you own this property?
It's our property, yeah.
How long have you been working on this?
Well, we've been out there for a couple of years, I think about 4 years now. But this project here with letting down the line, that's only been last summer here. Just I said, well, how come this thing isn't filling up? Well, sure. And I talked to the neighbors around there, which are, when you're out there in the country, your neighbors are pretty far away. They all know the hole out there.
They all know about it. So it's like,
I'll bring the trash out.
So the local legend of the hole.
Yeah, this could be an apocryphal story, but one guy claims he threw his departed canine down into the hole.
Really?
And he swears, well, the story is the guy that did it swears the dog actually came back to him. And he was a hunter. And the story is that he was a hunter, and he was out there hunting. He saw the same dog, he had the same collar, he had the same little metal thing on his collar there, and he said it was the same dog. And he said he took the dog into the hole. But that's not my dog. It's not
your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
This is well, imagine this is all Native American land around here. And one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is there anything about this hole in regards to the Native Americans? That's something I haven't really pursued right now.
If you had a fatal disease, Mel, would you jump in the hole?
I would.
You would?
If I explained it in my will, should I meet my demise,
then you would be thrown in the hole.
Disposed of into the well.
I'm not sure the health department would allow that.
Well, you know, one of the things that I thought about later on is what if this is like contaminating our water, you know? And, you know, we've had, you know, I'm sure you do this out there in Forum too. You
Well,
know,
no
your water
personal,
checked all the
oh
time.
yeah, no personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy.
Yeah.
But you know, as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible in the local water supply.
Well, again, so far it hasn't, you know, resurrected because the water around that area is absolutely pure water. It's, you know,
And so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, nothing has polluted the water.
no, I mean, you know, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but so, you know, none of that's been showing up in the water that people draw from the wells. I mean, you know, the water's as clean as it's ever been up there. I mean, we get water that comes off the Cascades or something.
Yeah.
It's really great. It's really wonderful water.
Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg.
No, I'm not. And I'm one of the reasons that I went out to the property tonight, other than just, you know, something that weighs heavily on my mind. I was afraid that after I sent the facts out, that there'd be people around there because it's,
Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is.
well, there aren't, as far as I can tell, too many big holes like that around. So these people in my neck of the woods are familiar with it, and kind of almost expect to see a small party of people.
Well, there may be. Now, I mean, you know, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is
Well, it is posted too.
Oh, it is. All right.
Well, there you are.
So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur, but there is going to be substantial curiosity about it now, Bill.
Well, you know, I think I've, you know, let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. You know, I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found?
Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this.
You know, I thought maybe this would be like Guinness World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as you know, things I thought it would be like, could have been like an old mine.
Well, now here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth, Bill, that it gets hotter, right? So you would think that your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or, you know, something, but there's still weight on it, huh?
Yeah. The line is not moving freely. I mean, you know, it still falls under its own weight.
Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions.
Okay, I think I can do that.
All right, because I just might be missing something. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's got the hole in Washington.
Hello.
Do you have any questions for Mel? Hello? Okay, well, I guess that guy gave up. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you got yes, man.
I did well. I mean, sort of.
I was calling about something.
All right, well, thank you. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Mel.
Yes, Mel.
Oh, Mel. I wanted to talk to Art. I'm on the wrong line.
Yeah, you are.
I'm sorry, that's the 222 line?
1222 is first time caller line.
See, that's what I thought I was calling.
Well, that's what you got. But I mean, we're talking with Mel right now. I'm trying to, he's the guy with the hole. He's your question.
Okay, I just had something for Art.
All right, well, call me back when we're in the open line. Wild card line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Art. Dave Moore.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, I was listening to this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I just wanted to let you know, I looked up an encyclopedia, and the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about.
That's in the ocean, right?
Right, it's 36,000 feet.
So this is, well, certainly over double that already.
Right. And it also says under mining that with current technology, we can only go down about 1,600 feet.
Wow. That's great. That is great.
So you've got something here that already qualifies for Guinness.
That is wonderful. Oh, yeah, I like that. That's great. You said 1,600 feet?
That's what they said, yeah, 1,640 feet it does with current technology.
Wow. All right. Thank you very much for that information. So already, we now learn that you may have a Guinness qualifying hole there, no question about it. But I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, I would think even if we just had somebody lowered past the 1,600 foot mark to see what's down there, that would be cool, but it wouldn't be me. You wouldn't do it. No, I wouldn't go down and look. Oh, he's not while you're still alive. No, yeah, then I will. You know, I'm going to keep you for the time being. No. All right, East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. What is the road, bro?
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
No?
Yeah, hi. Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm in Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas, all right.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that you would like somebody to be lowered down into the hole.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
Got a volunteer. I mean, obviously under certain conditions.
Like what?
Just a cage for one.
A cage?
Yeah, just give me a vent that there's some kind of weird subterranean thing eating all of this garbage down there. Obviously, I would want to be in some kind of a cage.
Well, what makes you think, though, that anything that could gobble up, say, a refrigerator?
Wouldn't get the cage? Well, I would have obviously a very powerful light. I'd be able to see it at some point before it's too late.
So we'd have radio contact with you, and we could hear you scream at least.
Yeah.
Sounds too much
Or
like
an
dog.
up button.
An up button?
An instant up button. On back up. You know, it's like a high speed.
And you can take a camera with you.
Yeah.
With a light and show us everything as
Yeah, I've got a pretty adventurous nature to me anyway. So this, plus I have a very appealing draw to the supernatural. Anyway, just naturally in my personality.
Well, I wouldn't say there's anything supernatural about this, but
well, the dog story would indicate something.
well, that's true. Well, everyone's dog is scared of the hole.
Yeah.
Not just my dog. No, that's a very good point. In other words, other dogs will go anywhere near the hole, huh? Yeah, my dog will follow me everywhere. I mean, you know, no matter where I go, they're, you know, except you. Well. Now you call it
possibly at a grid point on the planet.
I wouldn't know about grid points, other than I know they I know, yes, thank you, sir, from Austin. I've heard about grid points, but I would have no way of knowing where they are and whether this is one of them. I wouldn't know. Now, this is just a hole, and he's right. There is something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog story. I tell you. Now, hold on, all right? Listen, stand by. We'll be right back to you. Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas, Mike, suggests that we throw a cat down the hole. Listen to the cat scream as it goes down. It's a horrible idea. But how about people who do that, throw down a cat? Oh, man. And you hear the echoes are going down. I'm not for that at all. All right, well, here comes some more people. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel, with the hole.
Art, why don't you have somebody, I know you're connected with somebody that's got radar available. Radar would be the way to go find out the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
Absolutely.
without hitting the
You
sides?
need a fancy radar to do it.
You mean like a, what about sonar? No, I guess
No, sonar you couldn't use because you don't have anything for the medium to go through, like underwater for sonar. You know. But radar would definitely work.
in other
I'm
words,
just curious if you call it never made.
well, wouldn't radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down there?
No. The only directional radar, what you use when you're driving down the highway.
Well, you use radar, but that's out in the open. That's not in. I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's a good idea.
Well, I've used it for years.
All right,
We'd try it.
all right. That's it. How about a cop's radar? I'm not sure if they'll return an echo off of that. Possible.
All right.
Oh, it'll tell you how fast the hole was going, wouldn't it?
That's cute, Mel. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
This is pretty funny. Good evening, Mel. Hi. My name's Barry. I'm just hop, skipping, and jumping away from you down here in Yakima. All right. I'm awful surprised I haven't heard of this before now.
Well, now, Mel hasn't made this public as far as I know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land. I see.
So
My neighbors know about it.
Well, wait. This is the first public announcement of the whole.
As far as I know, there's no newspaper accounts of it. Not in the Daily Record or in the.
Well, there will be now. There will be now.
Well, as usual, I heard your first, folks. All right. So, before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of lighten things up here and ask if you considered making a contract with the refuse collection department from Yakima County. Probably make a new one on that. You know, I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggested that.
All right, listen, here's another possibility for you. Do you know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump? Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit, you may have something that the U.S. government wants.
So I could, rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And move away as quick as possible. Anyways, I wanted to mention you've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, was on something. You know, say for instance, the kiddos came out, they're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're gonna print you. Yeah, but anyways, maybe the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensors package, which is something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus the radar, probably pencil thin, and just hook it up to a supply of cable and lower it down. It'd be awful interesting.
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down.
When I was out there this evening, it's kind of sort of a full moon out there, and one of the things that occurred to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like, how the various pyramids and things in Egypt, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just, happened to notice, the full moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of put two and two together there.
You've never felt drawn to the hole personally, have you? I mean, in terms of...
you mean in terms of some sort of spiritual involvement, or...
No, suicide.
I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive nuisance. You don't want local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no way of knowing whether people have gone in. Because it'd be gone.
Not in my
down with a refrigerator.
Again, if I can find out something from the local Native Americans on, maybe it was some sort of burial thing, or
And you can drop a big rock and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash.
You never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, picture tubes, and
you drop picture tubes down?
Yeah, I've dropped. I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there. I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing.
EPA. You probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
they'll come and get you for that. I mean, TV tubes.
Well, it is my.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you're liable to wake up and there'll be tanks and Boutros Golly.
That's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hi, let me take Florida, Sarasota.
Sarasota, Florida.
Let me say, let's throw Mike from Las Vegas down the hole.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, you know, he's the cat. Okay. I do have a question for Mel. You're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line? And if you did, what would you do?
Well, I don't have a hook on it. There's just a large, there's 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying if something obviously was pulling on her.
What would I do?
Yeah.
I'd
run.
Yeah.
I'd seal that damn thing up and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I'd put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it, the dump is closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
No, the first series of letting down line when I got about 4,500 feet down there, I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there was any water down there. And of course, if there's water, the lifesavers would melt. I didn't do that. But since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced onto the end of the line.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. Like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? You know, well, it goes into the earth, but you know, how far does it go before it'll stop? You know.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera. I mean, Mel, you could have a special. As you got down past, what did they say was the deepest hole? 1,600 feet? 1,500 feet. As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there if I get one of those.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
then they'd lower him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry from Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again, yeah.
Right. Well, I was wondering about how much does 15 miles of fishing line weigh? I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. I have not really. What if you've already hit the bottom? If you got a pound fishing line on it, that's right. Let it down. Yeah, I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them at 5,000 yard spools. Yeah. And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs. Wow.
So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago, and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right. It doesn't feel like it is reached bottom there. There's no slack in the line.
But even so, well, there might not be with that much weight. But you know, even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, he does. But the weight of the line keeps pulling the line down.
Yeah, but there would be so much line down there by then. But
what pound test line is it? I'm using 20 pound. I couldn't afford to go much higher. 20 pounds of line on it already. Pardon me? Do you think you have 20 pounds of line? No, I'm sure there's more line than that. You will break by then. You know, we're talking how many?
There must be a lot of
tension. There's 20 spools of line on that.
Yeah.
20 spools of line on there. Wow. And it's still hanging on there. You know, I'm that weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, you know, as it is. Yeah, I was just interested in how much the line would weigh itself. I don't know. I could probably do that. You know, get one of those hanging scales.
Sure.
And spring operating stuff, just sort of knot it off up there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line and multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to get a weight on it.
All right. You'll report back to us on that?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes.
Hi, where are you?
I'm down in Washington.
Yes. Oh, Washington again.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was wondering, what was the Mel said that he had a triangular 1 pound weight on the end of the line.
You're right.
Yeah, I was wondering what element was that weight, or is that weight? It's a standard land fishing weight. You were talking earlier. Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into.
Well, I was speculating. I saw that movie with Pat Boone about the during the center of the earth. It's supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism? That's under.
The magnetism?
Yes.
You're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, are you're gonna contact your wife works for a university,
Yeah, local university.
Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this? And if so, what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, they're telling her you don't have a whole day that deep,
So, in other words, they don't blame her.
What I'm trying to do is, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is.
Well, Mel, would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? If they're crazy, they'd send someone down.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now, on the radio, but I'm not sure if I'd want to have a TV crew and
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
No, I'd be happy to, like I say, I could put together a website on it and keep people, informed about what's going on, because I'm sort of making this my.
People would accuse you of going to the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hello. Hello there. That is absolutely amazing. All right.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, you mentioned about a car that had apparently fallen from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts, the different kinds of Brazil nuts, hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. Well, it was open lines a minute ago. Now you switched it.
Well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, isn't that possible that you feel like an aquifer or something like that? There's water.
Well, Mel has not found any water. Any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in, and the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh, yeah, they were absolutely dry. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
It's pretty definitive. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel? Hi, this is Conrad in Grass Valley, and I've got some thoughts about this whole well problem.
Sure.
First of all, if he's putting line down the well...
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There's never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1 pound weight, and he starts adding fish line to it,
right,
then the amount of weight down the hole increases. All right, now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there,
that's a good point.
The 1 pound weight on the end is insignificant. And he wouldn't even, it could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still by a long shot the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought that you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet to ground, or the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, well, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there, a volunteer, not a cat. No, not a cat, no cats, but a person, maybe like a medium person, one of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something, lower them down.
Oh boy. Again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I said, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole has not filled up. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
This is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
That's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh, yeah. There's probably good. Oh, well, in terms of, not families, but individuals, probably good 20 people that use the hole regularly.
To throw junk into?
Yeah. It's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that, and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Never heard anything yet. I mean, if you hit the side, of course, but if you just drop it straight down,
Yeah, 9.5 feet.
Go straight.
9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got in the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just lean right over there and get it going straight down. And as far as anything I can see, visually, with the halogens and flashlights,
the light just fades away and blackness.
You've got nothing after a while. You can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it.
Does anybody have any theories about? You said a dog was thrown into the hole, dead, and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog, and it was the same dog, it had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, the whole thing.
Oh man, does anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
Gosh, I'd like to think this is something like really benign, like, cows have gone down there. I haven't heard any cows coming back, or at least what you would know, but I don't,
well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State.
From the hole. It is good night to everyone from coast to coast.
And beyond. Thank you, Mel.
Stay tuned for more of the best of Mark Bell with Mel Waters.
We talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Mel, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch you up here in a moment. I received the following facts. Dear Arthur, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington, near the Anastas Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter.
There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, moving debris, you name it. Thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up, so I got curious, actually obsessed, began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sunk about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. Wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me, I get facts like this, and I jump right on it. So I called Mel in the middle of the night. We put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week. And we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following facts earlier today, aren't you? You're receiving this fact simultaneously with the facts I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first facts. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier facts. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their threat. I asked one of the guards what's going on. He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear and the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property while I got the grip. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel.
Hello, Art Bell and listeners.
Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I tell you, I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you, but
yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up to your property. You were going to examine the hole, as we were talking about. I'm sure you had interest. So, and they stopped you there, huh?
yeah. Well, I originally, after the show on Friday night, I went out there and
in the evening and noticed there was some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
Oh, yes.
And I think...
I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. I didn't... It certainly wasn't intentional.
When we talked yesterday, you felt that probably the best thing to do is to be public in this matter. And
That's right. Your best protection is to be public now.
Well, anyway, so there's a lot of activity around there, and I've had some thoughts about this, and if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from, like, satellite.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from the ground. I'm not sure about satellite.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, there was on, I'll tell you, I'm a little confused about the days. I guess this is on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally there was a barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically.
Armed soldiers.
Since then, they've erected some further down the road. I mean, you can't even, basically, there's the road, there's the access road, and then finally kind of meander into the property. They now have Jersey barriers at the road.
What are those?
Jersey barriers, those are, they're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Oh, like the bomb barriers they have at the White House.
More or less. So you can squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's definitely being controlled over there.
Now, this is your property, right? You got the deed to this property.
This is, well, mine in the bank.
Well, you're in the bank now. It's all the same situation. So they won't let you on your own property, and they're claiming there was a plane that...
Yeah, that was the thing. I said, well, where's the smoke? I've seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke. And, again, I had talked to the officer in charge there, and I figured, when these military types would come up, and I don't know, maybe he was just dressed in civilian clothes because of, the nature of what happened there. But, he told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated. And I was insistent about my property rights, and he indicated that this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab. So the problem is I do have a sort of a lab on the property. But
oh, no, wait a minute. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
Well, I work working in the alternative health field here on the property. That's one of the reasons this call come out now. I imported some plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that the Indians use there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly colds and flu. Anyway, so we, because of the nature of the climate, it's very similar to northern Nevada. We would cultivate these plants and then use it as cures. It's very effective cures.
It's not a narcotic, is it?
No, it's not narcotics.
Then what the hell are they talking about drug lab?
Well, there is a lab there, though. I mean, and
but there's no, you're not cranking out crank or methamphetamine or anything.
Yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they could seize my property.
So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away, let us do what we're doing, or we might find a drug lab here, then it won't be your property anymore, and you might even be in jail.
Yeah, so they're clearly letting me know. My feeling was that they were in control.
So what we got? We got some kind of national security hole now, or so what?
Well, excuse me. I assume by now they've made a lot of determinations about it. It sounds like something they want. Today on my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent.
Oh.
And he says that he had someone who was very interested rather in purchasing my property, and would make me I haven't gotten back to them, but I think we put two and two together here. Somebody wants to get their hands on my property.
So what are you going to do, Mel? Are you going to accept the quote generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight?
Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today. I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is. But on one side you have a possible drug lab, and on the other side you have a very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was.
Well, that's carrot stick approach, no question about it.
Yeah, they're working me both ends here, I think. And like I say, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before.
Yeah, you were almost panicked, weren't you?
Yeah. It was just a little bit too much.
All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined?
Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole. And basically, I tied it onto one of these little fisherman's scales. Okay.
All right.
It's a little spring operated thing there, but I had a weight on that, including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17-18 pounds.
What does?
The line that's in the hole.
In totality?
Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards.
Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah.
It's 20-pound test line, right? And you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it, right?
That's right. So one of the things is and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So
but you believe you're down 80,000 feet?
Yeah, without a doubt.
80,000?
With what is that? 4 zeros on there.
Well, so miles, 5,280 feet.
Yeah, that's someone. I believe I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile is. But
how long have you owned this property with a hole?
We've had the property for about 4 years now. The guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he's been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service.
It's just raw property, right?
Well, we have some buildings and housing structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snowfall.
All right, Mel, that's right. Recent snowfall. Now, hold on. We'll be back here after the bottom of the hour, right? Stay right there. I'm Art Bell, and this is CBC. Now back to Mel. And Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of a legend of the hole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and people throw everything in there. There's dead cows going down the hole. There's sheep, whatever you name it, it's gone down there. One guy threw his old hunting dog down into the hole. I guess it was a form of burial. And the story that I heard was that the hunter was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old departed dog. It looked exactly the same. In fact, it was wearing the same collar, the same tags on it. So he was absolutely, the story is, they were like, absolutely believe the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they were going to throw your body into the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I'm going to the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I didn't have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black beam, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors.
That makes sense. You can't go on the property, might as well talk to the neighbors,
Sure. So, they go out and buy my cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, I had talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly. He was lived in the area for a long time. He said that originally, and this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of, around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said stone columns?
And, stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he I sketched out a little how the property looks here, see if he could place the stone columns on it. So, I drew it on the napkin there, and I said, it's very interesting. Well, I had my power book with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge. And he said, that's exactly what the thing looked like. You're kidding. He said that they had these, pillars lined up, and just like that. He said it wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, it had some, things on top of the pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I asked you about photographs, and I let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I can do that. I had a question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you got another fax about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that fax. And I'll try and get to it.
Okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda on talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now, HARP is supposed to look for
underground tunnels and such. Yes.
That's right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's a fax for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach toward the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Manastash? Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high-voltage electricity deep in the Earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Martin built? The Earth could have its own, in effect, time machine over the centuries through various quakes and so forth. All of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of echoes in the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
Let me tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find out a little bit more about geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average, on the Earth is about 20 miles deep. Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the MOHO discontinuity.
The what?
The MOHO, M-O-H-O, discontinuity.
What is that?
It's named for a guy named Mohorovic. He was a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this continuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, through this discontinuity, move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They speed up. Okay. Normally they go 7 kilometers per second. These are going 8 kilometers per second when they go through there. And it's believed that it has to do with a chemical difference in the type in that area of the Earth. So you've got the crust, you have the MOHO discontinuity, and you have the mantle. And so that region is very, very little known, as you can well imagine, because you really can't get to it. At least not yet. And the scientists really don't understand that, but we have this thing that goes on underneath the crust that is very, very peculiar. And I just thought I might mention that.
All right. Well, I don't know anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. I mean, we were going. I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole, but now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
Yeah, it is my property. That's the incredible thing. I couldn't step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. And I still got, I was getting way away from that thing there.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh, gosh, you'd have to travel, I would say it's from the access road kind of, it's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all the low spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more. You can't even see the little valley that I'm in.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and never heard a thing.
Nothing. The refrigerator, I didn't hear anything. I mean, I expected, something that massive, and that I expected something. But I'd thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorite. And no, I couldn't get an explosion or anything out of them. So I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
It's almost impossible, it seems.
If the hole right now, I don't know, it's 15, 16, 17 miles. How long would it take the sound to travel back? If it is hitting bottom. Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take? Or would I hear it at all? Those are things, I don't know.
I don't think so. You don't hear things that occur. Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled.
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually the deepest mine is like 2.3 miles into the earth.
So this is way, way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard of.
Yeah, but that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that tunnel that they built underneath the English Channel.
Oh, yes.
France. How deep is it? Not how deep it is, but how long is it? Is it several miles?
I almost rode on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost rode on it last time I was in London. But I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it, and I rode right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? You could.
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. We'll be going down there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, we're talking to the government here, which is obviously the government's interest. They have every piece of technology they could ever want. They can send down cameras, they can send down whatever they wanted, And so, I assume at some point if they determined that was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, they take air readings, and it's got good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a poor, ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology.
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones out there. We're pretty we're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your hole, not theirs.
And we're very militant about that. How could they do that here? The truth is, if they say a plane crashed on the property, and I have the evidence of that, But I mean, I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene with the investigation, FAA and all that business there.
Did they tell you what kind of airplane, civilian, military, or what?
No.
All right. Are there any reports? I mean, after all, you can check on plane crashes, right?
Well, first of all, over here, if a kid throws a snowball at your car, every time that makes newspaper. I mean, so
that should have been big news if the plane went down.
Oh, you bet. I mean, we've had planes go down here before. I mean, we've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountains. Makes newspaper here. I mean, that's a big deal.
All right, well, then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I mean, I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group, right up to the barrier.
Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. But that's
They actually said that to you.
Those were almost verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Just very easily.
All right. Now let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, this is Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
I just had a thought connecting Stephen Greer at C-SETI with what he said concerning interplanetary travel, and drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. Don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel. On the subject of cloning, all day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do that. It's utter garbage, and when we get around to talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different vein, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't, will or won't, is baloney, because we will, I guess you could say, should we? But we will, I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mills Hole is first time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay.
Where in Oregon are you?
In Corvallis.
Corvallis. Okay, I know what that is, sure.
Okay, yeah, I was listening to the show, and I guess it's a delayed broadcast out here. I was listening to earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mills Hole. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, sir.
And I was going to say to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person that you can think of, and get them up there.
He's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But he's afraid that he's going to end up in jail. Now, he's got a point. I mean, suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, "Sorry, this is a crime scene." Are you? Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of snow on the property has been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow pier was there for, to groom it all, so you can't see it from the air.
Well, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
And two,
the military's out there. If there was a plane crash, I think the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying that there was a plane crash.
Yeah, Bill, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash now that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. These secret aircraft that fly and crash. But I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you.
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was beautiful beautiful, clear day. I mean, if there was it wasn't particularly windy. If there was a crash to be evidence of these smoke pops.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Mel, about accepting a generous offer for the property with the hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars. If it's what you say it is, if it's as deep as you say it is, then you could fence property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, one of those like temporary buildings. They actually moved that onto the property.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the neighbors said he saw like almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too.
God,
all that stuff.
How long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
And we did the broadcast between I think 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep, and then went out there, in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter up there, and that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes, there were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning, and then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
yesterday, I guess, really.
Yeah, I did. I lost a day in your heart. But what they saw is actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property. Apparently, some generators. They're going to have no power or phone on the property. We use cell phone if we need to call, and we used to use solar out there too.
Well, I feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going, and there was no way not to follow up on that. And I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
Well, when I originally approached this thing here, what I wanted to do was to get some good ideas about the nature of this thing here. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, Mel, one thing I've got to ask you. Don't think me rude, but I've got to ask, Mel. That's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants. They're plants that Native Americans used in making this was a Northern Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found a cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his. He was a military doctor. He gave it to the people under his command.
All right, Mel. Hold on. We're going to do a break here at the top of the hour. We'll be back to you. Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We will start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? Yikes, CBC in action. All right, back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Artie.
All right, there are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just that, just after beginning to explore this thing here, with the help of your audience and, further questioning on, people, that live around in my area here, asking them, really, do you remember anything strange about the hole in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
I would, it just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
That to me was utterly fascinating. It's like, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness, into the sky, to me, it's just
I couldn't begin to explain it.
I mean, it was, the way he described it, it was just...
All right. Oh, let's bring some people on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
Philip.
Hello, Philip. How are you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
Now, what type of work do you do? Well, I'm a retired person. I get no criminal record of any kind. Pardon me? No criminal record or anything? No criminal record. I'd find a lawyer and get a local group of citizens and press and militia, and that's the good reason why we need the militias in this country is to prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. You know, I would call it bluff. I don't. Yeah, they.
Well, that's easy to say, you know, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call their bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you had a property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, and they had it all roped off, and they said, go away, you know, we can.
I would come back with a gun.
Well,
and they haul in a bunch of.
You know, you'd be a dead martyr. You take a gun up to a
Now,
military.
I'd have friends with me, and I mean, I would not go into this alone.
Oh, I see.
You know, but they're not going to drag in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well, I agree. I agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Stan from San Diego.
Hi, Stan.
My just got a question there from Mel. Is there like any way that you could charter a plane so you could do a flight through your property? I suppose I could do that. I mean, there is a small airport here in Ellisburg, and I'm sure that can be, that can be arranged for. Well, what I'd be interested to know is if actually planes can fly over that area, and I suppose I'd be trying to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there, keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation on why they brought the yellow gear out, was to kind of dress it up a little bit there so that anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion. And another thing is, I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they see the apparition of the dead dog, and it's worrying them not to go there.
Maybe. I mean, that's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it. The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs, that come visit. They won't go there. If I put them on a leash and try to drag them there, they'll dig their feet in there and they just will not budge. You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family we used to go to Florida, drive Florida in the winter, and we once got near a slaughterhouse, and on one of our stops, and man, I had a golden retriever, and that golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you'd pull, he wouldn't get in. He could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull, and I brought it home, put it on the coffee table. My cat walked into the room, and he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards, got 8 feet.
I bet.
When he saw that. Now, how did the cat know?
They sense these things. But there's something about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Scott from Kirkland, Washington.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hi, Scott, Washington.
Yeah, not only from Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of the mountain for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima and graduate of Central Washington University.
Oh.
Spent a lot of time in Ellsworth.
Yeah.
In fact, I sat around with one of my old professors who was one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting down in one of the little restaurants about a great big hole that nobody knew the bottom of.
Wow.
We'd actually heard of this. This was back, 1989, sometime about in there, and we even heard that. And the one thing that really surprises me, this guy that was saying, oh, you could go in the media up there, what a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 and 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the western United States.
The
Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist. that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole lot that they have trucks and stuff out there, like.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean,
I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollections, to for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there. The next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on that to see, from the records there if there's been any, ownership of it, or whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say that given the nature of it, that it's been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just decades there. I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, we should investigate figuring out what it is. We're all of us local here. We're gonna keep tuned in to see if there's anything worth driving back across the mountains to hang out.
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health, and this is what I get.
All right, well, it's turned into a nightmare.
Yes.
An absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw on the TNT, I think about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And they were reenactments of like these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like took place in, like when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something. And he went looking for his dog and fell into a hole, except, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told his dad. His dad went out there and they heard noises coming out of it. And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him. And I guess a bunch of guys went out there and they thought, well, let's lower a rope in and somebody's going to have to go down on it.
Sure.
And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down and he made this scream, deadly scream. And so they brought him up, and I guess after they brought him up, he went clinically insane for the rest of his life.
All right, well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel.
I hope not.
But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? That was
Sunday afternoon, I think.
Was that Sunday afternoon?
Sunday evening, something like that. Yeah, I was.
But you called me up and you were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was. Any negative, fearful emotion I had it there. I mean, I was shaking. I was sweating. I was. My body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was wrecked.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I could do that as in terms of saying I think there's something interesting going on over there, and send them out there. And what I assume that'll happen is that they did go. If they thought it was a valid story, they'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see, and I think that will be it. Again, this guy was clear to me. He said, look, I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, no one's going to believe anyway. You can tell them anything you want. Why are they going to believe you?
All right. Well, first time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine in Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the
conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and he's really in a big dilemma.
Well, he is now, and I feel somewhat responsible.
Yeah, I understand that. The first thing he needs to do is get a good lawyer, somebody that's prominent like that. I can't recall his name, Spence from Wyoming.
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence, somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background because with the power they've got, they can just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some...
Well, they're working me from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like, I guess it's like the Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight. Tell them to go to hell. But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can.
If I get to, if I actually get to talk to somebody in a position of authority who wants to sit down and talk turkey, and I'm not talking about my real estate agent, I'm gonna ask for like a relocation to another country. Is what I'm gonna do.
You want to be sent out of the country?
Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance. Like where Stan Dale is.
Be an expatriate.
But someplace that's geologically sound.
Okay, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's still an American at this moment.
Hi, my name's Brad. I'm calling from Lexington, Kentucky.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. When I heard about this hole, it kind of reminded me of the story with the hole they dug. I think it was in Europe or
Scandinavian.
They lowered a microphone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard the screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony, they said. That was an actual AP story. Now, it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story.
So, I don't know, I mean, maybe it's the entrance to hell, I don't know.
There isn't even an echo that comes out of this. I mean, you don't even hear it.
But that was, and as far as the animals not wanting to go near it,
There's that, but he says there's not a sound. I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel?
Yeah, I mean, unless you hit the side of the thing there, when you drop something in, it's like close to the surface. You hear it there. But after a certain point, you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Now, when you dropped a refrigerator, and I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator, right? Now, 9 feet 9 inches, pretty good size, but how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it so that you don't slam it into the sides?
Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, and you get it over there on its, so it's like leaning over on its back. And you slide over on the stone wall, and just kind of give it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too difficult. I mean, we've been throwing stuff in that, that hole of all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, we've done it. I mean, it's a cow is a pretty big thing, but people have gotten cows down in there, so it's just about throwing anything down.
Actually, almost disgusting.
Yes.
In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting. A mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. Mel, can you hold on?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll do one more half hour, and we'll be right back. It is a strange and wonderful world out there. Is it not? Just stay right there.
Tonight on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, an encore presentation featuring defensive Art Bell enthusiast Mel Waters, the story of Mel's Hole, the bottomless pit in Washington State. Art will be back live tomorrow night with guest best-selling author Dean Koontz.
It absolutely is. Good morning, everybody. Mel is my guest. She's got the hole. Mel's Hall, we call it. And Mel, let's go back and give him a little challenge, all right? Mel, are you there? I'm here. All right. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind, Mel. They say this man is lying. His voice is shaking so much. He's stuttering. He's searching for words. He's in a bind because you're paying attention to his fable, his made-up story, they're saying. And you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his lie. So here's another one that says Mel's hoax. Aren't you falling for another one? Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Do you swear that this is absolutely the truth?
Well, look, I would have rather not have talked or called or faxed or anything in regards to this subject at all.
Yeah, the people need to understand. You faxed me, but I'm the one who called you.
I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down into the hole, and just going along my merry way.
And getting you on the air stopped all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking hold of your,
when you have a situation about belief, what you believe in and what you don't believe in, a couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people on the Empire State Building.
That's right.
The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today I heard that they put metal detectors in the Empire State Building. Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. So beliefs change. And that's how I view beliefs. Should they've had a metal detector on it for 60 years.
All right, let me ask you this. You have neighbors. They know about the hole.
They've been there. They put their trash in it.
They put their trash in it. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too?
I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you.
All right.
And, I'd be happy. If they want to talk, I'll fax you a phone number.
That's great, Mel. Work on that one. That's at least one other angle to approach this with. East to the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please?
I'm in Cameron, Texas.
All right.
Gentlemen, how wide is that hole?
It's 9 3/4 feet.
9 3/4 feet.
9 feet,
That's
9
diameter.
9 feet, 9 inches of diameter, you said.
Okay, Mel, to the library, why don't you go tomorrow, and they can network books all over the United States. And there's one called The Phantom of the Poles by William Reed. And there's one called The Hollow Earth by Dr. Raymond Bernard.
Okay.
And I'll guarantee you that'll open your eyes, because the earth is hollow. They never proved the earth is solid. And it's supposed it's totally a hole, and it's about 1,400 miles wide. And people can't see across it. They don't realize they're going into the earth. But Admiral Byrd flew 1,700 miles inside the earth, and they shut it up. So the government done something here.
All right, as a matter of fact, here's a fax, Mel, saying, regarding the hole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the hole and give Mel the shaft.
That is what it sounds like.
West of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well,
another fantastic story, Art.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I have a friend of mine who also believes in the hollow earth story. And I've read 2 scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote, but I think you don't like to talk about that. But there's one that talks about making graven images of things.
Yeah.
And that would be even things that are under the earth. And then there's
Well, what are you driving at?
Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a hollow earth. And so there's one in Revelation that talks about there's they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scrolls and sealed or something. And even under the earth, no one was there.
All right, Mel, are you a religious person?
I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person.
So then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole?
Starting to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole. But,
yeah, the dog part and the other thing about the beam of the blackness, that certainly would lead in that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand, Mel, seem as magic.
Yeah, they do. And so, you know, those are things that I cannot understand, you know, and so I have to say I don't understand it.
All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out, and we can help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily.
Well, my local congressperson is Doc Hastings out here, and he is one of those guys that, you know, believes in property rights and so forth. So that would be an avenue. Again, you know, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as, you know, I'm also disseminating, and you know, I'm going to have to make a decision. You know, when I go in one direction or go in another direction, that will be it. You know, there's not going to be a point where I can take it back.
All right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections at Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I could have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat, Mel. Once you decide which way you want to go, believe me, I can have either media power or a government power representation to help you out here.
Yeah, I'm going to have to, the main thing I have to do is decide, is just tantalizing enough for me to move forward and, you know, say, well, I want to claim this as my own. I want to deal with it on my own basis. You know, do I want to get out of it? You know, do I want to get in trouble? I mean, you know, these are the considerations that I have here.
All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? Now, that is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. Do you have a good local sheriff?
We have a local police department here, and we have a sheriff's department. But, and they're all great. They're all wonderful people. And every last one of them is a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. You know, my property is being illegally used. You know, no question about it.
No question about it. And you have the deed, right? You can prove this.
Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, you know, how can the government use your property? At what point they develop an authority to use your property? You know, let's say a plane crashed there, which is what I was told. Well, then they'd have the right to, you know, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do.
All right, now let me read.
Establish a right to it.
All right, here's Daryl in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's hold, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of trouble. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure, the government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash.
That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old prowler trailer out there that's been gutted. And it's where I do a lot of the work I do with the plants I have. And, you know, I have solvents there. I have alcohol there. I have drying equipment out there. And, you know, it would take 30 seconds to make it look like a methamphetamine lab or whatever it is. I mean, it just, you know, it's already my lab. That's where I do my work.
I hear you. All right, first time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Where are you?
Hello, I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno. Okay, speak up a bit loud for us.
Okay. Art, I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that, obviously. people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this.
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just.
But I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
No, I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to our Bill's program, and that you're taking unfair advantage of.
So you've got to remember, dear, I called him.
Didn't he originally?
Actually, yes, he did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read facts at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight, and I read it over the air. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him, didn't ask me to call him, and I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no way of knowing, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word, and I can't imagine why he lied.
To be honest with you, and since you're from Reno, and if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the materials I'm working from are from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that have provided me with the line of research that I'm doing. I have, this whole thing is secondary, but if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about, that would be it.
All right, I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air with Mel. Hello.
Will, WTDY, Madison, Wisconsin. Hello, fella.
Hi.
Allegedly anti-religion scientists with millions of U.S. dollar profits.
What does this have to do with
acres and currency future derivatives market?
All right, well, I don't know where he's always going all over the place where it has nothing to do with our topic. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Chloe from Vancouver, BC.
Yeah, hi there.
I just think you're allowed to call him a kind of wild information herself. But I have two questions here. Number one, is it called a psychic by any chance?
That is a thought. I mean, it's
But when after if I decide to basically take the money and run, I still want to know what's down there. I want some mechanism to know. I mean, my original line of inquiry really was, is this the deep hole around? I mean, that was my original question I put forward, and I think I got an answer to that. But now I'd like to know, what the heck is this thing? Well, that's where I'm coming from now. And one way or another, I mean, I think I'm at the point where I'm open up. My beliefs are such that if we had a psychic look at it, or a remote viewer, whatever, that I would be willing to accept, what they have to say about this. If they looked into it and saw what was at the bottom or what was going on over there, I think at this point I can accept that. Boy, I'll tell you what, I've had to accept in the last couple of days here. I can accept anything at this point.
All right, thank you.
I know a really good psychic, and I know I'm going to be asking her tomorrow.
All right, thank you, dear.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what do you think the odds are of someone going ahead and finding out who he is and calling the media and...
Well, we've had his full name on the air, for one thing.
Yeah, I know.
All right, so, Mel, what do you think the odds are that somebody will... I mean, obviously, as a result of the first broadcast, look what's happened. So, the media may descend on you, Mel.
They very well could, and as the guy said at the road here, we already know where you're at. So.
Well, what are you going to do if the media? I mean, suppose tomorrow KOMO or one of the big Seattle broadcasters comes to you and says, "Look, we got a camera crew. Will tell us where the property is. We want to go out and investigate."
I suppose that if they wanted to go there, I would lead them to the access road there and say, "Here, I'm out of here. You take a look. You talk to these guys here. You find out what's going on, and and then I'll watch it on the news tonight." But you won't find me anywhere near that.
I hear you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes, sir. This is the Skip and Technique.
Yes.
A couple things for you, sir. The mole that you're talking about is 8,000 feet, because that's
14.15 miles deep.
Sounds right.
The Motorola discontinuity talking about the International Geophysical Year. I believe that was back in the early 80s, maybe in the 50s. I'm getting so old, I don't remember. Now it's called IGY, the International Geophysical Year, where all the world's population took part, checking the depth of the shelf underneath the oceans and the molten mass down to the core and so on, how deep it was. There was a discontinuity, it wasn't even. And that's why it's called a discontinuity. It was named after this fellow Motorola. Exactly. Your glue stuff, you know what they're called, for surgery, for smashed spleens and kidneys. It's made to glue skin better than anything else.
Yeah, well, trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. It even glues carts into rocks. I don't want to talk about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed him. Wild card line, you're on the air with Mel. Good morning.
Hi, Art. Mel.
Hello. Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions that are coming. Mel, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO out around in that area on your property?
No, good question.
You know, out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that they can get pretty remote in a hurry. Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town.
Matter of fact, Mel, I've got a lot of confirmation of that, faxes and phone calls. People saying it is a very weird area.
Yep.
And they've heard stories there about holes. So, this is not that far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
That's Fred from
Sitka, Alaska, all right?
Yeah, and just like to say that, geez, I thought the days of you'll just disappear into during the administration and Art, very disappointed that you will not be coming to Sitka on your Alaska cruise.
Well, I'm
going to be missing out there.
We're hitting quite a few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
This is Paul in Kansas City, and I want to tell Mel that I believe him entirely. And I think the Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda Moulton Howe to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great. And I think he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened that they're going to falsely accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something. And he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence. They would never be able to follow through on that, especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think you should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right, well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he faxed me, but I'm the guy who dug out the number and called him. He didn't really want to go on the air. For the record, wildcard line, you're on the air.
Finally, I got through. Hello, Art. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Okay.
Mel, now with this hole and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening to this radio program right now. I'm absolutely certain. And you also have to understand these are military spooks. They are doing whatever they're doing right now. And anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there is radar coverage of that area, I'm certain. Oh yeah. There would be a record of it somewhere.
Well, unless
if it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB?
Well, sir, wait a minute. Hold on. Look, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that have crashed out here. And A, it does not get into the media. B, the military cordons off the entire area, and trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's true.
All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the the NTSB if it has anything to do with drugs, whereas the DEA or the Drug Task Force for that area, whatever it might be called, if there is anything to do with anything else as far as the geological properties of the area, you can find all this information out from USGS. You can get satellite photos in infrared. You can get anything you want.
Yeah, these are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious falsehood. It's a lie. And, you know, Mel, again, they told you, look, they can find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover. And the story about the lab was obviously a threat.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're going to do now. And I guess
I'm going to think about it. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him. I would prefer not to talk to him, but talk to someone. You know.
I would ask him too. Who is making the offer? They have to tell you who's making the offer.
Sure. Well, you see, this property's not for sale. I mean, I don't have a listing out there.
Well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything, though.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, you can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do, Mel. If there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, yeah, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you. And I feel a little guilty about having solicited you on the air in the first place and causing all this.
Well, look, I'm pretty rattled about this, I have to say, and I'm usually a bit more articulate than I have been, and I apologize for that. This is a really stressful situation.
No, I understand. People are just nasty, Mel. That's all.
No, that's fine, and I generally find that usually the people that are most well-spoken are generally the ones that you really have to watch out for. And,
I know.
I think, that's always a good thing to bear in mind. And so, I got some thinking to do about this, Art, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I think overall, I've moved forward in this in terms of, actually being able to resolve this within my mind. I think that it was good. Quite honestly, your involvement with this may not, it may be happening now because of your involvement, but it could be happening a year from now without your involvement.
Yeah, and everybody out there ought to consider. Something like this could happen to anybody.
10 million people, or how many are out there? They know about this.
Mel, we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend.
I'll keep in touch.
All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. This is CBC. One of the greatest stories ever told was told on this program. How long ago was it cut? I don't even remember now. About a hole in the ground that had no end, or no end that anybody could find. It was the damnedest story you ever heard in your whole life. Anybody remember Mel's Hole? Well, guess who I got on the line? Mel, is it you?
It is him.
No, I can't believe it. Mel!
Indeed.
Listen, brother, I just spent an hour red-faced, embarrassed, because I thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And I really thought it was real, Mel. I really thought it was real. I mean, I've still got the hook in my mouth here. And so, I guess the first question I had to ask you is, how long ago, Mel, did we do the shows that we did?
Oh, gosh, this must have been about, I'm going to say 97.
97. Well, it was one of the greatest stories, no doubt, ever told. In fact, it spurred all kinds of things. Television crews went up to Ellensburg, Washington.
I know it. I heard many things, and
so I must begin by asking you, before I go forward any further with you tonight at all, Mel, is Mel's Hole, the story of Mel's Hole, another Blair Witch project?
I will not drop any bombshells on you in regards to this being Blair Witch Project. This is not the Blair Witch Project.
Real as a heart.
My property. I may end up telling you things that will maybe I haven't seen the Blair Witch Project. So I don't know anything about that, but I will say that I can tell you some pretty scary things.
I know you can. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way here at the beginning before my face goes.
No, this is not that.
All right. Well, back in '97, I forget. Did I get like a fax from you?
I sent you a fax way back then.
Is that how it began?
Basically, I was just curious about this hole on my property. And I knew with your big audience that somebody might be able to return some information to me. I tried to do a little research on the depth of various holes and so forth, and mines and all of those sort of things.
Well, all right.
And so it's basically picking your audience's brain is what I was doing at the time.
Well, we were picking yours. It's the damnedest story I ever heard. Let's, radio, you have time. Let's tell a lot of the audience, would not have been around then, would not have ever heard this story, and I've never heard one like it in my life. So, if you would.
Oh, sure. I'll recap.
Especially after all these years, it'll be good to see if your story now fits your story then.
Okay, well, sure. Well, basically, this all started. I sent artifacts, and I had this property. Well, I'm going to get into that later on.
But you owned the property at the time, right?
Yeah, it was actually my wife's property.
Okay, was it an empty property ostensibly?
No, we had some outbuildings on there, a couple of trailers. There was really unimproved land, but while I could, I was living there. It was really I left the property.
Okay, so you lived in a trailer on the property?
Yeah.
Okay. And then there was another trailer or two on the property?
Yeah, there were several outbuildings out there, and I had basically was doing a lot of research in various Indian herbal medicine and so forth. I grew various.
I remember that.
That was my thing. Actually, I used to spend a lot of time going to Nevada, dealing with the various bands and Indians down there, because the herbs that they use are the ones that I've been researching. We might talk a little bit about that too.
Sure.
I think you might find that interesting as well.
All right, now the location of this is near Ellensburg.
On the Monastash Ridge, which is a little bit south of Ellensburg, but it's the prominent mountains surrounding the Ellensburg area there. Ellensburg is a little town basically in the center of Washington State, right off of I-90.
Right.
And it's a very nice little place.
But yeah, I hear you. How long had you been living there?
Oh, we've been there for several years. I married this woman in Ellensburg, and we lived there for a while, and then we kind of got broken up.
Well, at the time that you faxed me, you simply said, I don't even remember the facts now, but you said there was a hole on your property, into which, I guess for years, people had been dumping stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I didn't tell you about, one of the things that regularly was dumped in the hole, was a little Mexican fellow used to come around about once a week, with like a big steak fed truck full of tires that he used to dump in there. The guy used to pick them up at various used tire places.
And I guess, it costs money to dispose of tires, right?
Oh, well, yeah, they do, because they have these big yards where they have these tire fires by mistake.
Well, I don't know. He'd pick them up from, wherever had them, if they were too bald to use his retreads or whatever. And this guy, little Mexican guy, would pick them up, bring them over. He must have dumped like thousands of tires.
Now, let's describe the hole. Was the hole just a hole in the ground, or was it a well?
Well, if you looked at it, if you were walking up to it, you'd say this is kind of interesting looking well. What it was is about 9 feet across.
9 feet across.
And there was stonework around it, and I don't know what the stonework got put into it, but it was sort of.
It was round then.
Yes, it was perfectly round.
And you're saying it was 9 feet in diameter?
The diameter of it was 9 feet, and what I did is I built a metal cover for the top, so when it wasn't being used as garbage disposal, for lack of a better term, it was covered up, because I didn't want any problems, people falling into it, kids falling into it, whatever.
Oh yeah, you could be charged with some crime or something.
Well, yeah. I begin to wonder now if they would have ever been heard from again if they had got into it.
I don't know. They say you just hear a scream disappearing.
Yeah, just kind of going on into infinity. But I'd written to you, and I said I basically let like 80,000 feet worth of monofilament fishing line.
But this is even more before that. I mean, you said that people were throwing like dead cows.
Oh yeah, cows. I used to love. One of my favorite things to chuck in there was like television tubes, and I'd throw television tubes, the picture tube down there, and
and it was big enough so you could drop it. In other words, the hole, I take it, for as far as one could see or hear, went straight down. It must have.
I would, if I would hold something over like towards the center of the hole, and I could go all the way to the center, because going about 9 feet across, that's more than 4.5 feet across. But
sure,
if I held something out like the size of a picture tube, 19-inch picture tube from an old TV set, drop that in there, I would never hear it hit anything. It would just fall
and fall and fall and fall.
And that's what made me curious. Is that how come? I didn't hear a splash.
No crash.
Crashing, no, I could hear something if I didn't get things like dead center there, and if it spun. And
if it would hit the sides, yeah.
But then eventually that sound would give up too, so.
By the way, going back, do you have any idea what this hole originally was? Was it anything? Was it something that anybody dug, do you think? Was it something that was naturally always there, or what do you think it was?
As far as I could determine, and everyone that I had spoken with said that hole has always been associated with that property. One person that I talked to says, well, as far as we know, the hole there, your property's been there as long as the whalebone has been the tree out there in Ellensburg. And Ellensburg is a strange place. We had a tree out in Ellensburg, in someone's yard.
Yes.
There's a whalebone jaw growing out of the tree.
What?
Yeah, the jaw of a whalebone, and it's like embedded in the tree.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yeah, you can go to. In fact, I was familiar with it because I used to walk the neighborhood there and see it. You can see the tree, but you can actually go to the Yakima Herald newspaper.
Yeah.
You can see a picture of it.
How? Look, that's Central Washington.
Yes.
That's not the ocean.
Yes. No, the ocean is good. Puget Sound is good 90 miles away.
90 miles. So how could there be a whalebone growing out of a tree?
There you go. But the whalebone's been there like for 100 years. And people tell me the ones I've talked to as well, your hole's been there as long. I mean, Ellensburg doesn't go back much further than, I'd say 150 years. So I mean, that, was a town,
So that hole was probably there long before.
Way before that, and other people held the property, and, I don't know at what point did, the rockery get built around it, but it's kind of nice, it looks nice.
So you're telling me like thousands of tires, refrigerator, even dead cows.
Dead animals, dead dogs,
whatever.
It's like you didn't have to burn trash.
Oh no, and we were kind of what I always say is sort of ecologically sensible people there, so we don't really generate a lot of garbage or trash or anything. But yes, we did put our household trash in there, we didn't use it for compost or things like that. Yeah.
Right.
So we threw a lot of stuff in.
So after years and years, you finally got, and I understand, incredibly curious about how deep this damn thing really was.
It was just one of those moments that, all of a sudden you say, good grief, I got to get to the bottom of this, right? So to speak. And so I used to, when I lived in California, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, and so I had some of those big old, reel type fishing poles, and so, the first thing I did was empty. It must have been about, it could have been about 1,200 yards of fishing line down there.
What did you do? Did you take a rod, or, how did you load?
Yeah, the first adventure that I had with this, and this was kind of, before the obsession began with finding out more about this, is that I basically sent down into the hole from, just my big, shark fishing pole, a fishing weight, and then next to the fishing weight, I also had a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers.
The reason I had the lifesavers at the end is that if I hit water, this old shark fisherman's trick, if I hit water, the lifesavers would melt.
Well, sure.
Yeah. See, we used to do that when we go.
Yeah. In other words, it would be so far down that anything else you would put down there, I see, would obviously be dry by the time you got it back up again.
Yeah. So I just emptied the fishing pole, and then when I got to the end of the line, I just let it sit there for a while, and it takes a little while for a roll of lifesavers to melt, but that's how I would determine that it was wet down. If it was wet down there, to hit water.
So how much initial line did you have on that first?
It must. I'm going through trying to remember what these big and reels held, but it was like it must have been about 1,200 yards on there.
1,200 yards.
1,200 yards. That would have been about 3,600 feet at least. That was the first expedition into the hole.
So you let it all the way out?
That's right.
Could you feel at any point like the weight? Of course, I suppose at some point when you get that much line reeled out, you've got weight, period. But could you still sense the weight at the end of that line?
Oh yeah. You, at that distance, you can actually move the line. You can move it laterally, side to side. But it was kind of an effort. You can actually, if you could actually get a swing to it, but it was really hard. You think about that, you try to swing something that's 3,600 feet, it's difficult,
And as you let it down, you didn't feel any turns or twists or
no twist, no obstruction. Basically, I let the line go down freely with the weight on. I had a 1 pound fishing weight at the end of this line, and basically it went down and down and down and down and down on. At the same pace, basically. And so, that's at that point there, when I got the line, when I got all the line up there, I looked at my
you must have been scratching your head saying, how many feet was that again?
30. That was 3,600.
3,600 feet. I guess there are holes that go down 3,600 feet. I'm not an expert on holes, but
that's a little bit more than half a mile, right?
Yeah. And so I guess there are holes that maybe go that deep down.
That's right.
But that is where the story continues. So hold on, Mel. This is Mel of Mel's Hole, back in the U.S. from Australia. But then again, that's another story entirely. You're just beginning to hear this one. So, with a fishing reel originally down 3,600 feet, no bottom. But that is not the end of this story. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
hang about in a picture. Take a long way home. Take a long way home.
After the program we did with Mel, and the one we're doing now, I found out quickly that there was an abiding, gigantic fascination for this kind of thing. I mean, people, I guess, I don't know exactly what the fascination is. Frankly, I really don't know. All I know is I had thousands of emails and faxes from people wanting to know about this hole and telling me, in fact, about other holes. Mel's hole is not the only deep mystery hole in the world, Mel. There are others, and people have told me about them, but yours is quite spectacular, to be sure. But there's some fascination, and you must have felt it when you got down 3,600 feet. You must have been saying to yourself, what the hell?
Well, yeah, at that point there, it became kind of a quest to find out how far this will go down. So I went, basically when I hit 3,600 feet, came up with dry lifesaver candies.
Right.
I said, well, I'm going to need more fishing line than this. So basically, I let out the 3,600 feet, let another 3,600 feet in from a similar reel. So down at that point to 7,200 feet.
So you're down you're like a mile and a half down.
Over a mile at that point there. And I was still going, it was still going down. At that point there, the line is still going down. I'm going down.
Now, a number of people said after that first show that after a while, the weight on the end of the line would be insignificant with reference to the weight of the line itself.
Yes, and in fact, I quite in fact recall that, and I was curious about it myself. And the best I could do is, and I was going to bring up all the line I had let down at the point that we talked about this.
Yeah, you'd be cranking.
I would want to get like some sort of motor-driven winch at that point to deal with that. I didn't want to, or deal with that. But anyway, what I did is just attached, looped it around one of those spring fisherman scales, the kind that you put your tackle box there, kind of try to get a weight on that thing there. And I think when I weighed it was like 17, 18, somewhere around there, 17, 18.
17 or 18.
Yeah, I don't have this written down, so I don't remember exactly, but the combined weight of the weight that I had on there plus the weight of all the line that went into the hole, when I took the final, reading of line, was about 17, 18 pounds of line down there. And that's a lot. When you think about monofilament fishing line, that stuff, when you have, like, even if you have spool of it, it's pretty insignificant stuff. But when you get that much out there, it's going to weigh a lot.
Oh, well, sure.
And
what was the final total of how much you got down there?
Oh, I got down exactly at the point that I'd given up putting line in there. When I contacted you, I had 80,000 feet worth of line down in there.
80,000 feet?
80. And I don't know, that translates to like, 15 miles worth of line?
Oh, my God.
80,000 feet. And
is there any way that you could be sure? Now, eventually, did you reel all that back in again?
No. No, I did not bring that line back up again there.
So you never saw the lifesavers from that far down?
No. There were lifesavers at the end of it for sure, because I just let the sensor go down there. But it was only, it was just because it was already there. But I never brought it up. Not 80,000 feet worth, no.
And how far down again? I'm sorry, one more time.
80,000.
80,000 feet.
That's 80 with 3 other zeros. 80,000 feet.
God, you must be going out to buy fishing line.
Oh yeah, well I would buy it in like if you ever go, I don't know if you're a fisherman or, but if
No, I'm not. That's why I'm struggling a little here.
If you go to a professional fishing store where, you know, fishermen buy their stuff, they sell the line in, they have the line there in huge bowls. Now, these things are like about a foot across, big old things there. They will fill each fisherman's reel from that.
I got you.
You know, so
you bought the whole
I would buy both the line. That's what I did. I said, I'm going to need this much here, you know, and I figure I'll get a good deal on the line, buy the whole darn thing. You know? That was my way of doing that.
Were you telling anybody about this when you were doing this? I mean,
when I was doing that? When I was doing, well, I think a couple of people knew that. When I went to buy a fishing line, I didn't tell them that I was going to, you know, use this to measure the whole of my property. You know, they don't really care what you use the fishing line. As far as they know.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, they buy fishing lines there. You know, well, you know, it must have a lot of reels to fill. You know, so I think that was the thing there. So no, I didn't have any problem with that. The only thing that really differed at that point. And how I dealt with the line is that when I exhausted the 2 fishing poles with the line, I hooked the line up to what is known in fishing as an outrigger, which is kind of like a short little fishing pole that you'd have. It was like about 1.5 foot long, and it went through that. Like I swivel it over to the side if I needed to, but it didn't. You know, I was going. You know, it wasn't like going down to the middle of the hole. It was kind of putting halfway from the side and let it go down from there. So I would let the line go through the outriggers, basically.
How could there be a hole? I mean, even if you had hit bottom,
yeah,
at 80,000 feet, how could there be?
Well, let's say it stopped running at 50,000 feet. You know, I would have, you know, the line stopped running at 50,000 feet, you know, and I got a reading at 50,000 feet. It stopped. I said, boy, that's a deep hole, 50,000 feet.
But 80,000 and no stop.
Yeah, it had stopped at that point. Well, you know, I
had anything ever come out of that hole?
About the only thing that we kind of think came out of it is some guy who had a hunting dog that passed away. The dog died. Dog in the hole, threw the dog in the hole. And it was the belief of several people his dog came back from the dead.
And out of the hole?
Well, they didn't see it from the hole. They saw the dog out, you know, around town and, you know, in the area and stuff. And,
so then you're telling me the guy threw his dead dog in the hole, and then the same dog was seen later around.
Right. That's right. In fact, there was one other...
well, you know, I always wondered, Mel, you once told me when you died,
yes,
you wanted to be thrown in the hole.
That was in my will, and that's how I wanted my remains to be dealt with.
Or reverently dropped, I guess.
Well, I was willing to take that journey. You know, I thought it would be a great journey. I believe when I wrote to you, I said the hole was kind of... my dogs wouldn't go anywhere near it, things like that. It kind of had a weird feeling.
Yeah, well, maybe they knew that another dog got tossed out.
Well, that could be it, but there was a weird, just a eerie sense about it. And, you know, I thought about that because, you know, after I talked to you, what was it? And actually, I would get kind of a strange feeling to it. I'm going to kind of describe the feeling to you.
All right, please.
The sensation that you got there. Have you ever been surprised by the moon? It's like you go out, you look out the window, and the moon is up there, and it's like for a second you don't realize it's the moon.
Sure.
You get that eerie sense, and then your brain puts together that it is the moon.
Yeah. Sure, that's happened to everybody.
You get, but that feeling, it's like this. You got that feeling a lot around the hole there. Oh, you felt that feeling. It was that kind of feeling that you had. You get that sense that you were constantly surprised by the moon during the day or during the night. It didn't matter if the moon was in, the moon was out. It didn't matter. That was the sensation. And I finally was able to nail it down. It occurred to me, and that's the same feeling I used to get. You know, when I was at my property. It was that strange feeling.
Well, you said there was one other thing too. that happened with that hole that was unusual besides the story about the dog?
There's a lot of unusual things about it. There's a specific unusual thing that you know about it.
Well,
the one thing that it was said, are we talking about the thing where people would see like the dark black shaft of light coming out of it?
no, but tell me about that.
Well, this is something again that was told to me, but it was people said that from time to time, what they would see, they would look over towards the property, or if they were on my property, looking at that way, they would see like a shaft, black as black, that they'd ever see coming out of the hole and extending up into the sky.
Oh,
it was like just the.
That is weird.
Yeah. That is a totally and
let me ask you this, Mel. It's a pretty wide hole, 9 feet. Could you take a real high-powered light?
Yes, I did shine lights down there, and really didn't get very far with the lights that I had.
I would presume you would see the sides of the hole
I
for a
could
while.
see up the side, and I could see where the rockwork went down several feet, ran out, and it was the masonry work around it, where it was like dirt, rocky below that, but I could see that. I could definitely see that far. But
I guess the light would just flat disappear.
Yeah, you just run out of light, and I'm not sure if I had one of those huge, 250,000 candle light power. I don't know how far it would have gone down.
I've got a 6 million candle power light.
Yeah,
I mean, even that would just poop out.
I mean, even those kind of things are cool to like shoot into the sky.
I rather found them useful for pointing at photographers hanging around.
Oh, those are. I've had similar uses of.
Yeah, they take their video cameras and they split. And
yeah,
they
especially if they have the night vision on.
So then, you were so much of a believer in, I don't know, dare I say, the power of the whole,
yeah,
that you wanted to be,
Yeah, I wanted to be. When I died, my body was supposed to be put into the hole.
And I take it your real reason, if I were to ask you for that, is because of the dog story.
Absolutely, and it was just such a strange thing. I have talked to people about what the whole actually is. I mean, not the people that know what it is, but
there are
speculated.
There are people who know what it is.
Oh, absolutely. But I cannot go to people that had my property and say, look, why don't you just pass up there and tell me what it is? They're not going to tell me.
All right. What happened was that you came on my program.
Yes.
Maybe your biggest mistake.
Yes. Yes.
And told this whole story. And
innocently.
That's right. Absolutely innocently. And then it was like the next day or a couple of days, or how long was it?
It was, I talked, the day I sent you the facts, and then I sent the facts, and I believe you read the facts that evening, and then I went out to the property just to think, oh, good grief, I'm going to have a bunch of people down there,
Yep.
And so I went out there, and then I came back home. I wasn't living at the property there because dwelling unit there got caved in from the snowstorm there. Some of these little tin shacks here don't hold up to when you get 2 feet of snow on top. So we moved. I had rented an apartment in Ellensburg, and so I went back to the apartment that night. And that's when I talked to you. I don't remember.
All right. And then it was a day or two or whatever. You went back to the property.
Oh yeah.
After the show.
Yeah. What happened is that it was like the following day. I went I went back to my property, and there were, I don't want to sound like a lunatic here, but there was like armed people on my property. I couldn't get in. There was barricades there. There was already a whole bunch of yellow gear. Your earth moving equipment was at my property.
Oh yes.
And I was basically told that there was an airplane accident there, an airplane crashed on the property, and that I couldn't go in there. And,
you told them it was your property.
Yes. In fact, I think they knew it was my property. I mean, it was, there was no, they don't know this is my property. So, well, we're going to have to, we have to deal with the situation. But I didn't see smoke. I didn't see any evidence of plane crash or anything. But they were not going to let me onto my property. So I decided, well, I'm going to go back to town at that point there. It's okay. This stuff is going on. And I believe I had talked to you again at that point there.
You did. I remember you called me that night and you said, my God, there's armed people up there. Yeah. They won't let me in.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
And so, again, all those time here, what I have is a situation where my property was taken over, and why they were out there, how come they chose to go to my particular property? They knew it was there.
Obviously, there's only one answer.
Yeah.
And it's that you were on this program talking about it.
That's right. But, for someone to have that incredible level of mobilization, curiosity, wherewithal, and all these things here to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is a big production.
Well,
they wanted this property.
Maybe a hole of this kind justifies that kind of big production. I mean, maybe there's something... I can imagine there's something really unusual, special.
That there has been some property that someone was highly interested in, that they thought was very valuable to have, and that they had to have. That makes sense, doesn't it?
They, to you, meaning the government?
That's right.
Were these government employees?
I had, at the property, I had both civilian and military people that were there.
Yeah, that would figure.
But I got to tell you something. I mean, I was in the Army many years ago, and I know what a green uniform looks like, and and fatigues and so forth. But I got to tell you something. When I'm thinking about it there, I couldn't tell you which Army they were.
Which Army?
Yeah, I mean, all I knew is they were in military uniforms. Okay. I couldn't tell you if they were U.S. I couldn't tell you if they were German.
Did they have sidearms? Did they have?
They all had weapons. Everyone there had weapons.
As well as like semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons.
Exactly. From what I could tell, they also had fully automatic weapons.
Fully automatic weapons.
Yes.
Well, that's really intimidating. I've been in countries where I've encountered people with fully automatic weapons who frowned at me, and I didn't like it.
You went to Israel. You got used to seeing people.
Everywhere you go, there's
where you go.
Israel, that's right.
You bet.
Mel, hold on. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Once again, Mel from Mel's Hole fame, and Mel, somebody just sent me a really interesting fact.
Okay.
Somebody named Scarlett. It says, how far is Mel's Hole from the place where Dr. Reed had his encounter with the alien? And that never hit me until I just got this fact. They are similar areas, I think.
Indeed. Also, not far from where my property was. Relatively speaking, is where they found Kennewick Man.
Kennewick Man, yes, right. So that's a very unusual area up there.
Yeah, I was talking with my nephew about how peculiar Ellensburg is. I mean, it's a little town, about 12,000 people, half of them college students, actually more than half of them college students. They basically got about 6,000 locals there. Pretty small place.
All right. Let me stop you. And when you and I last spoke,
Yes.
Your encounter with those strange folks up there, and you had another encounter with them, and they made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah. Well, at first they intimidated the hell out of me because basically they said, look, one of the civilian fellows there says, hey, we can find a drug lab out here, and we can put you out of business in a hurry. You know what I'm talking about?
That's right. I remember. Yes.
And for all intents and purposes, sure as heck would look like I had a drug lab out there. I had a lot of strange non-native plants growing there. None of them, I have to say, of narcotic nature. These are just your typical desert, high desert type plants. And they basically say, hey, we can shut me down, and you don't have to worry about all of this. Ultimately, they did make me an offer that I could not refuse, and I will tell you the offer that they made me. It had to do with going to Australia, and I needed money to go to Australia, and I wanted to continue my research in medicinal plants. And so we put together a very interesting package and a very interesting lease on the land. It was pretty.
Well, as a matter of fact, you told, did you tell me you were going to Australia? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that they had made you an offer for the land, essentially, which was going to be, if I recall correctly, leasing it
in perpetuity.
In other words, forever, or for your life anyway.
That's exactly.
And so then you were off to Australia with a parcel of money.
I'll tell you, they basically gave me $250,000 a month for the property.
$250,000 a month, my God! And so you were, and I know you were in Australia because you sent me a number of emails, which I did mention to my audience, from Australia. I mean, there was no question where it was from. It was from Australia.
I was set up in Australia. I had I actually for a good while lived out there in Perth, which I loved living in Perth. Oh, it's wonderful out there. I loved Australia. Oh,
well, I thought, here's Mel, gone to Australia. I had no idea you were getting that much money. Obviously set for life.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you, it was great. I built some facilities out there in the off the outback, basically, where I can grow the various plants that I was allowed to bring with me and cultivate them over there. And we also did a fair amount of wombat rescue out there, which was very gratifying. And
wombat rescue?
Yeah, they're native marsupials out there, kind of good-sized critter out there, but a lot of them were becoming endangered. And I can tell you this right now, the wombats now, I believe to some degree with the work that I've done out there, they're making a comeback out there.
Well, that's wonderful. But Mel, what the hell happened? In other words, here you were in Australia with all this money, and now you're back here and you've fallen on hard times.
Well, look, I'll tell you, I accepted their offers, and I was basically, I was to leave town. I left town. I was actually told to leave my car and wait at the rest stop when I was get off the road outside of Ellensburg, and I was taken to the airport, taken to San Francisco, and then taken to Australia. And so I left the country and had my 2 dogs with me. And
you wanted to be damn sure you were going to Australia.
I took my dogs. I was set up there. I already had, there was an account already set up for me. The complex paperwork that was involved in, moving as a resident to Australia was all taken care of for me. I mean, it was a piece of cake. They made the arrangement, so there was some cooperation of the Australian government's part.
Holy smokes. I know they can do this kind of thing, but I mean, it tells you how important this hole must be.
They were basically willing to give me $3 million a year for the use of the property, and basically non-disclosure on certain aspects. And I can only disclose as much as I can disclose. There's a lot of things I don't know.
Well, listen, I can survive with that. Take the money and run. Hell yes.
Hey, to me, it was fine.
On the one hand, you got the guys with the automatic weapons, and on the other hand, you got the guys with the money and the ticket.
Yeah. So
not a hard choice.
No. 99 of 100 people in the same situation would take it. You know, I
And I don't blame you for 1 second. And so you went to Australia.
Well, it was wonderful. I loved it. I did a lot of good work out there.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened, Mel? I mean,
a number of things happened there, and I'll tell you one of the things was I did continue my work with the herbs. Had some incredible successes out there with some of the things that I'd actually. I'm going to go out on a limb on this, but some of the things that I had imported from my property out there to Australia.
Oh, they usually don't like that stuff.
Pardon?
They usually don't like that stuff.
No, but we had found some of the plants that I'd grown out there had some very remarkable properties. That,
do you think that would have anything to do with the area where they were originally?
Absolutely. Near the hole. Absolutely, because I've had other plants there that were not native to the whole property that did not have similar results. So I know that growing in proximity of the hole, we did a lot of cultivation there. I grew a lot of that. One of the reasons being where I was in Central Washington was the type of climate it was very conducive for growing the various things I do. I try to find similar conditions out there in Australia as well.
Yeah, but when I say, Mel, what happened? I mean, how did you go from being relatively rich and well off in Australia? Now you're back here, not well off.
I'm back here, and as you recall, I was to make an appearance on the show, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. You sent me,
I told you I was going to be in town. We got in touch, and I actually talked to you here from the States.
I promoted. I said, Mel's got hold of me. He's in the States. He's going to come on the show. And then, of course, you were a no-show.
Well, I'm gonna relate to you the chain of events that occurred.
Please.
From the day that I was supposed to appear on the show,
right?
As much as I can remember, to bring it up to date until now.
All right.
Okay, on the day that I was going to be on the show, I helped my nephew move from his apartment. Got him a place down in the Olympia area.
Right.
And so, we moved down there and all of that. Got him down here, and then I was going to basically, we had to return the truck back to the Tacoma area. So we got them all settled here. I got up to Tacoma, returned the truck, and I was going to take the bus down to Olympia. Just take the transit, this bus that runs from Tacoma to Olympia. So I got on the bus and went down there. And got on the bus, and there was an altercation on the bus. There was fighting. There was commotion going on. Anyway, we pulled into the, and some of you listeners might actually remember this, but because they were on the bus, so they might have heard of it. But we pulled into the 512 Park and Ride, and some apparent transit people got on the bus, and they wanted to ask questions about what happened on the bus. And I got off the bus and I said, I talked to these guys here, but I have to get back to Olympia here because we do all of this here. And, so they said, that's no problem. We're gonna, we've got the transit bus here. We'll just take you back to Olympia. I said, okay. And that's the last thing I remember.
The last thing you remember?
About
what do you mean?
About 12 days later, I found myself in San Francisco.
Somebody hit you? Did what you?
I have no idea at that point. I found myself in San Francisco, in a pretty rough part of town, in an alley. These bums were basically trying to wake me up.
Holy mackerel!
They were trying to get me to sing. I remember this. They were trying to get me to sing On the Road Again because I sort of looked like Willie Nelson.
Oh.
And
Phil, are you sure?
This is exactly what happened.
And you lost how many days?
12 days.
From an altercation on a bus.
I was told that they wanted to talk to me about it. They were willing to take me back to Olympia. from there. So, I got onto the little transit stand last night. I remember.
So 12 days gone when you, God knows what, were knocked out or kept in some kind of coma or...
When I woke up there, I had nothing on me. I had no identification, I had no wallet, I had no keys. I had the clothes I had when I was moving. They were still as grubby and filthy as, after you move, you get all grubby and filthy. I was in my clothes. I oriented myself down there. I looked around. I noticed there was pain in my arm. I rolled up my sleeve. It looked like, I'm looking at my elbow down here. It looked like, what would you say, an IV was taped to my skin.
Yeah?
There was still the residue of tape.
Oh,
my arms.
Yeah, I understand. So, obviously somebody kept you out for 12 days for some reason.
And I listened to the first part of your show. And, you're talking about teeth.
Yeah.
All of my back teeth have been removed.
What?
I have no back teeth.
You have no back teeth?
None.
You don't mean like...
no molars, no wisdom.
You're not talking about wisdom teeth. You're talking about...
None. No back teeth. None on top, none on bottom.
Why would they take your teeth?
I have no idea, Art. The next thing I got in touch with my nephew. I said, look, I'm down here, and he gets me a Greyhound ticket to pick up at the bus station. I'm going to get on the bus.
You were broke?
I had nothing. I had nothing. That was it. I had no, he gets me on the bus. I take the bus back. He told me he was just absolutely frantic, because I'd called him, collect him down there.
I was frantic too. I couldn't figure out what happened to you.
So, what happened is there I am, looked like something had occurred to me there. I had no teeth there. I have no idea why I have no teeth. The back, I have front teeth.
Were there scars where your teeth had been, in other words, if there had been recent surgery or...
Oh, yeah. In fact, at the time there, I was still bleeding from the back of the mouth. I could still taste blood in the back of my mouth there. So it was pretty ugly.
Boy, you were screwing with somebody you shouldn't have been screwing with.
Well, I would think that the easy answer would be is that it had something to do with I'm going to get on the air and blah blah blah, and say this and that.
In other words, since I had promoted the show.
Yeah, but that's really not it.
If that is it, then you could be in danger now.
Well, I don't believe that was it because there's a lot of things that I was doing. I got myself in trouble.
Yeah, but Mel, if you think about the fact that look what happened after the first time you came on my show.
Yeah.
Then look what happened after I promoted years later that you were going to be on my show again.
Yeah.
And you're gone for 12 days.
Mm-hmm.
You have to imagine there's a possibility of a relationship there.
We could take the connection and we put it on the back burner. But I'm a curious fellow. Any guy that runs 80,000 feet of line into a
he's a curious guy. Yeah,
a curious guy. I got back to my nephew. I'm still with my nephew now.
Don't even say where.
No, but I found out that and I don't know if you can appreciate this or that, but the next thing that happened to me is that I found that there was some legal action taken against me.
Legal action?
Legal action was taken on behalf of my former wife.
Your former wife?
Yeah. Basically, I have the property on the Monastash.
You had said it was her property.
It was her property, and it was basically she had leased it to me in perpetuity as part of our divorce settlement. I had helped her go through school.
All right, Mel.
Yeah.
Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Oh, it just gets worse and worse. Hope she didn't do that to him. Chicago fan. We'll be right back.
I was without my belt buckle, and that really,
They took your belt buckle?
Yeah, I
now that's really low.
Well,
I mean,
made
you take a person's teeth, but you take your belt buckle.
Well, it was just, I had everything else, and there was another belt buckle on there. I made a belt buckle out of silver fork, eating fork.
Yeah.
Bent it. I used to bend metal and do all kinds of things. Made a fashion a nice belt buckle out of that, and
that was gone.
And I used to tumble stones and stuff too, and I just had a nice looking rocker that I had on there too, and I picked up and put on there. And it was like, I had my pants, I had my shoes, I had my socks. Why take my belt buckle? That might be getting ahead of myself here. But anyway, I get back and find out that there was legal action taken against me here, and it was initiated by my former wife.
I see.
Basically, I had the property through part of the divorce settlement there, and I helped her with the school, and it was pretty worthless land. And she said, "Well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement there." And I was.
So then, what was the legal action? She wanted the whole back?
Well, what happened was the papers I was served with said that I was in violation of the terms of the lease with her.
With her?
Exactly. Part of the divorce settlement, and a number of things that occurred at my property. One, that there were underground fuel tanks put in. Number two, there was a septic system put in.
Oh, this is what the people who came up there put in.
Number three, there was some paving of roads. These are all things that were not supposed to occur on the property.
Gotcha.
So basically, I had lost all rights to the property out there, period. The sad thing about it was I was getting my former wife, because we kind of had an agreement there that if I were to profit from the property, I would, take care of her. We had, we didn't have enough there to keep a marriage going, but certainly didn't have anything against her. I was giving her $25,000 a month.
Oh, it's pretty generous.
Yeah, I would think.
Well, she must have smelled the color of the money. I mean,
basically,
she must have known if you were giving her $25,000, there was a lot more in that hole.
But I mean, there's no way that she would have had access to the property, as far as I can tell, and someone had to get to her.
Well, yeah, but if she's got control of the property now, then she's probably made a deal
with them, yes.
With them. And you're out in the cold, and you get left with the bums in San Francisco, no back teeth.
I'm down there in a really ugly part of town. I got to tell you, I don't have any back teeth. I don't even have my belt buckle. And right now I'm at the point there where I'm actually, I don't know, you can probably tell I'm a smoker, but I'm actually having to sell plasma in order to buy cigarettes. That's how bad I am right now.
Oh my God! Talk about a riches to rags story.
I mean, we're talking, all the way around there.
Well, and still you're pursuing this, Mel. I don't want to name these people. You've got some names here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to name them on the air. I just want to be careful here. But you want to find, for example, the Mexican fellow who used to throw the
tire guy.
Why do you want him? What a Catholic priest you're looking for?
That's right. There's a priest. There's a Hungarian fellow that I need to get in touch with.
People who have something to do with the whole. My question is, after all of this, Mel, what do you think you can do?
Well, maybe I should run this back to my time in Australia. Okay.
All right.
And I did bring some of the various plants that we've grown on the property by the hole there. Just various plants. If anyone wants to, they can probably do a little research and find out exactly which plants they are, because the plants themselves have been written about for the last 100 years, and they had remarkable properties.
Like what?
Like what? Well, I'm not going to say the names of the plants there.
No. Properties remarkable.
They were used, for instance, during by a certain army doctor for dealing with the great influenza that we had at the turn of the century. The one that killed all those people?
Yes, millions.
Yes, and the people that received this was an Indian concoction. We're just fine. And no problems whatsoever.
But I mean, you have been, pardon the pun, kicked in the teeth over this stuff. And so why do you want to keep pursuing it? I mean, if you keep going after this.
It doesn't matter at this point in a lot of ways. I'm 68 years old.
Yes, sir.
I will be 68 in June. I don't, I mean, I had a simple life before this. I had an extraordinary run for the last several years. And I still need to get some answers for things. I need to get hold of the guy that I gave the gun to. I believe he contacted you.
Where did you get that gun?
That I dug up on the property. I planted various things out there. And, from time to time, when I'm clearing a piece of land to plant on, I'll dig up rocks, I'll dig up metal, and all kinds of things there. And I found this gun in a holster and those little odds and ends along with it there. And I just basically took this and threw it in my drawer in my little workshop there, my office that I had on the property there. And then when I had to move, I gave it to this fellow, and if I need to move into an apartment, I gave him a deposit on the apartment.
So it must have been a decent gun.
It was, from what I could tell, and I'm not a big gun man, but it was a German P-38. It looked like one of those, like the Nazis used to use back in World War II.
Yeah, you might have really had some on your hands there, and you gave it to the guy.
Yeah, well, again, I'm not a gun person. I figure I might be worth something. I don't know.
Why do you think getting hold of him now would be meaningful?
Well, for one, we can't get hold of him. And two, for some of the things that I remember about the gun now, and that I also found out, and also what he had indicated to you about the gun as well. And what I had found out, and I talked with his son is basically that this fellow is, he left the family, he left his wife, he left everyone there. He can't be found at all. I'd like him to contact him.
So he's disappeared too.
And he had the gun that I gave him there, and it was found on the property.
And suppose you found the Mexican guy who threw down all the tires, thousands of tires. What would you do with him?
Well, part of this is also connected with the gun, so I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this here. All right. I found out about it, and I might be able to verify it with some of my own experience.
Fire away.
I had talked with this guy's son, and this guy said that his father kind of became obsessed with this gun here, and I believe what he indicated to you is that he would shoot this gun and it would make a sound.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago now.
Yes. Right. I knew exactly who it was, and I'm here to tell you the guy is speaking the gospel there when he contacted you. But this thing was like dead silent, and it was really weird. Well, I talked to this guy's son, because he's kind of close to my nephew, and we got talking. He says, what was interesting about this, what my dad told me, when we were talking about it, and he kind of demonstrated for him, is that he would set the gun down, like near the radio, and it would pick up signals from all over the place, like from the past, from the present, from any type of radio signal. They could change the channels on the radio.
This is really weird, Bill.
This
everything that comes out of the area of that hole is weird.
Well, this is what I'm telling you here, is that he would do that, and he would just like about a foot away, wave his hand near the gun. The channels would change there, and he would get something like a baseball game from 1963, or it would be a weather report from Iowa, or it would be something from Canada, or it would be Mexican music playing. But if he was very still, and would stay exactly on a certain channel there, and he would get something like Out of Time with it.
That's weird.
Okay.
That's really weird.
And so that
now I see why you want to find the gun.
Well, I'd like to find him. I'd like to find out that he's okay, and that he hasn't done anything really peculiar or very strange.
maybe it's true that everybody who in any way encountered the hole in the area came to problems.
Well, the guy with the tires, I want to get in touch with him because I had given his, it must have been a son or it must have been a grandson of his, he once drove the truck out there and he had some problems on the property and his son drove out there after him to help with the truck and get him going there. And he had trouble there too. To make long story short, I gave him a couple of buckets of 5-gallon paint buckets full of like rocks, metal, and stuff that I picked up on the property. That I was, instead of chucking them aside, I would just toss them in these buckets. Occasionally, I'd sort through them and see what was going on. But I gave it to him, right, to put in the back of his car so he'd get out of there because he wasn't getting any traction. So, normally, out there when you're on that part of the country, you always carry a couple of bags of sand or something in the back of your vehicle. Sure. So he has a couple of buckets of rocks, possibly dirt and stuff that I want to get on my hand.
So you think then that anything that came from that area has unusual properties?
I'm beginning to believe that. The real story up to Australia is that I was approached when I was in Australia. I was dealing with some people in various ministries there, government ministries, health, and different things there, and they were kind of interested in what I was doing. And I was approached at one point to take some of the things that I had brought from the U.S. We gave it to people up there, 3 men who had like advanced HIV. These guys were in hospice. Well, they're not in the hospice anymore. They're not on death row anymore. These guys are doing just fine.
Wow.
This was stuff that
why did you? I don't understand why you left Australia.
I just came back here to, be with my family, and what family I have here.
Obviously, a big mistake.
Back in the U.S. here, and that was my primary reason for coming up here.
But if you had stayed, I know. But if you had stayed there, you might still be sipping pina coladas and stuff.
I do wish I was there. I got to tell you, on the beaches in Australia, the women there were barely more than two band-aids and a postage stamp.
I've heard that, Bill.
It's gorgeous. More ways than one out there.
So the money's gone, the postage stamp girls are gone, the teeth are gone,
yes.
Belt buckle's gone,
guns
gone.
I'm trying to get hold of a few people. The Hungarian man, he lives in the area, and actually I have a lot of interest in getting to him. The priest fellow, same thing. He's kind of connected to the Hungarian fellow.
Well, I'm going to make a suggestion to you.
Yeah.
Maybe you should do what a lot of people do, and you should write a book about this. Have you considered it?
I don't know. I mean, that's my nephew was writing something based on me. He just thought it was great. I know this celebrity kind of guy here.
People wrote songs about what happened to you.
Oh, I know. My nephew just showed me the other day. He had a compact disc called The Ballad of Mel's Hole.
That's right.
I mean, it's incredible. People told me they had drinks named after all of this, and
Mel's Hole drinks.
Yeah, in the various bars in town in Ellensburg, and it was quite a remarkable phenomenon out there. It's really amazing. I couldn't, it really created quite a stir out in that part of the country.
Well, have you tried, this is a key question, have you tried to go back to the hole or the property where the hole is?
No,
I can't say as I blame you, really.
right now I'm keeping some of my cards close to the vest because I'd like to put some of the screws on my former wife there to see that, hey, let her know, and I hope she's listening, that hey, what happened to me
Can happen to you.
can happen to you, and it might be worth your while to keep me a little bit quiet about things.
Say 25 grand.
Look, right now I'm happy for an acre or two of land in a trailer I can call my own, where I can keep doing my work.
Well, this is some odyssey. This is something you've been through, Mel. All over us. Well, I was going to say stinky hole. It's not a stinky hole. It's an unusual hole.
Yeah, basically it's a hole, but I really did get the shaft in the end.
It's not funny. Sorry.
It has been a remarkable thing. I don't know. Did you read the facts that I sent you, or
Yes.
I mean, did you read it to the audience, or?
Oh no, because there were names in it. I didn't want to,
Is there anything in there you wouldn't want me to talk about on the air?
Only the names.
No specific names.
No specific names.
Specific incidents.
Well, we've covered a lot of that.
Okay. Can I say this? There is a very, very, very strong connection with the Heaven's Gate incident and my property.
Well, okay, I will say this. You wanted to make contact with anyone who saw Marshall Applewhite up in that Ellensburg area.
Yes.
Prior to the last appearance on Coast to Coast. By the way, Mel, for your original appearance here was, damn, I had it here,
in February of '97.
I think it was February 21st of 1997. I got a call from my board op during the break here, and he said February 1st, 1997. And so you think somehow there's some connection to the whole Heaven's Gate thing.
I do believe, and that happened, that occurred, as you recall, about a month after my appearance.
I recall, yeah, I recall,
and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, there's no way for people to get hold of you, is there? Nothing that you can give out.
I will give out an email address if anybody wants to get in touch.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, buddy, go for it.
Mel Waters.
Mel Waters.
One word, run together, at home.com.
Mel Waters. At home?
Home, H-O-M-E.
Home.
No, I don't have a domain name.
So that's MELWATERS at home, HOME.com. Well, you're going to get a lot of email because a lot.
I really want to know if something, if that police will contact me. I want anyone that knows.
Any of the people from back then that had to do with you and the whole.
That's right. Gary and Ben, I'm very, very, very anxious to get hold of, and I do believe he would get in touch with me.
Well, no, I'm so sorry all this has happened to you. We're running out of time here, but you will never know how sorry I am that all this has happened to you. And
I'm gonna move along here.
You will prevail.
And who knows? You may not have heard the last of all of this.
No, listen.
If my wife is listening, ex-wife is listening, hey, you owe me.
All right, that's Mel Waters at home, HOME.com. You probably hear from the media too. Listen, buddy,
hold on your website there. I want those people to get hold of me.
Hold on to your front teeth, Mel.
Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
Workers
The Washington Post has reported that accusation charges may be pending for Hunter Biden in the DOJ investigation. Now, who predicted that first? So the big guy, also the fabulous actress Sanaa Lathan, and the iconic William Shatner will be stopping by to share his new memoir. More Kelly tomorrow night at 6 on AM 640. Your stimulating talk. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Also, you can listen to this show on demand. Just go to the iHeartRadio app. Why? Halloween is coming up, and I know, okay, is it a little early to talk about Halloween? No. You can start talking about Halloween in February, and you're going to be...
Every Sunday, in every corner of the world,
and again, talking to people that are...
people gather to hear a story.
Or older. And Halloween was a kid's holiday. That was what it's about. Man, adults didn't dress in costume unless you were going to a costume party from costume. And, I mean, so what? You know, it was a kid's holiday. Candy, the kids would be in costumes. For example, one of the biggest...
For more than 2,000 years, that story has been told and retold.
Which is
Along the way, each generation has found in its telling its own meaning and interpretation. That story of a man called Jesus of Nazareth, a man who became Jesus Christ, was originally told by his first followers, but then retold in accounts by later believers in the Gospels. So began the building of a religion. Now it is our turn, with the help of scholars and historians, theologians and archaeologists, to return to that time and use our best efforts to understand that story. A man born in obscurity, in whose name a faith was made.
And he keeps track of the market and specializes in looking at amusement how expensive are they? And as he points out, this is unbelievably expensive to the point where he's still buying tickets because everybody does. So, Disney has an Oogie Boogie Bash.
We know so little about him. That he was born more than 2,000 years ago, and that he lived in Palestine. We know he was baptized and became a preacher. And we know that he was publicly executed.
We're spending more Americans on candy, costumes,
Is this? That even the winds and the seas obey him.
The average American household is expected to go out $100 this year.
With so little evidence to go by, archaeologists must sift through clues, and scholars decode the stories told by the first followers of Jesus.
The problem for any historian in trying to reconstruct the life of Jesus is simply that we don't have sources that come from the actual time of Jesus himself.
The historian's task in understanding Jesus and the Jesus movement and early Christianity is a lot like the archaeologist's task in excavating a tell. You peel back layer after layer after layer of interpretation. And what you always find is the plurality of Jesus's.
History is a need to record the deeds of a person like Jesus. Jesus is very much like most people, statistically speaking, remembrances, poor, obscure, no protections, no royalty, distinction of any kind.
They live under less than desirable conditions, and they die that way. There's nothing extraordinary about that. Billions of people pass through this vale of tears in exactly that way.
We can tell the story by looking at the way the earliest Christians themselves thought about Jesus, by the way they kept his memory alive, by the way that they told the story.
Central to the story is the fact that Jesus was born a subject of the Roman Empire.
And in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed.
Jesus was born during the reign of the Emperor Augustus in the sort of a booming economy of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And on every coin that Augustus had were the words Divi Filius, son of the divine Julius Caesar, son of God.
This is on every billboard in the Mediterranean world. He is the Savior of the world, and he brings the peace. Now, you may mince rules about how he brings the peace, but he brings peace to Rome, and as the saying goes in Latin, peace to the Rome and quiet to the provinces.
This is he, Augustus Caesar, son of a god, who shall restore the golden age and spread his empire.
Rome's empire spread across the Mediterranean, sweeping through North Africa and reaching as far west as Spain. To the east, it encompassed Egypt, Turkey, Greece, and Palestine, where Jesus was born in the Jewish land of Judea, then ruled by King Herod. In Judea, the king Herod was in fact a client king who ruled almost in place of Rome. He was the voice of Rome, the instrument of Rome. Probably the instrument of Rome is best in that, because he had his own independent notions.
Herod the Great was probably one of the greatest kings of the post-biblical period in Israel, but you wouldn't want your daughter to date him. He was ambitious, brutal, extremely successful.
And it is one of the real untold ironies of Jewish history that this man, who's the guy you love to hate in Jewish history, really, leaves the most indelible mark on the face of the land of Israel.
It appears that Herod thought of Jerusalem as his showpiece. He really wanted to make it a place where people would come, just as people would have gone to Athens or Rome or the great cities of the Mediterranean world.
A meticulously accurate model of ancient Jerusalem shows the extraordinary scale of Herod's building program.
And so when Herod built the city, or helped to rebuild the city, he did so on a monumental scale. This can be seen in the rebuilding of the temple.
We know exactly how Herod rebuilt the temple, because detailed descriptions of the architecture have survived. Along the coast, Herod constructed an aqueduct 40 miles long. It brought water to a new seaport he had built. In honor of the Roman Emperor Caesar, Herod named the city Caesarea.
A guy from Highland has been sentenced to 5 years in prison for a series of smashing rats around SoCal. The 22-year-old Belgian is rolling the robbers of 52 cell phone stores in Walton, Carson, Inglewood, Encino, and Camarillo.
We really need to get a feel for a city like Caesarea at the time of Jesus, precisely because it shows the crucial intersection of Roman rule and Jesus' own homeland.
In this thriving seaport, the power of Rome, its culture and commerce, commanded every aspect of daily life.
In the middle of the city was a Roman city, complete with the capital, temples to the deified Roma, that is the personification of Rome itself. The political reality of the day was of a dominant power overseeing the life on a day-to-day basis.
Into this political climate, Jesus was born. The Gospels present a familiar account of his birth.
And she gave birth to her firstborn son, and wrapped him in bands of cloth, and laid him in a manger, because there was no place for them in the inn.
Our best guess for the birth date of Jesus would be 4 BCE. In other words, he was born before the death of Herod the Great, who died in 4 BCE. But I emphasize best and guess.
The Gospels claim Jesus was born in Bethlehem. Historians think it is more likely that he was born and grew up near the Sea of Galilee, in the village called Nazareth.
The region was known for being a hotbed of political activities and violence. The last few generations of New Testament scholarship, the Galilee has achieved its reputation for being a hotbed of radicalism. The 60s Brooklyn, Palestine.
SoCal weather from KFI. A sunny day out there, a little bit warmer inland. Type of range for the low 70s at the beaches to the mid 90s inland. Stay that way for tomorrow, and then it looks like Sunday.
The Galilee, by most of the traditional accounts, is always portrayed as a kind of bucolic backwater. Peasants on the hillsides. And yet, our recent archaeological discoveries have shown this not to be the case. Nazareth stands less than 4 miles from a major urban center, Sepphoris. Sepphoris was founded as the capital of the Galilee, and so it was really invested, much like Caesarea Maritima, with all the trappings of Greek or Roman city life.
Recent archaeological discoveries at Sepphoris challenge the conventional picture of Jesus' life.
One of the more exciting discoveries that we made at Sepphoris was a magnificent Roman villa with a gorgeous mosaic on its floor in a banquet hall. The lady was dubbed Mona Lisa by the press when we found her because she is really an extraordinary depiction of a beautiful woman of Roman antiquity. And the picture we get is a community very much in the mainstream, but on the high end of the scale. Sepphoris was not just a city with houses and with waterworks and things like that, but it had satellite settlements around. Nazareth, to all intents and purposes, was a satellite village attached to the region or municipality of Sepphoris.
The findings really are requiring us completely to reflect Jesus' social and economic setting, because we really had thought of Jesus as being really out in the hinterland, utterly removed from urban life, especially Roman influence urban life. What the the excavations at Sepphoris suggest is that Jesus was quite proximate to a thriving and sophisticated urban environment that would have brought with it all the diversity of the empire and would have required, just to get on, and even surprising to the business, a level of sophistication that one would not have thought characteristic of Jesus, the humble carpenter.
Scholars today question the image of Jesus, the humble carpenter, and disagree about his social class. They were astounded and said, "Where did this man get this wisdom? Is not this the carpenter's son?"
The difficulty for us in hearing a term like carpenter is that we immediately think of a highly skilled worker, and at least in North America, in the middle class, making a very high income. As soon as we kick that into the ancient world, we are totally lost, because first of all, there was no middle class in the ancient world. There were the haves and the have-nots, to put it very simple. And in the anthropology of peasant societies, to say that somebody is an artisan or a carpenter is not to compliment them. It is to say that they are lower in the pecking order than a peasant farmer.
Very few scholars now believe that Jesus was of such lowly birth.
I'm not entirely convinced that we can characterize Jesus as a peasant. I think that probably miscasts Jesus, especially in view of more recent discoveries at Sepphoris and elsewhere.
He must be someone in the arts class if he's working in the building industry. And in all probability, that would mean where he might grow up and live in Nazareth. He likely went to Sepphoris to earn his living. And this puts him in the interesting mix of cultures that would have been the daily life of a city like Sepphoris, through the marketplace, in the building. And Sepphoris itself, as a city, was built precisely at the time that Jesus was growing up and living just next door.
You couldn't deal and wheel either in the workplace or in the market without knowing a good deal of Greek. And I can't hardly imagine anybody worth their salt who wouldn't know some Greek. Jesus was trilingual. Jesus participated in both the Aramaic and Hebrew culture and its literatures, as well as the kind of Hellenistic Greek that he needed to do his business and his ministry.
Despite its Greek and Roman influences, Sepphoris was a thoroughly Jewish city, and Jesus remained faithful to his religious heritage when he left Nazareth to become a preacher.
Then he began to speak and taught them, saying, "Do not think I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill."
What we learn from the gospel stories is not that Jesus was not Jewish, quite the opposite. He's completely embedded in the Judaism of his time.
Was Jesus a Jew? Of course Jesus was a Jew. He was born of a Jewish mother in Galilee, the Jewish part of the world. All of his friends, associates, colleagues, disciples, all of them were Jews. He regularly worshipped in Jewish communal worship, what we call synagogues. He preached from Jewish texts from the Bible. He celebrated the Jewish festivals. He was born, lived, died, taught as a Jew. Nowadays, there are temples and synagogues everywhere you go. There's not a Jewish community in the world that doesn't have a synagogue, and many of them are called temples. In this period, however, you should always remember that there is only one temple. That's the one temple in Jerusalem.
For Jews living in the time of Jesus, the temple in Jerusalem was the center of their religious life.
The Jewish historian Josephus has a very memorable line. He says, one temple for the one God. The Jews saw themselves as a unique people, with one God alone. And this one God of this one special people had one temple. And that's a very powerful idea, reflecting accurately, I think, the historical truth that the temple was a very powerful unifying source within the Jewish community. This was the one most sacred place on earth, the one place on earth where the earth rises up and the heavens somehow descend just enough that they just touch. This is the only one place in the entire earth where this was so.
The temple in Jerusalem was the symbolic part of the country. Jews everywhere, if they chose to, if they were pious, would put aside part of their income. It's sort of like the way Christmas clubs operate now. You'd put aside money explicitly to be spent having a party in Jerusalem.
Although the temple was the centerpiece of Jewish life and worship, Judaism was not a state religion.
There's no such thing as a state church. It's not a monolithic religious or cultural entity at this time. Indeed, what we're seeing more and more through the research and the archaeological discoveries is how diverse Judaism was in this period.
Sometimes reading ancient sources is like overhearing family quarrels in a distant room. And some of the most endearing aspects, I can say this because I don't live in the first century, but the most endearing aspects of reading this evidence that we still have is overhearing the lively quarrels. I mean, people who weren't priests at all would have absolutely firm opinions on how the priest should be doing their business.
There will have been a whole wide variety of groups in Jerusalem and perhaps in the countryside as a whole. These are the revolutionary groups who took their religious understanding of what Judaism was and turned it into a political program, political agenda. We must destroy the Roman Empire, or we must destroy Jews who cooperate with the Roman Empire.
We now know that other groups had even more extreme views, and their ideas shed new light on Jesus' own message.
One of the best examples of the vibrantly different thought that's at work in Judaism in this period is, of course, now what we know from the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As you leave Jerusalem and go to the south and to the east toward the Dead Sea, the terrain changes rapidly and starkly. You move off gradually from rolling hillside through the ravines, and it becomes stark and desolate. It's dry, it's arid, it's rocky, and it's rough. And then all of a sudden, within a span of only about 13 miles, the entire terrain drops out in front of you at the surface of the Dead Sea. It is in that rugged cliff face on the banks of the Dead Sea that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered at the site known as Kibbutz Qumran. The Dead Sea Scrolls are usually thought to have been produced by a group known as the Essenes. And the Essenes are a group that literally abandoned Jerusalem, it seems, in protest against the way the temple was being run. And they go to the desert to get away from what they see to be the worldliness of Jerusalem and the worldliness of the temple.
The Manual of Discipline, or in Hebrew, Sarah Hayachad, envisages a community living in almost total isolation. A community that is self-contained,
that is governed very strictly. There's an oath of entry. It is very much a monastic community.
Everyone who wishes to join the congregation of the elect must pledge himself to live according to the rule of the community, to love all the children of light, and to hate all the children of darkness.
The Essenes are what we might best call an apocalyptic sect of Judaism. An apocalyptic sect is one that thinks of itself as, first of all, the true form of the religion.
By apocalyptic expectation, I mean that some group has an apocalypsis in Greek, a revelation that God is going to finally solve the problem of injustice, unrighteousness, evil in the world by totally eradicating the evil. That's the terrible price of apocalypse. There's going to be a lot of very dead people. Totally eradicating evil, and we, the good, whoever we are going to live with God, be it heaven on earth or earth and heaven, forever, justice and holiness and righteousness.
Among the Dead Sea Scrolls, we hear not of just one Messiah, but at least two Messiahs. Some of their writings talk about a Messiah of Aaron, a priestly figure who will come to restore the temple at Jerusalem to its proper purity and worship of God. But there's also a Messiah of David that is a kind of kingly figure who will come to lead the war.
The Qumran scrolls reveal a variety of scenarios for the end of days. The best known one, perhaps, is the scroll called the War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness. And at some point, there will be a major battle, a cataclysmic struggle, not just between people, but also between cosmic forces, the cosmic forces of evil and the cosmic forces of good. And needless to say, this will end with victory for the Sons of Light, in other words, for the truth itself.
Now, we typically think of this as reflecting a belief in the end of the world, but in fact, that's not exactly what they thought. They use language like the end, or the last things, or the last days. But what they mean is the present evil age is coming to an end. This is really more in the vein of a transformation of the present social order and a return to a kind of golden age of statehood and independence. So it's really kind of a political expectation. It's not otherworldly. In fact, when it comes, it'll be right here and right now.
History offers no evidence that Jesus was influenced by the Essenes, but their apocalyptic challenge struck chords that reverberated throughout the homeland and echoed through the message of a prophet known as John the Baptist.
In those days, John the Baptist appeared in the wilderness of Judea, proclaiming, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near."
John the Baptist was a renowned kind of eccentric, it appears, from the way that Josephus describes him. But he seems to have had this quality of a kind of prophetic figure, one who was calling for change. So he is usually thought of as being off in the desert, wearing unusual clothes, a kind of ascetic almost.
John is taking people out into the desert, crossing the Jordan. He is recapitulating the Exodus, and he is planting little ticking time bombs of apocalyptic expectation all over the Jewish homeland, waiting for God to strike us.
It was as John's disciple, the Gospels say, that Jesus submitted to the ancient Jewish rite of baptism.
The evidence that Jesus was a follower of John is as strong as anything historians can find about Jesus. The reason is a certain embarrassment in the texts trying to explain why on earth would Jesus be apparently inferior to John. If he goes and is baptized by John, then somehow we have to explain how that can happen.
The Gospels then go on to say that Jesus was the one predicted by John. Most contemporary scholars would see that to be a construct developed by the early church to help explain the relationship between the two.
The difference I see between John the Baptist and Jesus is, to use some fancy academic language, John is an apocalyptic eschatologist. An eschatologist is somebody who sees that the problem of the world is so radical that it's going to take some kind of divine radicality. God is going to descend in some sort of a catastrophic event to solve the world. There is another type of eschatology, and that's what I think Jesus is talking about. I'm going to call it ethical eschatology. That is the demand that God is making on us, not us on God so much as God on us, to do something about the evil.
We don't know to what extent Jesus remained faithful to John's apocalyptic message. But at some point after his baptism by John, Jesus seems to have embarked on his career as a preacher.
Jesus went throughout Galilee, teaching in the synagogues and proclaiming the good news of the kingdom, and curing every disease and every sickness among the people. Jesus' career apparently was centered mostly in towns and villages and a few small cities in the area of the Galilee, his home region.
Jesus' ministry in the Galilee is rather complicated, but I think we can begin to get the real better understanding of it through archaeology and through higher literary studies of the Gospels today. Those villages there were absolutely essential to his ministry. He's avoiding the big towns from cities, probably because the elements who run those cities are of such a high class that they're probably not interested in Jesus' message.
Whether he was himself a simple man of the people, or someone far more sophisticated, Jesus does seem to have pitched his message at ordinary people, and to have impressed them with his healing powers.
Healing seems to have been something of a specialty of his, for which he had a great reputation. He would bring from miles around, judging from the Gospels, to bring their sick, the frail, Jesus to be healed. I love the story about Jesus reaching down and picking up the dust, mixing it with his own sweat, and forming a kind of healing balm that he applies to someone. It's also interesting that in one healing case, Jesus sort of misses the mark a bit and has to refine the cure that he's applying. So one finds the intrusions of popular culture in these Jesus traditions that are being elaborated through natural processes of storytelling.
Now, we that there are other miracle workers around the time. So just the idea of performing miracles is not in itself unique.
In the first century, in one sense, everyone, including later in the century Vespasian, who was becoming the emperor, were miracle workers if they were important enough. What really was unusual about Jesus is why would God work through a Jewish peasant? That's what would have struck the Roman imagination as unbelievable. Not that there would be miracles, but that miracles might be performed by a Jewish peasant.
Jesus limited his circulation to the agrarian populace, and his teaching was characterized by metaphors that were readily understood by agrarian populations. Jesus said to his apostles, "Give them something to eat." They replied, "We have nothing here but 5 loaves and 2 fish." And he said, "Bring them here to me." The feeding of the multitudes is one of the few stories that's told in all 4 Gospels. That's a story very dear to many people's hearts. Jesus goes into the Galilean hillside. He takes about 5,000 people with him. And it's there that they have a picnic, even though there are no provisions made for them. He multiplies 5 loaves and 2 fishes to feed this multitude of people. Well, I don't think it takes rocket science to figure out why that kind of story is so endearing for people. I mean, that's dinner and a show.
Behind the simple rustic imagery was the message of the coming kingdom of God, an enigma Jesus did not attempt to simplify.
Jesus tells a parable about somebody who takes a mustard seed, plants it in the ground, and it grows up to be a great tree, or a bush at least, a weed thing. Now, imagine an audience reacting to that. Presumably the kingdom is like this. They have to figure out what's it like. The kingdom is big. You just said it's a big weed, so why don't you say a big seed of Lebanon? Why a big weed? Besides this mustard, we're not certainly like this mustard. It's very dangerous in our feet. We try to control it. We try to contain it. Why do you mean the kingdom is something that people try to control and contain? Every reaction in the audience fighting with themselves, as it were, answering back to Jesus, is doing exactly what he wants. It's making them think, not about mustard, not about the kingdom. But the trap is that this is very provocative. Say the kingdom's like a seed of Lebanon, everyone would be on. Of course. It's like a mustard seed. What's going on?
Either people will tend to focus on Jesus as some sort of social reformer, or as an apocalyptic firebrand preaching a coming kingdom of God on earth. And yet, it must be recognized that those are very different images, very different kinds of individuals, and yet both are reflected within the Gospel's tradition.
He may have preached social change. He may have preached a new kingdom on earth. Either way, Jesus was bound to find himself in conflict with the Roman authorities.
The core of Jesus' preaching is the kingdom of God. And the difficulty for us is to hear that term as 100% political and 100% religious. Not one, not the other. In the first century, those were inextricably intertwined. The kingdom, if you use that expression in the first century, meant the Roman kingdom, meant the Roman Empire. When you talked about the kingdom of God and were somehow setting it up in some tension with the Roman Empire, you were making a very caustic criticism of the Roman Empire, and you were saying that its system was not the system of God.
The Jewish historian Josephus tells us a number of stories about characters whose career could be crudely summarized as following. Some guy wakes up in the morning and he thinks he's the Messiah or something, or he's a prophet, and he says, he gets a group of people to follow him. He says, we're going to go out in the desert and wait for God to do something else. So a whole bunch of people, they go with him, maybe thousands, go with him out to this deserted, unsecured place, and they wait for what Josephus calls the tokens of their deliverance. And the Romans set up a vicious police action out there and kill everybody. That kind of police action
is perpetrated against what we might consider harmless fanatics, the Romans are really giving us a very good historical lesson in how domination works.
All the time that Jesus is talking, I cannot not imagine the fact that he's going to be put to death. Everything that he is doing is politically dangerous. If you are following Jesus' life from day to day, you should be saying to yourself, somebody is going to kill this.
We are building housing for almost $800,000 a year. 800,000. That's their life. There's private companies that can build up for 60,000.
After he had said this, he went on ahead, going up to Jerusalem. Moving from Jerusalem, Jesus was moving from the territory ruled by Herod Antipas to the territory ruled directly by Rome, a prefect, Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate was the governor from 26 to 36, and so that places us very clearly within the early period of Roman rule. These are some of our most important and clearest dates for the activities of Jesus' life. When Jesus actually died, we're not absolutely sure. Some people would say as early as maybe 27, maybe some others as late as 33. But we do know it's under Pilate.
Pontius Pilatus, Praefectus Judea, Pontius Pilate, Governor of Judea.
We know of him as an effective and fairly ruthless administrator of his territory, the near Judea. And there are several episodes recorded by Josephus where eschatological prophets emerge, and Pilate has no hesitation in eliminating them or in suppressing episodes of potential conflict or revolt in that territory.
People from all over the empire went to Jerusalem on Passover. It's one of the most populated times in the whole city. It's a madhouse. There were extra animals being brought up, sheep, because of the Passover holiday. There were pilgrims coming in from everywhere. And Jesus comes into town too. We could have stayed home and had the Passover in the Galilee, but he didn't. He's up in Jerusalem because this is important. Pilate had promised when there were crowds of Jews, and of course he was legally responsible to be up in Jerusalem when it was the most crowded of all. He would leave this very nice, plush seaside town in Caesarea, which was, a nice pagan city, plenty of pagan altars, all the stuff he wanted, and have to go up to Jerusalem, where all these Jews were congregating, and stay there for crowd control until the holiday was over. He was in a bad mood already by the time he got to town, and Passover would fray anybody's nerves.
If you were coming to Jerusalem in these days, you would walk through the streets of this magnificent city. As you approach the Temple Mount, you come up to this massive monumental complex we call the Temple. And there are grand staircases up which one can go and get up to the top. And you come out up on top of the platform in the outer precincts of the temple complex. The soldiers that were garrisoned in Jerusalem would have been stationed in the nearby fortress called the Antonia, which literally stands adjacent to the temple complex and kind of looks over it. They could keep an eye on things there
And of course, everyone in the temple knew they were there too.
Particularly in Passover, which is a holiday that vibrates with this incredible historical memory of national creation and freedom. And the Roman soldiers standing along the colonnade of the temple, looking down at Jews celebrating this. So it's a politically and religiously electric holiday.
Then Jesus entered the temple and drove out all who were selling and buying in the temple. And he overturned the tables of the money changers. The difficulty with the story of Jesus and the money changers in the temple is that the story is told in slightly different ways in different Gospels. For example, in Mark's Gospel, and in fact in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all three,
Your home is an ecosystem. Solar power, battery storage, and efficient air conditioning all work together to ensure your house is comfortable, protected, and self-sustaining. Save today and prepare for tomorrow with Separate 360, the all-in-one home energy solution. The savings are better than what I expected. I want the 18 this with the 18. I'm game weekend and best. Declare your energy independence with Separate Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery, and air contractor. Take advantage of the 30% federal solar tax credit. Zero down, zero interest, and zero payments for 12 months. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit separatesolaris.com. Expires October 31st, 2022. CSRP Now, Randall here, and if you have a legal question and you want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air at 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150. This is Joe Cordell of the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. Contact your license 1023-790. Hey, Zach, the federal government has changed the rules, and all new air conditioners manufactured after January 1st probably be around 20% more expensive. Yikes. So I'm going to sell my existing inventory and get a 5-star system. Not at the old price, but the old price minus $2,000. Avoid that 20% price increase completely and get an additional $2,000 off. Get an air conditioner or plumber, GOE, TTL. You're going to get a great deal, but it's hard to spell. Get Puritan water for a pure down is just $45 a month. Plus, a free 6-day alkaline water system. Go to PuritanWater.com. More stimulating talk. Gary Hoffman. Shannon Farron. Let's just say, I take that free signal. Gary and Shannon.
getting all of these games?
I don't know. It's the biggest mystery because they've had 4 of the first 6 primetime games.
That's amazing. He's not that high. I mean, he's a high profile player, but he's not that high profile.
Not at this stage. Not at this stage. Are you ready? Tonight is opening night of Adult Theater.
Yes.
Yeah, you seem confident. You seem strong.
Yes.
It's going to be a long day for you.
Yes. Yes, it will.
Are you going to take a nap? You're too amped up. You're too amped up.
My daughter's going to town, so I'm not sure what time she's going to be here. So if she's here in the, in my nap window, then I'll probably not take a nap. But if she does wait until later, then maybe I'll sleep when I'm right. But I could be there.
You're going to be too excited.
They do full hair and makeup.
Oh, thank God.
You haven't seen the picture? I haven't seen your picture.
Not that you need full hair and makeup. It's just that when you don't have it and you try to do it yourself and you're not used to it, it can be tricky.
Well, and you saw, I told you I had to get a haircut. Yeah, because of what they're doing to my head. So,
what are they doing to your head?
See it. You gotta see what it is.
Wow.
I threw up the link on social media. It's at Gary Shannon. You can find information about the show up in Santa Clarita Valley. And where to get tickets. There's tickets available at the door too. You don't have to buy them online.
I was going to ask you that because I need to get another one because we're going to be 3 of us. So you just get it at the door? Absolutely. They're not that like hell.
No, see.
You can drop my name. You don't need to.
I don't want to be that guy.
Okay, we have a lot to get to. There's a bunch of guests going on right now. In fact, within the last couple of minutes, a couple of updates on stories that we have followed. One of them is out of Uvalde, Texas. The school district has announced the entire school district police force has been suspended in Uvalde, Texas. The district said has requested Texas Department of Public Safety troopers to be stationed on campuses and during extracurricular activities, saying, quote, we are confident that staff and student safety will not be compromised during this transition. Again, they have not said how long, if all of them will eventually lose their jobs or not, but the Uvalde School District has suspended the entire district-wide police force today.
Good.
The other story that came out was that the Merced kidnapping from earlier this week, this is the mother, the father, the 8-month-old, and then the uncle, the family of 4, that was kidnapped and eventually found murdered in an orchard. They have obviously arrested the kidnapper who tried to kill himself. They've also arrested the kidnapper's brother, apparently in this plot. But there's a little bit more about the relationship.
Yeah, it looks like he was an employee of the family at one time. And, we knew that they were looking for somebody else because they kept saying individual. Despite not accepting in custody, that there was definitely somebody else involved. So we'll have the latest on that coming up in the next hour. First, let's start with Armageddon, shall we? President Biden says the risk of Armageddon is the highest since the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, which is why 1962 is our Flashback Friday year. This is because Vladimir Putin is extremely desperate. His military is underperforming, to say the least, and he is getting more and more frustrated, it seems, with the last progress in Ukraine.
I understand the concern of the president. I feel like this is it should be noted, he said this while at a fundraiser. He was at a Democratic Party fundraiser when he made these comments last night. To me, that kind of waters it down because,
it was the prime-time national address from the Oval Office. You would all be professional.
Well, and it's also important to point out that the White House, in the office of what he said or what he meant, it seems like they're saying this wasn't driven by any sort of intelligence that the United States has. It's just a feeling, basically, the gut feeling. Now, granted, he has access to intelligence every single day, obviously, when he gets his daily briefing about what's going on. In the event that there were specific actions taken by the Russian military or the Russian government to position or reposition nuclear assets for something like this, we would likely know. We would know very quickly. And again, if it were based on intelligence, the Tucker factor should be pretty high because he said this at a fundraiser, my puffer factor is not very high. Biden said he was still trying to figure out Putin's offering of babies Ukraine. He said, where does he find a way out? Where does he find himself where he does not only lose space, but significant power? And listen, he makes perfect sense there. I just don't know what. I think we've all been wondering that. Yeah. But I don't want to hear that the president's wondering that. I can wonder that here on the radio show in Burbank with no access to information on television. Right. Looking over a Nickelodeon poster. Yeah. That's how serious it is. I guess I never want to hear a president say, I'm still trying to figure that out. So Vladimir Putin was apparently confronted by a member of his inner circle over what's going on in the war in Ukraine, which means that member of his inner circle is about to fall out of a 6-story window somewhere in Moscow. Gary Shannon, who is watching him 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Amy King is in the KFI 24-hour news service. Millions of people across California are going to start getting the first batch of inflation relief payments today, ranging from $200 to just over $1,000, depending on income and tax status. Another round will go out later this month. Those will be debit cards. The death rate from breast cancer has dropped to 43% in the past 3 decades, but a racial disparity continues. According to an American Cancer Society report, Black women are still more likely to die from breast cancer, even with a lower incidence rate. The Labor Department says 253,000 jobs have been added for September, the lowest number since April of last year, but still strong enough. Experts expect strong numbers will prompt the Fed to continue raising interest rates to try to fight inflation. We've got some low going in Inglewood. We'll tell you about that in just a second. It's sunny this afternoon with highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to mid-90s, and then a couple degrees warmer for tomorrow. This report brought to you by personal injury firm Owen Patterson and Owen. Now, let's go and check in with the news on the 45. These folks come away from Century Boulevard. Looks like it was an earlier problem around 90 that has been cleared from land. Because of midday cow transport is better there as well. Further north on the 405, still pretty busy for you west delays. Make way for a stand on the Boulevard south on 405. Off the 101 out of Sherman Oaks, still going for you back into west LA towards Sunset, and then equally heading for you further south on the 405 this morning. Similar to the Tigers, make way towards the 90. KFI News.com, I'm Nick Collier, team. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes are Indeed and match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Taking turkeys across their hair for folks today? Got my ticket, my mask, and an ethnic COVID test result. You going? Oh, you already know. This is not coming downtown in Cocoa. She got the vote. Yep, she didn't get vaccinated. And now it's getting phone calls. Too bad. I don't think it's vaccinated now. I'm glad we got food. Me too. Come up with fun. Look at your vendors. Mask up, stay home, and test if you feel sick. Get vaccinated and boosted to protect against COVID-19. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Bill Handle here, and if you have a legal question and you want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now. That'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150. Right now, it's putting on because your family funds are over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. Our team won't rest until you can rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN or OPOLaw.com. Managing partner at personal injury law firm Owen Patterson and Owen. Your family law firm law has over 40 years of experience helping thousands of accident victims. That's big. People see almost every possible scenario into one in the courtroom consistent attorney. Experience and results. Our team at Owen Patterson and Owen won't rest until you can rest after an accident. If you've been injured, call us at 888-OPO-WIN, and we do. OPOLaw.com. Here, you've heard me talk for years about Cutting Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on 4 teeth in a day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges to braces, fillings, cleanings, root canals, to cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Cutting Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep with full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free exam and x-rays, 888-640-SMILE, 888-640-SMILE. Restrictions apply.
On the Happiness Formula podcast, Dr. Barry Schwartz, best-selling author of The Paradox of Choice and Why We Run, how do you tackle life's biggest decision? Join the eminent psychologist as he combines vivid case examples with psychological insights to deliver vital takeaways you can use every day.
We should be asking how we can make good lives better, how we can move people from okay to really happy.
Listen to the Happiness Formula on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life. Over the years, I've had several HR issues, and I got nailed. I couldn't come close to affording an HR person, and among owners of small to medium-sized businesses, no one can afford an HR person. But here's an answer. Bambi.com. With Bambi, you can get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. But this is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like writing and implementing your HR policies and procedures, sexual harassment training for your staff, hostile work environment issues, terminations, people complaining about other employees. These put you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, and real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI into the radio drop-down, sign up. Bambi spelled B-A-M-B-E-E. B-A-M-B-E-E. Bambi.com. For all your ACP plumbing problems, call NextGen at 833-333-NEXT. 833-3-NEXT. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out, packed with illustrations. The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know book is written in the same smart, conversational style you love hearing on the podcast. Available October 11th. Pre-order now at StuffYouShouldReadBooks.com or wherever you buy your books.
I was walking my dog around the neighborhood, and my dog has to poop. So she pooped on their lawn, and I promptly cleaned it up. And the owner comes out and starts saying, "Did you see the sign? You're not supposed to be doing that on my lawn."
Yeah, the trick is just to be nice to the dog. You want to give him some grief? You and the dog squat on his lawn and say, "Well, what do you think of that one? Handle on the lawn tomorrow morning at 8 on KFI."
More stimulating talk.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
Let's peel back the curtain a little bit around here. So, yesterday afternoon, Chris Little sends out an email saying something to the effect of, "The women's bathroom is leaking into the men's. There's been some sort of incident." And so that's what he sent out to everyone publicly. Privately, I start getting text messages from people like, "Oh, I hear you blew up the bathroom. Chris Little says you ruined the bathroom. Chris Little says you went in there, you were in there for a long time, and now the bathrooms are inoperable." And then that rumor carried over to me. And I'm like,
You were responsible for it.
I'm like, I didn't even use the bathroom yesterday.
What's that? So literally, the women's bathroom, and because they cut the building in half, you know, the floor, they sold off part of it, or whatever they did to it, moved our studio over. It's approximately a mile and a quarter for you to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, if Jacob offered, and he said right now, "Well, I'll stand by the door if you want to use the men's room." There's no way.
After what I've heard goes on in there, absolutely not. Where is the other bathroom? Should I have to? What is it called? The bowl choker? Okay.
Yeah, should you have urgent some kind of deal to the upper class?
It's the funny thing is when Chris sent out that email yesterday, the first thing I did was forward to everyone.
Well, actually, I think you still have access to what we used to last thing they refer to as the executive restroom. That's kind of in that hidden hallway back there. I use that one. Yeah, but you've got to go all the way around, and you got to make sure
about the population of the building when it comes to women, or at least its floor. I mean, I kind of would think, like I was kind of the only woman through here yesterday. Total Mitzi. That was about it. That was about it. Well, maybe she. No, maybe. No, Mitzi doesn't poop.
Labor Department's Bureau of Labor Statistics came out today. The number of employed Americans last month rose to 158,936,000. That is a record high number of Americans who are currently working. The unemployment rate is down to 3.5%, which is back to the level it was February 2020, just before the pandemic. One story that we'll get to here in just a couple minutes also, that 4 Las Vegas showgirls were among 8 people stabbed during that night rampage outside of casinos yesterday. We'll get an update on that in the hour.
We're talking about Vladimir Putin and how desperate he has become. There is a report, according to U.S. intelligence, that there was a member of Putin's inner circle who directly confronted Vladimir over mistakes he's made in Ukraine and the mismanagement of the invasion as well. They say Kremlin insiders have reached a breaking point.
I don't know what that means. He still has incredible power over the people, even if they disagree with him.
Does it mean there's a potential?
There may be pressure towards that, but they still got a long ways to go to get and might even start that process. I'm not in military tools or
I don't believe there is a process from what I've gathered from North Korean drama. If there, you think that the dictator is in the wrong, you simply kill him and then take over power.
One of the spokesmen for Vladimir Putin's Dmitry Peskov was asked about reports that an official had confronted with the president, flat out denied any kind of challenge had taken place. Dmitry Peskov did say there were disagreements taking place at the highest level that contemplate them off as what they referred to as working arguments. Also, Russia has apparently started targeting areas of Zaporizhia, which is the area that contains the nuclear power plants. They have been targeting Zaporizhia with kamikaze drones for the first time. They targeted the explosive-packed kamikaze drones into a couple of infrastructure facilities in that city. They said this is the first time that these drones have been used this way. The Iranian-made Shahed 136 drones. They said damaged infrastructure facilities, but they didn't explain exactly what they were. Now, these kamikaze drones, they're cheaper, they're less sophisticated than missiles, but obviously once they're flown to or told where to go, it can be pretty effective, fortunately, if you're on the other side.
Stabbing on the Vegas Strip involving showgirls. Also an update on the family that was murdered in Merced. Apparently they had some bad history with the guy who killed them and their little baby. We'll talk about it when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will continue. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And you can live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A 17-year-old high school student from Woodland Hills has died from fentanyl poisoning. Kate Kitchen was on the baseball team at Elmina Charter High School. Circumstances of his death last week haven't been made public. The LAPD says at least 7 teenagers have died from fentanyl overdose just in September. LA County Sheriff Villanueva has criticized his piece of the county's proposed budget. Villanueva says it's around 8% of the overall budget, but increasing that to 10% would allow them to get back to full staffing. The sheriff says he's down 1,000 positions.
That is just to maintain the 0.9% or 0.9 deputy per thousand. If we were actually to move up to close to the national average, to 2.5, our workforce would have to be increased by probably 3,000 or 4,000 deputies.
The sheriff says the bump in money would also allow them to replace their aging computer systems. In comparison, Villanueva says sheriff's departments in Orange and San Bernardino counties all receive at least 20% of the county's budget. A new light rail line has opened in LA. The new K line runs from the Crenshaw District to Westchester. Much of the line runs along Crenshaw Boulevard and passes near SoFi Stadium. There is free bus service between Westchester Veterans Station and the K line's Aviation LAX station. To celebrate the K line's opening, Metro is offering free rides on all of its buses and trains through this weekend. The school district in Uvalde, Texas has suspended the leaders over the summer have gotten responses back from 20 of them. We asked them what they wanted young people in the U.S. to know about their homeland. Said Prime Minister of Iceland was the only response that was handwritten. We also heard from leaders of Lithuania, Barbados, Malta, France, Switzerland, Portugal, New Zealand, Trinidad, and Tobago. He says he will write what he's learned. We'll check some problems on the 10.
Well, let's tap into your best life source water, guys. Shall you? Shall we? Shall us? Let's talk about life source.
You better get it together before tonight's performance.
Water system on the market. Pamper yourself and your family with filtered and delicious life source water straight from every faucet and tap in your home.
Life Source eliminates 99% chlorine and contaminants, so your water tastes great, your skin and hair feel great. Better yet, the Life Source system is maintenance-free. No filters, no salt, no bottled water needed.
Think about that, Mike. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the Life Source system being installed in my house. Tomorrow.
How do you celebrate?
For an entire year, I haven't had to worry about this.
You and the family just drink water all day?
You just turn on every tap in the house and then just sit there.
For a limited time, purchase the Life Source water system without paying a penny for 6 months, no interest, no payments, nothing for 6 months, subject to credit approval.
Call 800-803-2696 and get a free consultation. 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference.
Southland weather from KFI, 75% of beaches, 80s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County, upgrading to 90s for the valley tonight, east, low clouds and overnight lows in 60s, sunny after the burn off tomorrow, 80s at the beaches, 80s to low 90s, and a couple degrees cooler for Saturday. Still, kind of a mess in Fontana on the 10th.
There's only one that is, open. It's the far left one that's open. Everything is shut down east on time before marijuana is going to the 15th. Due to an ongoing racket involving folks configuring an oil spill as well as down power tools. So you're seeing one sign on the eastbound side on the 10 right now as you're coming from Edwards, Junior, which come out throughout the Ontario area, not all the way down to the port. Also, westbound side, you're going to start going for years going from Cherry, the opposite, seeing possible areas for you looking at your slowing as well. And to eastern west side, and also to the Tony's the Montana, where you're looking pretty good for your driving. Things start with a 210 and westbound. KFI in the South gets there faster. I'm just calling you.
Stop going it alone for recruiting and staffing. Choose a local expert. Hiring is about getting to know people and not algorithms. So let the people at Express Employment Professionals hire for you. Visit expressroads.com to find the office near you.
Bill Handel here, and if you have a legal question and you want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150 right now.
LA works best when LA is working. Investing in community college and school facilities creates thousands of good paying union jobs. Rebuild SoCal Partnership is proud to partner with local community colleges and school districts on improvement projects that put LA to work and help students prepare to compete for careers. Local community college and school improvement projects help LA work for all of us. Paid for by Rebuild SoCal Partnership. Visit rebuildsocal.org.
My grandparents were outside. Both of them were dentists. So I have a pretty good grip on what a good dentist is. So let me tell you about my dentist, LA Dentist School. For 30 years, Dr. Mazzarcani and his team of world-class dental specialists have successfully treated thousands of patients in Southern California, including my daughter Pamela, who had serious dental issues. For implants, cosmetic, and complex dentistry, complications with existing implants. Also, LA Dentist Group offers board-certified expertise at their state-of-the-art locations in Glendale and Pasadena. They offer twilight sleep, full sedation, 5-star online reviews. Don't suffer any longer with loose or missing teeth, infected gums, or insecurity about your spine. Now, pound 250 on your smartphone and say dentist. That's it. Now, pound 250 on your cell, say dentist. Schedule a free consultation. Go to ladentistgroup.com. Download the free Iger radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI, AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. God bless you. Get it all out. You can't sneeze during the adult theater performance.
Have you ever seen anybody sneeze on the show?
Yeah, because it's adrenaline. Yeah.
Prevents you from sneezing?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. How else do you explain it?
That's a good question. Does your body shut down the simple basic responses like, hey, fall baseball, fall day, 4 wild card series, they've already started as a matter of fact. Tampa Bay and Cleveland are already in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tampa Bay's up 1-0 over the Guardians. Oh, sorry, 2-run home run. The Guardians are now up 2-1 over the Rangers.
I still am not used to that Guardian commander, whatever the hell they're doing.
Philadelphia, St. Louis comes up at about 11. Seattle is in Toronto for the other American League wild card. They start at 1. And then the Padres take on the Mets in the very late game. It starts at 8 o'clock New York time. So Padres Mets start out.
We told you Uvalde School District has suspended its entire police department following just constant complaints about the lack of action back during that school shooting at Robert Elementary. We will stay on top of that, and they're planning for the future. They will take the entire police department, especially in smaller towns.
50 Shades
We
Darker
reported this to
by
you as it happened
James.
yesterday.
Read for
First
you
responders
by
called at the scene
Megan
of a mass stabbing on the Vegas Strip. 2 people have been killed, another 6 were injured. It was in broad daylight, and it involved chauffeurs.
I hide Carl's mom.
Description I heard of how this started was this guy that they initially arrested, 32-year-old Johnny Mario, had walked up to a couple of showgirls who were outside greeting guests that they would come in and taking pictures with people, sharing full down the heels and the sequins and everything.
And the boobs are flammable,
And he was holding a knife. He was holding a long knife and said, chef. And it wants to take a picture with
David Kitchen. Yeah.
and then they said no, especially now with a knife in his hand. And then that's when he attacked among other people that were there, and apparently who were trying to run away and got to, like you said, total. They got into custody relatively quickly because there were security guards from the casino who immediately stepped in to help the situation of the people that stabbed. And then also to get this guy, this is where some reporter from Metro.
I'm very proud of LDN TV, our ability to be eyes-on, physically on, to take this suspect into custody in a matter of minutes from the crime being committed.
One of the victims was located, one of the victims was pronounced dead at the scene. The second person died at the emergency medical center. And it's just an odd, even on a Thursday morning, like that was yesterday, that there were that many people that Las Vegas Strip is constantly filled with humanity. Maybe not as much, obviously, as you'd see on a Friday afternoon or a Saturday afternoon or something like that. But there were thousands of people in that intersection over the course of a couple of hours. And then, of course, they shut the whole thing down around that casino.
Distraction.
The other time by a crime story to tell you about is out of Merced. The brother of the man suspected of kidnapping and that family has been arrested this morning. Alberto Salgado arrested and booked into jail on suspicion of criminal conspiracy, accessory, and destroying evidence.
Somehow,
This was a family taken against their will from their trucking business near South Highway 59 up there. It was a mother, a father, an 8-month-old baby, and the baby's uncle. They knew that someone else was involved. The sheriff brought one case in and believed that he had someone else with him who helped him to do some investigation. As far as the homicide itself, we're going to let evidence take us where it needs to take us. Relatives of the murdered family told investigators that this guy sent numerous text messages or emails about a year ago after working with their trucking business. We told you yesterday that back in 2005, this guy was fired from a different trucking business, showed up at his ex-boss's house, found the family that he found there with duct tape, threw them in the pool, and said if he felt illegal activity.
Of course, I can afford a car, a nice new car. I suspect he has been over-generous in his payment, and he thought he was a bitter taste in my mouth. But I dismiss it and try to keep my mind as numb and as blank as possible. I can't think about him. I don't want to start crying again, not out on the street. The apartment is empty. I miss Kate, and I imagine her lying on a beach in Barbados, sipping a cocktail. I turn on the flat screen television so there's noise to fill the vacuum and provide some semblance of company, but I don't listen or watch. I sit and stare blankly at the brick wall. I am numb. I feel nothing. How long was that tour bus? The tour buzzer startles me from my anguish, and my heart sinks deep. Could that be? I press the intercom. Delivery service, Theo. The bored, disembodied voice answers, and disappointment crashes through me. I listen to make my way downstairs and find a young man noisily chewing gum, holding a large cardboard box and bringing it to the front door. I sign for the package and take it upstairs. The box is huge and surprisingly light. Inside are 24 long-stamped envelopes and a card. Congratulations on your first day at work. I hope it went well. And thank you for the letter. That was very thoughtful. It has pride of place on my desk. I stare at the typed card. The hollow in my chest is expanding. No doubt his assistants with this. Christian probably had very little to do with it. It's too big for to think about. I examine the roses. They're beautiful. And I can't bring myself to throw them in the trash. Dutifully, I make my way into the kitchen to hunt down vase. And so, a pattern develops. Wait, work, cry, sleep. Well, try to sleep. I give you a snap in my dreams. Gray, burning eyes, his looks blue, his hair burnished and white, all on me. And music. So much music. I cannot bear to hear any music. I am careful to avoid it at all costs. Even the jingles and commercials make me shudder. I have spoken to no one, not even my mother, or Ray. I don't have the capacity for idle talk now. No, I want enemy. I have become my own island state. A ravaged, war-torn land where nothing grows and thrives of its own. Yes, that's me. I can interact impersonally at work, but that's it. If I talk to mom, I know I'm worried to keep it further. And I have nothing left to bring. I am finding it difficult to eat. By lunchtime on Wednesday, I manage a cup of yogurt. It's the first thing I've eaten since Friday. I am surviving on the newfound tolerance for lattes and Diet Coke. It's the caffeine that keeps me going. It's making me anxious. Jack has started to hover over me, irritating me, asking me personal questions. What does he want? I'm polite, but I need to keep him at arm's length. I sit and begin trawling through a pile of correspondence addressed to him, and I'm pleased with the distraction of the email work. My email pings, and I quickly check to see what's wrong. Holy shit. From Christian. Oh, not here. Not at work. Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8th, 2011. 14:05. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, I am misjudged at work. I hope it's helpful. Did you get my flowers? I know that tomorrow is the inaugural Your Friends show, and I'm sure you'll not have time to purchase a car. If it's a long drive, I would be more than happy to take you should you wish. Let me know. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. Tears swam in my eyes. I hastily put my desk and bolted to the restroom to escape into one of the stalls. Jose's show. I forgot all about it, and I promised him I'd go. Shit, wish that's right. How am I going to get there? I clenched my forehead. Why has Jose followed? I haven't heard anyone follow. I've been so absent-minded. I haven't noticed that my cell phone is silent. Shit, I am such an idiot. I still haven't sent 4 calls to the BlackBerry. Holy hell, Christian's been getting my calls. Unless he's just throwing the BlackBerry away. How did he get my email address? He knows my shoe size. Email addresses hardly work for criminal moments. Can I see him again? I want to see him. I close my eyes until my head back is moving and no one will glance. Of course I do. Perhaps I can tell them I've changed my mind. No. I cannot be with someone who takes pleasure in inflicting pain on me. Someone who can't love me. Roger's memories flash through my mind. Gliding, holding hands, his pathful, his gentleness, his humor, and his dark, sexy stare. I miss him. It's been 5 days. 5 days of agony that has felt like a dream. I cry myself to sleep at night, wishing I hadn't looked out, wishing that he could be different, wishing that we were together. How awful this is. Alive in the past. I wrap my arms around my body, hugging myself tightly, holding myself together. I miss him. I miss him. Anastasia Steele, I must be strong, but I want to go to Jose's show. And down, last week, wants to see Christian. Taking a deep breath, I head back to my desk. From Anastasia Steele, subject, tomorrow, date, June 8, 2011, 14:25. To Christian Gray. Hi, Christian. Thank you for the flowers. They are lovely. Yes, I appreciate them. Anastasia Steele, Assistant Jack Hyde, Editor, SI. Checking my phone, I find that he's still sending 4 calls to the BlackBerry. Jack is in a meeting, so I quickly call Jose. Hi, Jose. It's Anna. Hello, stranger. His tone is so warm and welcoming. It's almost enough to push me over the edge. I can't talk long. What time should I be there tomorrow for your show? You're still coming. He sounds excited. Yes, of course. I smile. My first genuine smile in 5 days is a picture of brown grin. Instead of 30. See you then. Goodbye, Jose. Bye, Anna. From Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8, 2011. 14:27. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, what time shall I pick you up? Christian Gray, CEO, Enterprises Finance. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8, 2011. 14:32. To Christian Gray. Jose's show starts at 7:30. What time would you suggest? Anastasia Steele, Assistant Jack Hyde, Editor, SI. From Christian Gray. Subject, tomorrow. Date, June 8, 2011. 14:34. To Anastasia Steele. Dear Anastasia, for the call sign is I shall ignore the
I got kids. Well, broke them up.
Christian Grey,
Junior show.
CEO
How did
of
you say
Grey
no?
Enterprises Holdings, from Anastasia Steele, subject tomorrow, date June 8, 2011, 14:38 to Christian Grey. CNN, Anastasia Steele, assistant to Chad Hall, editor, S9. Oh my, I'm going to see Christian. And for the first time in 5 days, my spirits moved a fraction, and I allowed myself to wonder how he's feeling. Has he missed me? Probably not my happiness to him. Has he found a new sickness? The thought is so painful that I dismiss it. I look at the pile of correspondence I need to swap for Jack, tackling as I try to push Christian out of my life once more. That night in bed, I toss and turn, trying to sleep, and it's the first time in a while I haven't let myself to sleep. In my mind's eye, I visualize Christian's face the last time I saw him as when I left. Its tortured expression reminds me. I remember he didn't want me to go. She was off. Why would I stay when things had reached such an impasse? We were each straying around our own issues. My fear of punishment, his fear of death. Turning on my side, I hug my pillow, filled with overwhelming sadness. He thinks he doesn't deserve to be loved. Why does he feel that way? Does it have to do with his upbringing? His birthright? Rapping one? I had to play me into the early hours until eventually I fall into a fitful, exhausted sleep. The day drags and drags, and Jack is unusually attentive. I suspect it's due to the long dress and the black high heel boots I've stolen from my closet. But I don't dwell on the thought. I resolved to go clothes shopping with my first paycheck. The dress isn't showing me that it was, but I pretend not to notice. Finally, it's 5:30 and I collect my jacket and purse, trying to calm my nerves. I'm going to see him. Do you have a date tonight? Jack asks as he strolls past my desk on his way out. Yes. No. Not really. He raises an eyebrow, his interest clearly piqued. I flush. No, a friend. And ex-boyfriend. Maybe tomorrow we'd like to go for a drink after work. You've had a stellar first weekend. We should celebrate. He smiles and unknown, unsettling emotion floats across his face, making me uneasy. Putting his hands in his pockets, he saunters through the double doors. I frown at his retreating back. Drinks with the boss? Is that a good idea? I shake my head. I have the evening of Christian Grey to get through first. How am I going to do this? I hurry into the restroom to make the last minute adjustments. In a large mirror on the wall, I take a long, hard look at my face. I'm my usual pale self. Dark circles around my two large eyes. I apply some mascara and eyeliner and pinch my cheeks, looking for something. Tidying my hair so that it hangs artfully down my back, I take a deep breath. This will have to do. Nervously, I walk through the foyer with a smile and a wave to Claire at reception. I think she and I could become friends. Jack is talking to Elizabeth as I head through the doors. Smiling broadly, he hurries over to open for me. After you, Anna, he murmurs. Thank you. I smile, embarrassed. Outside on the curb, Taylor is waiting. He opens the main door of the car. I glance hesitantly at Jack, who has followed me out. He's looking from the obvious unique dismay. I turn and climb into the back. There he sits. Christian Grey. Wearing his graceful, no-tie, white shirt over the collar. His very eyes are glowing. My mouth dries. He looks glorious, except he's
Salad. Bread roll, because the man who just wants to make the best just wants to have a nice trip for his family, to the best of intentions, and always goes to hell. And this was the Wally World trip.
Yes, it's nice to see you too.
There's like three types, there's three movies where I uncontrollably laugh out every time. One of them is when he says, we're going to have so much fun, we'll be singing happy
Yogurt at lunchtime. Oh,
yeah.
and a banana.
That.
When did you last have a real meal? He asks Taylor slips into the driver's seat, starts the car, and pulls out into the traffic. I glance up, and Jack is leaving. Though how he can see through the dark glass, I don't know. I wave back. Christian snacks. My boss. I think that I can move the man beside me, and his mouth is pressed into a hard line. Wants to feel Christian, that really is what it is. I know.
Another one of my favorites is Sideways, when Miles takes the big jar and just downstairs at the line. I'm like, oh my god, it's so good.
And for the first time in a long time, I wanted to laugh. I tried hard to stifle the feeling, but instead of
running down the road,
Christian's face softened as I struggled to keep a straight face. Tracy smiled as his love was great. He asks, his voice softer. Pasta Club last Friday, I whisper. He closes his eyes as he hurried, possibly regret sweeps across his face. I see. He says, his voice expressionless. But he closed up his strong pals, possible.
Oh, yeah.
He scolds.
Carlton
I stared down at the body fingers in my lap. I could see bones.
talk, mumble on the phone, falling down the hill of his house, trying to climb
Shifts
turn
from
back
story.
up.
He asks, his voice still soft.
I like that
Well, I'm shit. I swallow. If I told you I was lying, I'd be lying. He inhales sharply. Me too. He murmurs and reaches over and clasps my hand. I miss you. He adds, oh no, the skin, I can see skin. Christian, I need to talk. I'm going to cry. Christian, I cried so much. I whispered and tried to keep my emotions in check.
I'll cover those smooth the show coming off the neck.
He tucks my hand, and before I know it, I'm on his lap. He has his arms around me, and his nose is in my hair. I missed you so much.
There needs to be a massive supplementary campaign to get the
I
word
want
out
to
to
struggle
kids
out of
who
his home,
don't have any
to
idea
maintain some
that this
distance.
is
But his arms are wrapped around me. He's pressing into his chest. I felt, oh, this is where I want to be. I rest my head against him. He kisses my hand. His home. He smells of money, fabric softener, body wash, and vibrance in my appreciation. For a moment, I allow myself the illusion that all will be well. This is my baggage to solve. A few minutes later, Taylor pulls to a stop at the curb. Even though we're still on this day, Christian shakes me off his lap. On the top of his building. Christian glances toward the building with explanation. Of course, Charlie Day. Taylor opens the door and I slide out. He gives me a warm, comfortable smile that makes me feel safe. I smile back. I shake you back your hand, Jen. Misty, like my best wishes. I blush as Christian comes around the car and takes my hand. He looks me and Taylor, stares past the back, feeling nothing. Christian says to me, he is sad. Christian nods as he turns and leads me through the double doors into the grand view foyer. I revel
$28,000 to a man who was an officer in Santa Ana Police Department. The orthopedic feels that warning Mr. Ha, and police will be trying to take action which would allow Mr. Ha to get money out. Also admitted to using an enforcer to keep customers in line after an incident where a guy got shot to death in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFID.
That's the judge confirmed in Hero County making it difficult to even be Joining Death Advisory was out last night at Riverside County. Video showed a massive wall of death covering areas causing visibility to drop the zero. There were no reports of any serious crashes. A multinational clothing company is opening its first American factory in Walmart together and designing Jackson is the factory and a company based in Jordan will start 75 jobs in clothing.
One of our Walmart men t-shirts, which is going to be made here. And that's step one. And after that, we'll have other types of products, men's, women's, all kinds of, because the cut and sew brand will expand 350 jobs by 2027. Walmart's new factory is worth $350 billion promise to bring 750,000 jobs to the U.S. over the next 10 years. The U.S. economy generated 263,000 jobs last month. The employment rate is down to 3.5%, marking the lowest unemployment rate in the last 50 years.
Overall, this report shows while hiring has slowed, hiring is still challenging. Complicated as the Federal Reserve has tried to deal inflation.
Average hourly earnings were up 10%. Meta says there are about 400 different apps trying to steal login information from Facebook users. Facebook, Instagram, the App Store available through Apple and Google Play. Apple says it has removed the 45 malicious apps from its App Store, guides as photo editors, games, and business apps. The owner of an amusement park in Florida says it's taking their ride more than 6 months after a teenager was killed when a 14-year-old boy looked at the restraint at the Orlando free fall and fell to his death. The lawyer accused his mother arrived meeting to shut him down.
No parent suffers with the same pain that she's going through and just can't go on.
A report says he flipped out because of a sensor issue on Chestnut. Mom has vowed still pending also been lawsuit against Icon Park, the right operator and the right manufacturer. She likes bugs on the loose in Northern California.
Without releasing me, Christian nods, ducks down, and leads me to the helicopter door. Once inside, I must be firm to my harness. Cinching the straps tightly. And writing secret
Education program for being around people. Expanded on the road to be active day or night. They love to take your shelter underground, typically eat small insects, and have an amazing sense of smell. Jennifer Jones believes
down my cheek.
Soundland weather from KFI, sunny skies near the Pacific Beaches, low to 80 for Metro LA and inland. Operated to mid-90s to Valley Cinnamon Empire. Their straps are high on over 60s, will warm up to tomorrow at 80 for operating to about 90 for Metro LA, and 90 for the Valley of Chestnut. And 75 in Warren, 72 will go to 67 motors, 88 in Santa Clarita. If I'm off the report, the Dow trading down 588 points, the Nasdaq is down 390 pounds. 500 is down 97. The average price for Australia is 39 down and 4 for the crashes and on the Western chart.
Voice of the air traffic controller answers, issuing instructions. Roger, Tower, Charlie Tango, Christian flips to switches, glass is stick, and helicopter rises slowly into the blue sky. Seattle, and my stomach, drop on my face. There's so much to see. Jesus, the building of the church. Now just his voice comes through on the headphones. I turn and keep looking into the eyes. What does he see? How can he see most romantic things? He smiles, and I can't help my shy smile. I was witnessing the evening sun. He was seest. He says, the last time we went to Seattle it was dark. This is the captain. Literally,
of your job with some job board. But then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of pay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack. 442 posted jobs at ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter. The smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
And for the first time in 5 days, I'm relaxed. Perhaps this moment is so bad. Interesting. What's wrong? Oh, he's okay. How can I tell Christian that Jack thinks me guilty? Christian glances at me. What's wrong? He asks. Aside from the obvious, nothing. Obvious. Oh, Christian, you really are very obtuse sometimes. Obtuse. I'm not sure I appreciate it once. Well, don't laugh. His lips twitch into a smile.
Everywhere on the internet station Friday, October 7th.
I gasp, and I want to shout. I've missed you.
President Biden ratcheting up his language about nuclear threats from Vladimir Putin, using the word Armageddon twice as he puts the charge at the fundraiser, like you pointed out earlier. It was very more weight before would have been a national address from the Oval Office, but because he was at a fundraiser, what's called the pucker factor is not as high as it would be.
He doesn't follows us from Seattle. The sky is washed. Peace and aquamarines. Seamlessly together as one creature goes out. Is it clear, President? And the light is important.
Now has
Welcome,
also been
yes,
arrested
Christian
for
slows the
criminal
helicopter down with Halifax.
conspiracy
We are on top of the strange brown brick building.
And Uvalde schools have suspended the campus police operation.
This meant harmony anytime.
So this was, they say, due to outrage over the hiring of a former Texas trooper who was at the attack.
Powers down Charlie Tango, flipping various switches so he wrote her stuff. And eventually, all the parents were called to high school student lives. It reminds me of Thomas House's experience. I don't know right now.
This is just the
Christian unbuckles his harness and leads across to unmute lab.
obviously there's a text.
He asks, his voice loud, his eyes glowing.
Couple of weeks ago, they
Yes,
said that they
thank
attributed
you,
stress
Greg. I
eventually
replied,
having overdose to what they saw was one cat.
Yeah, the 15-year-old is
He holds his hand out to me,
was found
with
in
my
a
mouth
bathroom
shut.
after taking what she
The
believed to
gray-haired
be
man
Percocet.
walks
And
over
it was
the
fentanyl based because, as we have
and I
detailed,
recognize
the
him as the
cheaper
old
to
timer
use the
from the last
fentanyl
half
than it
hour.
is to use the pure Percocet or
Christian
Xanax or
smiles and
whatever it
kisses
may
my
be,
hand
whatever
to
the kids
cheek
think that
Jones
they are
warmly.
taking. And
He was saying stuff.
there's got to be a way to infiltrate social media. And this is where they're buying it. They're buying it on Snapchat, they're buying it on the apps that the parents don't use, and they're buying it underground. And there's got to be some sort of campaign the social media company has got to act right. Question information out, because we talk about it every day, it's in the news every day, and there's got to be something that just infiltrates these teenagers' lives with the very real fact that you may be thinking you're taking a Xanax, but it is laced with something that will kill you.
I think he might say something else, but he stops. Take it slow.
I would almost use the analogy of homelessness. We've talked before about
We sit in silence as our driver takes us to the gallery. My anxiety has been traveled through the force, and I realize that our time in Charlie Tango has been short. Christian is quiet, apprehensive even. Our letter from earlier has dissipated.
It's being manufactured in China, or the precursors are shipped out of China. It's being cooked up in places like Mexico and Canada, and then being brought into the United States. Now, the idea that we have beyond the open border issue that exists, we have a massive problem, and we are losing children as a result. We are, I mean, when the numbers come out for these 2-3 years, where we're letting kids out of school, we pushed up their anxiety and depression levels to levels we've never seen before, and then we are not even able to identify the actual problem. As an example, the LA County Department of Public Health said that the opioid epidemic, which fentanyl has become sort of the cutting edge of now, is a result of systemic
Presentation, the LA County Department of Public Health put on about the problem with opioids. And the headline of this specific slide is History of Opioid Epidemic, Systemic Bias. And there's a picture of Richard Nixon here with a quote from Nixon's domestic policy chief.
Nothing's changed.
Now, yes, we're in 2022. We're dealing with fentanyl being put in things like Xanax and Percocet.
The car pulls out in front of the guy.
And the LA County Department of Public Health is blaming the blame at Nixon.
The quote is from John Ehrlich.
Why do you do that? My voice is louder than I
But
expected.
here's a picture of Nixon. Okay, if you're 24 years old and you work for the California Department of LA County Department of Public Health, you are a moron right now, and you are not even smart enough to realize you're a moron. First of all, you don't use a picture of Nixon when you're quoting John Ehrlich. Okay, that's fine. I want to say that John Ehrlich was using heroin to black people in the United States and then make them look bad. That's fine. I don't care. I don't have a horse in that race. So you want to accuse him of systemic bias? That's fine.
But he put a picture of a president and it makes it look like the entire country, going back decades, just wants to addict a certain demographic. That that's what America does now, and if that's what you do, all you're doing is you're legally doing what a Trump lawyer might do, where you're just delaying the inevitable. You're delaying the acknowledgement that this is a problem that exists at our border, it's a problem that exists in our homeless shelters, it's a problem that exists, unfortunately for everybody else, in our suburban
She glances briefly at me,
and who's dying from
much
this? Who's
longer
dying from
than
fentanyl overdoses right now? Is it just black
and
people?
turns back
No.
to me.
Is it just brown people? No. Is it teenage
My
kids?
brow
Yes, of all kinds, of all stripes. You want to tell me that
I tried
the
hard
body
not
of
to
Sam
scowl at
Fisher,
her.
a 17-year-old
As her
child
eyes
with a
became her
will,
focus,
has
she
anything
breathes
to do
again.
with John Ehrlichman
Oh,
or Richard Nixon
it's you,
or whatever sort of
We
weird
want your
systemic
take on all
bias?
this
Except
too.
that government wants to keep
She hands me a
17-year-olds
brochure and
addicted
directs
to
me to a table.
fentanyl and opioids.
That's the problem with public health. I'm sorry, that's the problem with public
I
health,
shake my
particularly
head,
in the United States,
equally puzzled.
especially during your
He
mid-20s.
shrugs,
And
distracted.
your prefrontal cortex is not developed enough for you to
I'll
have
have a
the
glass of
critical
white
thinking
wine
to
and
say to yourself, wait a minute,
his brow
this
furrows, and he holds his
17-year-old
tongue
from
and heads
Brooklyn
to
Hills
the
has
bar.
to do with John Ehrlichman or systemic bias or
Jose comes
fentanyl
barreling
pills
through
that
a
he
throng.
got across the border that he purchased on
Holy
Snapchat
cow,
or
he's
something
wearing a
like that.
suit.
It's not
Looks
that
good.
you are so deep you can't figure it out. That's the
He
problem, and
enfolds
that's
me in
why
his
these
arms,
problems will
hugging me
continue
hard.
to exist.
Here's
And
another
it's
problem. I
all
don't think it was a
in not
24-year-old that
bursting
put his
into
life
tears.
together.
My
I think it was
friend,
probably someone
he's
older
my
who should
only
know
friend
better.
walking
Then
his
there's a
way.
24-year-old who
Tears
should say to
in my
himself,
eyes.
wait a minute, I've never heard of
I'm
John
so glad you
Ehrlichman.
made it.
Richard Nixon's been dead
Whispers
since
in my
I was
ear.
9. Why are we even using this as a slide in this presentation? I'll remind you.
What?
Our own Steve Gregory, and I'm assuming he's tapping the production skills of one big massage
Oh, yes.
to help out with an upcoming special.
They just did an interview
Back my
yesterday.
tears.
Which is called Sensitive Kill, if I'm not mistaken.
Jose,
Or
I'm
all
fine.
about sensitive
I'm
to
just
this
so happy
incredible
for you.
issue that is
Congratulations on the show.
and people still
My voice wavers as I say these
concern etched on his own self-familiar face. But I have to hold myself together. How did you get here? He asks. Christian, Mom. I say, suddenly apprehensive. Oh. Jose's face falls and he releases me. Please. His expression darkens. Over there, fetching drinks. I nod in Christian's direction and notice that he's exchanging pleasantries with someone waiting in line. Christian glances up and our eyes lock. And in that brief moment, I'm paralyzed, staring at the impossibly handsome man who gazes at me in some unfathomable emotion. His face is hot, burning into me. We're lost for a moment, staring at each other. How? His hands deep down inside me. Joy slowly unfurls and the glory of the dawn. Jose straps me, and I'm dragged back to here and now. I'm so ready. Listen, I'm sure. Suddenly, this very short-haired and red lipstick cuts him off. Jose, the journalist from the Portland Press is here to see you. Come on. She gives me a polite smile. Who is this? The fame! He grins, and I can't help but bring back. He's so happy. Julia and he kisses my cheek, and I watch him stroll over to a young woman standing by a tall, lanky photographer. Jose's photographs are everywhere, and in some cases, well, not only huge canvases. There are both monochromes and colors. There's an ethereal beauty to many of the landscapes. In one, taken in the lake at Vancouver, is early evening. Clouds are reflecting the stillness of the water. Briefly, I'm transported by the tranquility of the place. It's stunning. Christian joins me, hands me my glass of white wine. Does it come up to scratch? My voice sounds more normal. He looks quizzically at me. 800, 500, 5200, 800, 550, 200, doesn't respond to the best. What is going to tell me? Christian's admiring the lake photo. Why else do you think I asked him to take the portrait? Pride has not fixed my voice. His eyes glide impassively, grabbing me. Christian Gray, the photographer from the Portland Press, approaches Christian. Can I have a picture, sir? Sure. Christian hides his scowl. I step back, he grabs my hand and pulls me to his side. The photographer looks at both of us and can't hide his surprise. Mr. Gray. He snaps a couple of photos. He asks, Anna Steele, I reply. He scurries off. Look for pictures of you with names on the internet. There aren't any. That's my main Bobby Brigade. Christian's mouth twitches into a smile. Explosionary. Caution. My energy prepares for the station. Know that. His voice is quiet with sincerity. So you never took your... I glance around nervously to check for overhears. Subs out. Or sometimes. Not on dates. Shocking. He shrugs. His eyes not making good. Oh, so just to the flavor. It's red room. It's funny. I don't know why you feel about that. Just pretty station. I blush and stare down at my fingers. In his own way, he does care about me. Friends, people in the landscape. Portraits. I take his outstretched hand. I wandered past a few more friends, and I noticed a couple nodding at me, smiling for obvious reasons. Must be because I'm Christian. What combination? Scary. Odd. We turn the corner, and I see why. Strange clothes. Hanging on the far wall are 7 huge portraits of me. I stared blankly at them, stupefied. The blood drained from my face. Me, pouting, laughing, scowling, serious, amused. All in super close up. All black and white. Shit. I remember Jose messing with the camera on a couple of occasions. He was naked when I'd been out as driver and photographer's assistant. He took snapshots or more odd, not these movies, camera shots. Wished he was staring, transfixed, and each of the pictures he
And no matter what, you have our support. We can't fix those challenges beyond any man's control, but we can work together and support your efforts. Your market window and door dealers will keep communication open, be here for you on your project, and do what we can to make your job easy. We're all in this together, and we'll get out of it together. Talk to your friendly neighborhood market window and door dealer, or visit explorermarket.com to learn more.
Eligible voters are unable to cast a ballot because of problems with their voter registration. This November, the candidates on the ballot for national, state, and local elections can make decisions that impact your life.
A young man shot with volunteers.
All important election
I feel a hand in my elbow.
to 26797. Remember that early voting or to request a mail ballot to vote from home. Text voter to 26797. That's IamAvoter.com.
It's what they don't want to do. Results in the popular culture's most restrictive things. Now there's something else that the guys with stuff they don't want to know want to know. They've got a new book coming out. Packed with illustrations. The stuff they don't want you to know book. They've written in the same smart conversational style you love hearing on the podcast.
My first inclination is to laugh. You'd rather it was you.
Or wherever you buy your books.
Blair's got it. But I'm glad my audacity, I think. He's trying to hide it.
You have very awareness of what's going on. Maybe there's something in the water. Maybe you will
right my lower lip and I smile.
from the water supply.
His mouth drops open, and now his movement is obvious. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. He shakes his head, and his eyes soften with humor. I discuss it further, but outside me, he sighs, gazing at me, and his eyes start
Python Holy Grail, pick a time any
You know, as I'm listening to these podcasts, also I realize that it's
You're very rude. I try to sound shocked and succeed. Has he no boundaries? He smirks, amused, and frowns. Very relaxed in his progress in his teaching. I don't see
the guys who did public movie,
change of subject. Talk about non sequitur from playful to serious. I flushed and glanced down at my fingers. He tilts my head back and I inhale sharply at the contact with his fingers.
now though is that some people are saying that the movie that they refer to, whichever one it is, came at a time when they were being themselves. It's not that it was the funniest movie in the world. They were at such a bad place, they needed to release things to that house.
As I was saying earlier, sometimes not where you are in life.
Nobody's going to tell you the fact that it all time. So whenever I think of laughing out loud,
I take a deep breath.
I think of
Christian,
Talladega.
you wanted me as a citizen.
Saw that movie.
That's where the problem lies. It's in the definition of a citizen. You built it to be once. I pause, trying to recall the word. I think the synonyms were, and I quote, compliant, pliant, amenable, passive, tractable, resigned, patient, docile, tame, subdued. I wasn't supposed to look at you, not talk to you unless you gave permission to do so. What do you expect? I hiss at him. His frown deepens as I continue. It's very confusing me. You don't want me to defy you, but then you like smart mouth. You want obedience, except you don't. So you punch me. I just don't know which way is up when I'm with you. He narrows his eyes. Are you going to well-paid
There's something about the area of cereal.
His voice is frigid.
Searching where the old lady had took her shirt off.
You've only been here for half an hour.
Milk just came right through my nose. Well, that's a cup of cereal.
His name is Jose.
Thank you.
The last time I met him, he was trying to push his tongue into your lifted mouth while you were drunk and sickly smells. He's never hit me. I said, Christian's now carrying and hating the Lord. It's a little wrong on the station. There was confidence. I pale and Christian runs his hands in his hair, just like a beard. I care about it. On the table for some food. Fading away in front of me. By the way, say goodbye. Can we stay longer?
So the mayoral candidate, Karen Bass and Rick Bruce, openly landed at back in what onlookers called a type T debate, better than a football game.
I tried my
You
hands
don't close the press.
and scanned the radio
I think you are a Democrat, yes, you are a Democrat for about the last 2 months. I am a Democrat.
Just because you love her, that determines status. Who the hell does he think he is? The girls are hanging on Jose's every word. One of the gases as I approach, no doubt recognizing me from the corners. Jose, excuse me. Jose grins and then puts his arm around me, and on some level, I'm amused. Jose has impressive abilities.
The largest Latino Democratic
I have to go. I'm better unfortunately. Just come here. I know, but Christian needs to get back. The pictures are fantastic, Jose. You're very talented.
The largest Latino Democratic club in the country was just insulted.
Jose sweeps me into the big fair hub and spin me so I can see Christian across the gallery. He's scowling, and I realize it's because I'm in Jose's arms. So in a very happy mood, I wrap my arms around Jose's neck. I think Christian is going to the splatter. His glare darkens to something quite sinister, and slowly he makes his way toward us. Thanks for the warning about the portraits of me. I shit. Sorry, Anna. I should have told you. I don't know. I answered truthfully, momentarily knocked off balance by his question. Well, they're all sober, so suddenly nice. How can we act? You're a poster. We have to be tighter as Christian reaches us, glowering at him now. Well, fortunately, Jose doesn't see. As he releases me, the look is strange and is he right?
Even in local races like this,
Mr. Rodriguez, very impressive. Christian sounds excellent. I'm sorry we can't stay longer.
I wish you Gregory.
Oh, diary says,
He suddenly stresses me and takes my hand as he does so. Bye, Jose. Congratulations again. I give him a quick kiss on the cheek, and before I know it, Christian is black behind him. I know he's boiling with silent wrath, and so am I. He looks quickly up and down the street, and heads left, and suddenly sweeps me into a side alley, abruptly pushing me up against a wall. He grabs my face between his hands, forcing me to look up into his ardent, determined eyes. I gasp, and his mouth swoops down. He's kissing me, violently. Briefly, our teeth clash, and his tongue is in my mouth. Desire explodes like a 4th of July throughout my body, and I'm kissing it back, latching its fervor. My hands gnawing at his hair, pulling it, calling. He groans, the low, sexy sound in the back of his throat reverberates, and his hand rings down my body to the top of my thigh. His fingers dig into my flesh and the dress. I pour all the angst and heartbreak of the last few days into our mess. I need to be, and it
It's the middle class and customer through buying passion. Those eligible will get between $200 to $1,050 depending on tax balance and income. People can learn more at taxrefund.ca.gov. News brought to you by WDT's Kitchen and Bath Center. California Sheriff's Department reviewed the Inspector General's punishment from the department's facilities and databases. The sheriff's state had effectively blocked the county watchdog from overseeing sheriff's department. County Sheriff Nina Wayman has criticized the proposed budget for his department. The proposal against the law and trying to control the law's reaction by not even trying to find my I'm sorry. I whisper once my breath is becoming photographer and seizure. I shake my head. No, he's just a friend. I have spent my whole life trying to avoid suspended the entire district police force. It says it has requested more public safety troopers to be frowns grasping for word. With confidence that his student safety will not be compromised. Yesterday, a former state trooper who was at Robb Elementary in Bobby after the massacre and hired by the school district was abruptly fired. She's one of the troopers being investigated for the Boston shooting and was fired after hearing citizens. Extreme heat and drought damage the cotton harvest in the U.S. That produces about 35% of the world's crop. Chapter 2, agricultural economists say cotton farmers in Texas could abandon nearly 70% of what they planted in the spring to make the worst harvest in 1 year. Office cost the area $1.2 billion. The restaurant looks fine. West has presented his White Lives Matter t-shirt on Fox News. 45-year rappers like Mr. Mars from Boys Next Door a controversial t-shirt at a Paris fashion show. He defended his fashion choice on site and in interviews at the Boston City Video Business. He played Bryce and he thought it was funny. Earlier in the week, West said on Instagram that Black Lives Matter was unfair. San Bernardino has been ordered to shut down the public health for benefits for terminally ill doctors. The city says it told Talon the haunted house could no longer be called at his house, in part because of neighbor complaints and lack of permitting. Like trolling Southland weather indicated by sunny with highs in the upper 70s. And if I don't like the besides, to mid-90s for the valley and the empire. This is from fog and worst out overnight with lows in the 60s. And sunny after the burn tomorrow, 80 to the beaches, 80 to low 90s, and a couple degrees cooler. An agitated, fraught conversation on a hill coming in your ear. But certainly no hearts and flowers. I'm a child because I don't like steak. My mother, trying to conceal my hurt. Recording and jealous is a childish thing to do. I have no regard for friends' feelings. I don't regard my thoughts. Christian Francis was lives together in thin line and scowls as the wheel turned to the wine list. I blush. I hadn't thought of that. I certainly don't want to encourage it. Suddenly, I'm more alive. Christian has a point. He glances at the wine list. Would you like to choose the wine? He asks, raising eyebrows with the expectant arrogance personified. He knows I know nothing about wine. I answer, so much to choose it. Two vessels of rose about drugs. Like my body so. Christian snaps. Retreats. Subdued. I don't blame him. I frown at him. What's meaning? Oh, myself, rightly. And suddenly, it does seem exciting.
My inner goddess rises, stretches, smiles. She's been asleep for a while. You're very happy. The pieces on your password. Well, it's good to set the right tone for an intimate and honest discussion about the future. You say, I smile at him sweetly. His mouth presses into a hard line, but then, almost reluctantly, his lips lift, and I know he's trying to stifle his smile. I'm sorry, he says. Apology accepted, and I'm pleased to inform you I haven't decided to become a vegetarian since we last ate. So that is the last time we ate, and I think it's important. There's that word again. He bows, his eyes soften further. He runs his hand through his hair, and he's serious again. Last time we spoke, he left me. I'm nervous. I told you I want you back, he said. His gaze is intense and expectant words and memories that will absorbing. What the hell do I say to this? I've missed you. Really missed you, Christian. The past few days have been difficult. I swallow in a lovely buffalo swells as I recall my desperate anguish since I left you. This last week has been the worst in my life. Pain almost indescribable. Nothing has come close. But reality hits home. Vividly. Nothing's changed. I can't be what you want me to be. I squeeze the words out past the lump in my throat. He sighs. His voice emphatic. No, Christian, I'm not. Except what happened last time. I am stupid. So you do. What did you see? Stitch up. His tone changes. He goes into his story. What? Oh, change of direction. Answer me. I don't know. I was overwhelmed. I was trying to be what you wanted me to be. Trying to deal with pain. And it went out of my mind. You know, I forgot. I whispered, shame, and I shrugged apologetically. What reason? You forgot. He gasps with awe, grabbing the sides of the table and glittering. Yes. Shit. It's furious again. My inner goddess glares at me too. See, you brought this all on yourself. How can I trust you? His voice is low. Never. The waiter arrives with our wine as we sit staring at each other. Blue eyes to red. Over the scale of my unspoken impatience. Our waiter moves toward with an unnecessary flourish. He pours a little wine in Christian's glass. Automatically, Christian reaches out and takes a sip. That's fine. His voice is curt. Gingerly, the waiter fills our glasses, placing the bottle on the table before me. Christian has martinis on his off. I am first to try, breaking eye contact, picking up my glass and taking the bottle's gold. Barely tasted. I'm sorry, I whispered, suddenly feeling stupid. I left because I thought Courtney had had me. But he said I would have stopped her. Sorry for what? He says alarmed. Not because we're safe for him. He closes his eyes, as if he might be looking over his suffering. He mutters, "You don't mind?" What? It's his subject. He says quietly, "I'm anything but fine. I feel like the sun has set and not visible for 5 days. I've been perpetual nightmare. I believe by his admission,
It's tough. When did I say I'd never leave? You're sleep. Between the two of us, my heart strikes to reach for my mind. Whispers. Is that now the past tense? His voice is loud. Thanks to your anxiety. No, Christian. It's not. That's so vulnerable as he exhales. I'm shocked by his admission. He's had a change of heart. When I told him I loved him before, he was horrified. Years back, Christy places our plates in front of us and scuttles away. Holy cow. He publicly said that the bathroom is extra commands. Down, I know I'm hungry. Right now, my stomach is in knots. Sitting across from the only man I have ever loved and debating our uncertain future does not promote a happy attitude. I have to think this is so help me God, Christian, if you don't get it, I will take you across my knee here in this restaurant, and it will have nothing to do with my sexual gratification. Eat. Here on brain. My subconscious stares at me over her half-filled snacks. She is wholeheartedly in the shades. Okay, stone reaching home. He doesn't smile, but continues to glare at me. Reluctantly, I lift my knife and fork and slice into my steak. Oh, his mouth watering good. I am hungry. Really hungry. I chew and visibly relaxes. We eat our supper in silence. Music's changed. A soft voiced woman sings in the background. Her words echoing my thoughts. I'll never be the same since he came into my life. I glance at 50. He's eating and watching me. Hunger, longing, anxiety, love, Do you know who's singing? I try for some normal conversation. Christian pauses and listens. No. She's good. Whoever she is. I like her too. Finally, he smiles his private enigmatic smile. What's he planning? What? I ask. He shakes his head. Eva. He says no. I have eaten half the food on my plate. I cannot eat anymore. How can I negotiate this? I can't manage anymore. Have I eaten enough for sir? He stares at me impassively, not answering, then glances at his watch. I'm really full, I add, taking a sip of the delicious wine. We have to move shortly. Taylor's here. I have to get from work in the morning. So here, I function on a lot less than station. At least you feed me something. Aren't we going back to the Charlie Tango? No. I thought I might have a drink. Taylor will be excited. Besides, this way I had a good call all to myself for a few hours at least. What if you were talking? Oh, nonsense, plan. Christian summons the waiter to ask me to check. He picks up his BlackBerry and makes a call. We're at Maybe talk. Sounded like some good idea. He hangs up. He's still hurt over the phone. You're very brusque for Taylor. In fact, most people. I just get to the point quickly. Having gotten to the point this evening, nothing's changed. I have a proposition for you. This started with a proposition. A different proposition. The waiter returns, and Christian hands over his credit card without checking the bill. He's expected to take one of the services card. Christian's nose buzzes once, and he figures out. has a concept. Now, the coolest scenario is running through my mind. Kidnapping, working for him, nothing makes sense. Taper's outside. We stand, he takes my hand. I don't want to lose you in this picture. He kisses my knuckles tenderly, and the touch of his lips on my skin resonates through my body. Outside, the alley is waiting. Christian opens my door. Climbing in, I sink into the plush leather. He heads to the driver's side. He steps out of the car, and we talk briefly. This isn't very normal. I'm curious. What are you talking about? Moments later, we are both back in the car, and I glance at Christian, who's wearing his impassive face as he stares ahead. I allow myself a brief moment to examine his profile. Straight nose, sculpted full lips, hair falling deliciously over his forehead. His dry veil is surely not intentional. Soft music fills the rear of the car, a grand orchestral piece that I don't know. And Taylor pulls into the light traffic, heading for I-5 and Seattle. Christian shifts into face me as I'm staring at the station. I have a proposition for you. I glance nervously at Taylor. Taylor can't hear you. Christian reassures me. How? Taylor, Christian calls. Taylor doesn't respond. He calls again. Still no response. Christian leans over and taps his shoulder. Taylor remains in earbud. I haven't noticed. Yes, sir. Thank you, Taylor. It's okay. Listen. Sir, I haven't known. It's as empty as my heart. She is here. Did you deliberately ask him to do that? Yes. Okay, your proposition? Christian looks suddenly determined and businesslike. Holy shit, we're negotiating with you. I listen attentively. Let me ask you something first. Do you want a regular relationship? My mouth drops open. That's sweet. I can't believe you said that. Well, I did. Answer. He says calmly. I flush. My inner goddess is down on bended knee with her hands clasped in supplication, begging me. I like your feet on your hand. I whisper. That's what I thought. So what will you touch you, or join my hand, light the world. The threat of cruel and unusual punishment. What does that mean? Well, we have all those hands on lips and stuff for flavor, and they frighten the daylights out of me. I don't want you to use the money. So your lips will be notes, or that better. He says sardonically. I gaze at him puzzled. Are you attempting to redefine the hard limits? Not as such. I'm just trying to understand you. Get a clearer picture of what you do and don't like. Fundamentally, Christian, it's your joy in inflicting pain on me that's difficult for me to handle. And the idea that you'll do it because I have crossed some arbitrary line. But it's not arbitrary. I don't want to set rules. Not at all. No rules. I shake my head, but my heart isn't enough. Where is it going with this? But you don't mind if I spank you? Spank me with what? This. He holds up his hand. I squirm uncomfortably. No, not really. Especially when you have silver balls. Thank heavens it's not. My face is burning and my voice trails on as I recall that night. Yeah, I do that. He smirks. I shrug. Yes, I suppose. My anxiety level has shot up several magnitudes on my war scale. He strokes his chin. Anastasia, I want to start looking. Talks of trust me, Mark. I trust you to be honest and to politics, science, and tech. The culture, the daily guide. I'm staring, stunned, with no thoughts in my head at all, like a computer crash. I think he's anxious, but I can't see him clearly as we're shrouded in the blur of darkness. It occurs to me, finally, this is it. He wants the life. Can I ask him to do this for me? And don't I like the dark? Sometimes. Memories of Thomas Tallis and I drifted, writing in my mind. But what about punishments? No punishments. He shakes his head. No. Not at all. But you have means. These last few days have been without. All my instincts tell me to let you go. Tell me I don't deserve you. Those moments point to me. I can see no business. I'm troubled. Not that you're not now. You see, I see. It's hard. And I'm the one who is making things hard. But I'm a selfish man. I've wanted you since you fell into my office. Always listened. Always. Strong. God, please. This is endless. I'm gone. I want you. Not anyone else had you. It was like a knife twisted in my dark soul. My mouth was dry. Holy shit. That is the declaration of love. I don't know what it is. And the words tumble out of me. Damn. Christian, why do you think you have a dark soul? I would never say that. Sad, maybe, but you're a good man. I can see that. You're generous, you're kind. You never lied to me. And I haven't tried very hard. Last Saturday was such a shock to my system. It was my wake-up call. I realized that it would have been easy on me to forget I couldn't be the person you wanted me to be. Then, after I left, it dawned on me that physical pain was not as bad as the pain of losing you. I feel want to lose you. But it's hard. You have to be all the time. He whispers, how often do I have to tell you that? I never know what you're thinking. Sometimes you're so closed off, like an island state. You intimidate me. That's why I keep quiet. I don't know which way your wind is going to go. It swings from north to south and back again in a nanosecond. It's confusing, and you won't let me touch you. And I want so much to show you how much I love you. It breaks in the darkness, literally everything. And I can resist him no longer. I unbuckle my seatbelt and scramble into his lap, taking in my thighs, and take his head in my hands. I love you, Christian Grey, and you're prepared to do all of this for me. I'm the one who was undeserving. I'm just sorry that I can't do all those things for you. Maybe in time. I don't know. But yes, I accept the proposition. Where do I sign? He snakes his arms around me and crushes me.
And some people believe it, and some people don't. They say, well,
as he buries his nose in my hair. We sit with our arms wrapped around each other, listening to the music. The soothing piano beats, hearing the emotions in the car, the sweet, tranquil calm after the storm. I snuggle into his arms, resting my head between his neck. He gently strokes my back, touching his heart for me, Anastasia. He whispers, I know. I wish I understood why. After a while, he sighs, and in a soft voice he says, I had a horrific childhood. One of the crackworst things. His voice trails off, and his body tenses as he recalls some unimaginable horror. I can remember that. He whispers, shuddering. Abruptly, my heart constricts as I remember the birds and ours marring his skin. I tighten my arms around his neck. Why is she abusive? Your mother? My voice is low and soft and shed tears. Oh God, she was blood. She gently from me. He snorts. I think it was me who protected her. She finally killed herself. It took 4 days and so much crazy harm to find us. I remember that. I cannot contain my gasp of horror. Under a flood, fire rises in my throat. That's where he walked up. I whisper, 50 Shades. He murmurs. I press my lips against his neck, seeking help solace as I imagine the small, gray-eyed boy lost and lonely beside the body of his dead mother. Oh, hush. I breathe his scent. It smells heavenly. My favorite fragrance the entire world. He tightens his arms around me and kisses my hair, and I sit wrapped in his embrace as deeper scenes into the night. When I wake, we're driving through Seattle. Hey, Christian says softly. Sorry, I murmur as I sit up. You do a great job of picking stretching. I am still in his arms, on his lap.
Yeah, as a reporter, sometimes people don't want to pick people up. You hold up punches. That's what we love about you. What's coming up this weekend? We just wish you would do the same around here.
We're not going to yours. I sit up looking for him. Why not?
I'm always being negative. I'm not being negative.
Oh,
I'm
I pout.
And then he goes, well, here's the deal. You kind of come in and drop the negative on. This is where others
I swear. Well,
the negativity going. That you just kind of drop the negativity.
he chuckles. Anastasia, I'm not going to touch you again. Not until you beg me to. What?
So Charles,
Then you'll start
with the LA County Sheriff's Department
next time we make
Bureau.
love.
It was one of the shows we took in
Exactly
person,
what you
and
want.
we thought it would be good to bring that show back because of the cyber crime going on this week with LAOC.
He shifts me off the spot as Taylor pulls up outside my apartment. Christian climbs out and holds the car door open for me. I have something for you.
And it's really fascinating because
He moves to the back of the car, opens the trunk, and pulls out the large gift-wrapped box. What the hell is this? Open it inside. You're not coming in? No, Anastasia. So when will I see you? Tomorrow. My boss wants me to go for a drink with him tomorrow. Christian's face hardens. Does he now? His voice is lazy and menace. To celebrate my first week, I add, where? I don't know. I could figure it out there. Okay. I'll email or text you. He wants me to go out the door and wait while I take my keys out of my purse. As I unlock the door, he leans forward and covers my chin, tilting my head back. His mouth hovers over mine, and closing his eyes, he rubbed the trail of his history over my eye, to the corner of my mouth. A small moan escapes my mouth as my insides melt and unfurl. Till tomorrow. Christian, I hear the pain in my voice. He smiles. You go, he orders, and I walk through the lobby, area by mysterious arsenal. Leaders pay, he calls. Turns, and sees Grace, heads back to the car. Once in the apartment, I open the gift box and find my MacBook Pro laptop, the BlackBerry, and another rectangular box. What is this? I unwrap the solar paper. Inside is a black slim leather case. Opening the case, I find an iPad. Holy shit, an iPad! A white card is resting on the screen of the message written in Christian's handwriting. Anastasia, this is for you. I know what you want to hear. Using our name says Christian. I have a Christian Grey mixtape in the guise of a high-end iPad. I shake my head in disapproval because it is expensive, but deep down, I love it. Jack has one in the office, so I know how they work. I switch it on and gasp as the wallpaper image appears. A small flower lighter. My, it's the planet built 23 decade. Mounted on a glass stand, sitting on what I think is Christian's desk in his office. Looking at it. He built it. He really did build it. I remember now he mentioned it in milk, flowers. And I feel it. And I know in that instant, he's bringing pure thought into this game. I slide the arrow at the bottom of the screen to unlock it and gasp again. The background photograph is of Christian and me at my graduation. It's the one featured in the Seattle Times. Christian looks so handsome, and I can't help my face quite grin. Yes, and he's mine. With a swipe of my finger, the icons shift, and several new ones appear on the next screen. Handle that. Books. Words. Whatever that is. The British Library? I touch the icon and the menu appears. Historical collection. Scrolling down, I select novels of the 18th and 19th century. Another period. I tap on the title. The American by Henry James. A new window opens, offering me a snared copy of the book. Holy crap! It's an early edition, published in 1879, and it's on my iPad. It's logged into the British Library at a touch of a button. I exit quickly, knowing that I will be lost in this app for an eternity. I notice an app that makes me roll my eyes and smile at the same time. A news app, a weather app, but it's no mutually music. I go back to the main screen, pick the iPod icon, and the playlist appears. I scroll through the songs, and the list makes me smile. Thomas Tallis, not quite forget that. I've heard it twice after all. Walking Fog, Witchcraft, My Granny Gets Brighter, Dancing Around the Rainbow, the Bach Marcello piece, oh no, that's way too sad for my brain right now. Jeff Buckley, yeah, I've heard of him. Snow Patrol, my favorite band. And a song called Once by Midnight. Owl Christian, another called Inception. Oh yes, various shades. And a few more I have never heard. Selecting a song that catches my eye, I press play. It's called Try by Followforfollow. She starts to sing, and her voice is a silky sky wrapping around me, enveloping me. I lie down on my bed. Is this the Christian's horrible track? try this new relationship? I drink in the lyrics, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand Mr. Murray. He missed me. I missed him. He must have some feelings for me. Yes, his iPad, his songs, his apps. He cares. He really cares. My heart swells with love. The song ends and tears spring to my eyes. I quickly scroll to another. The scientist by Coldplay. One of Kate's favorite bands. I know the track, but I've never really listened to my lyrics before. I close my eyes and let the words wash over me. My tears start to flow. I can't stop them. If this isn't an apology, what is it? Question. Or is this an invitation? Will he answer my questions? Am I reading too much into this? I am probably reading too much into this. I dash my tears away. I have to help him to think. I leave my body bed to fetch the beat machine. Coldplay continues as I sit cross-legged on my back. Matt powers up and I'm off. From Anastasia's Tale. Subject, iPad. June 9th, 2011. 23:56. To Christian Grey. You make me cry again. I love the iPad. I love the songs. I love the British Library app. I love you. Thank you. Good night, Anna. XOX. Christian Grey. Subject, iPad. Date, June 10th, 2011. 00:03. Next interesting. I love for myself. Now, if I'm there, I need to use. I'm not, so obviously. Christian Grey, CEO, Grey Enterprises Holdings. His response makes me smile. Still so bossy, still so Christian. That changed too. And I realized that I won't get that or not. I might be like this. Maybe. As long as I can stand up to him without fear of punishment. From Anastasia's Tale. Subject, Mr. Rabbi. Date, June 10th, 2011. 00:07. To Christian Grey. You sound your usual bossy and passive intense, possibly from yourself, Mr. Grey. I know something that means that. You're not here. Where do you stay? You expect me to pay. Dream on, sir. Anna, XX. P.S. I also know that you come to stop the internet and you love to take. I do enjoy your sense of humor, but stop with from Christian Grey. Subject, Zen Life Paul. Date, June 10th, 2011. 00:10. To Anastasia's Tale. Leaders is pulled if embattled campus scores off the job for 4 months. After the shooting months in a men's school, the decision was always a wave of new outrage after hiring of a former Texas State trooper who was part of the inaction during the May attack that killed 19 children and 2 teachers. School leaders also put 2 members of the district police department on admin leave. One chose to retire. A total of 400 officers responded to the shooting, including 5 school district officers. Grey Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia's Tale. Subject, good night, sweet dreams. Date, June 10th, 2011. 00:12. To Christian Grey. Well, since you asked so nicely, and I like your delicious threat, I shall curl up with the iPad that you so kindly has browse at the British Library, listening to the music that sets me free. A, X, Christian Grey. Subject, one more request. Date, June 10th, 2011. 00:15. To Anastasia's Tale.
Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. Dream of you, Christian Gray, always. I changed my brain to my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and slipped into bed. Putting my earbuds in, I pulled the flat charging tangle from underneath my pillow. I am brimming with joy, a stupid, wide-mouthed grin on my face. What difference would make? How am I ever going to sleep? Jose Gonzalez starts to sing this melody, not a guitar, and I drift slowly into sleep, marveling how the world has righted itself in money.
Heartbreak in Thailand, where relatives wailed, lost and free posted small coffins of children after a fired police officer stormed that rural Thai daycare center at
The one good thing about being carless is that on the bus on my way to work, I can plug my headphones into my iPad while it's safely in my purse and listen to one Christian music. By the time I arrive at the office, I have the most ludicrous grin on my face. Jack glances up at me and does a double take.
24 to 36 people killed were charged.
His remark flusters me. How can I prove? I slept well. Thank you, Jack. Good morning. His brow wrinkles. If he's coming in and reports on them, like what should I do? He hands me 4 manuscripts. At my horrified expression, he adds, just first chapters. Sure. I smile with relief, and he gives me a broad smile in return. I switch on the computer to start work, finishing my latte and eating a banana. There's an email from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, so help me. June 10th, 2011, 8:05. To Anastasia Steele. I do hope you had breakfast.
The northern
I
coast
missed you
of
last
the line
night.
of Expo Crenshaw
Christian
Station
Gray,
at the intersection of
CEO,
Crenshaw
Gray
and
Enterprises
Exposition.
Holdings,
It heads south along Crenshaw Station to
from
MLK,
Anastasia
Junior
Steele.
Boulevard, River
Subject,
Park,
all
Hyde
to
Park.
close.
So there you go. This is
June
a common
10th,
Rabbi
2011,
with mayor back in the
8:33.
70s, 80s,
To
and 90s.
Christian Gray.
Cheating now?
I am eating a banana as I type. I have not had breakfast for several days, so it is a step forward. On the club in the British Library app, I started rereading Robinson Crusoe, and of course, I love you. Now leave me alone. I'm trying to work. Anastasia Steele, assistant to Jack Hyde, editor S.I.B. From Christian Gray. Subject, is that all the feed? Date, June 10th, 2011, 8:36. To Anastasia Steele. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings,
Irish Festival
from Anastasia Steele. Subject, text. Date, June 10th, 2011, 8:39. To Christian Gray. Mr. Gray, I am trying to work for a living. Anastasia Steele. Assistant to Jack Hyde, editor S.I.B. From Christian Gray. Subject, bring it on. Date, June 10th, 2011, 8:42. To Anastasia Steele. From Steele, I love your challenge. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings.
I remember Economy Gold.
I sit grinning at the screen like an idiot. But I need to read these chapters for Jack and write reports on all of them. Placing the manuscripts on my desk,
Stereotype in there.
at lunchtime, I head to the deli for a pastrami sandwich and listen to the playlist on my iPad. First up, there's Maggie Song Eating, some world music called Homelands. It's good. Mr. Gray has a clever taste in music. I wander back, listening to a classical piece. Fantasia on the Sea by Thomas Tallis, by Ralph Vaughan and others. Oh, Nifty has a sense of humor, and I love him for it. Stupid grin, I love you in my face. The afternoon drives. I decide if I'm going home to email Christian. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, porn.
Christian Grey. Twiddling my thumbs. How are you? What are you doing? Anastasia Steele. Assistant Jeff High. Editor S.L. From Christian Grey. Subject. Thumbs. Date. June 10, 2011. 16:15. To Anastasia Steele. You should have come to work with me. Twiddling your thumbs. I am sure I could have worked in better use. In fact, I have a number of options. I'm the usual job market acquisitions. It's all very dry. Your emails at SIP on Wonder. Christian Grey. Distracted CEO. Grey Enterprises Holdings Inc. Oh, shit. I had no idea. How the hell does he know? I scowl at the screen and quickly check the emails we've sent. As I do, Coffee at 5:30, Jack is at my desk. It is Acne Friday, so he's wearing jeans and a black shirt. Another round will go out for 7 tries that go forward by the bar across the street. If you're looking for seasonal work, yes, I ask. Federal affairs around LA and coming days will come about 8,000 workers. For some unknown reason, which I don't want to examine too closely, floods near me. What's the bar called? You're kidding. He looks at me oddly. No. No, sorry. I'll join you over there. What would you like to drink? A beer, please. Cool. I make my way to the powder room and eat all Christians in the Blackberry. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, you'll fit right in. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:36. To Christian Grey. We are going to a bar called 50s. The rich scheme of humor that I can find from this is Italy's. I look forward to seeing you there, Mr. Grey. Thanks. From Christian Grey. Subject, hazards. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:38. To Anastasia Steele. My name is very, very dangerous on vacation. Christian Grey, CEO of Grey Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hazards. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:40. To Christian Grey. And your point is from Christian Grey. Subject, year. Date, June 10th, 2011, 17:42. To Anastasia Steele. Making an observation. I'll see you shortly. Senators Christian Grey, CEO of Grey Enterprises Holdings. I checked myself in the mirror. What a difference a day. I have more color in my cheeks and my eyes are shining. It's the Christian Grey effect. A little email sparring with him will do that to a girl. I grin at the mirror and straighten my pale blue shirt, the one Taylor bought me. I am wearing my favorite jeans today, too. Most of the women in the office wear either jeans or floaty skirts. I will need to invest in a floaty skirt or two. Perhaps I'll do that this weekend and make a check Christian gave me for work at my meal. As I head out of the building, I hear my name called. Miss Steele? I turn expectantly, and an ashen young woman approaches me cautiously. She looks like a ghost, so pale and strangely white. Miss Anastasia Steele? She repeats, and her features stay static even though she's speaking. Yes? She stops, staring at me from about 3 feet away on the sidewalk, and I stare back, immobilized. Who is she? What does she want? Can I help you? I ask. How does she know my name? No, I just wanted to look at you. Her voice is really soft. Like me, she has dark hair that's starkly contrasts with clear skin. Her eyes are brown, like mine, but flat. There's no life in them at
was brought to mind last night. President Joe Biden was speaking at a Democratic fundraiser and said that
Sorry, you have the disadvantage.
as close as we've been to Armageddon since Kennedy and the Cuban Missile Crisis, it suggested that
On closer inspection,
Putin
she
and
looks
Russia
odd,
is weaker because his military is, you might say,
her clothes are 2
significantly
sizes too big, including her designer trench coat.
See this?
She laughs, a strange, discordant sound that communicates her anxiety. What do you have that I don't? She asks sadly. My anxiety turns to fear. I'm sorry. Who are you? Me? I'm nobody. She lifts her arm to drag her hand through her shoulder length hair, and as she does, the sleeve of her trench coat rides up, revealing a soiled bandage around her wrist.
Here's actually to the point where they're talking
Good day,
about
Miss
party
Steele.
with maybe even discussing
Turning, she walks up the street as I
that his
stand
ministry was
rooted to the
finalizing
spot.
his position on
I
whether
watch as her slight frame disappears from view, lost among the workers pouring out of their various offices. Across the street to the bar, trying to assimilate what has just happened, while my subconscious freeze her up ahead and hisses at me. She has nothing to do with Christian. 50s is a cavernous, impersonal bar with baseball pennants and posters hanging on the wall. Jack is at the bar with Elizabeth, Courtney, the other editor, 2 guys from finance, and Claire from reception. She is wearing her trademark silver earrings. Hi, Jack hands me a bottle of blood. Cheers! Thank you. I murmured, still shaken by my encounter with the ghost girl. Cheers. We click bottles, and he continues his conversation with Elizabeth. Claire smiles at me. So, how has your first week been? She asks. Good, thank you. Everyone seems very friendly. You seem much happier today. It's Friday, I muttered. So, do you have any plans this weekend? My patented distraction technique works, and I'm saved. Claire turns out to be one of 7 kids, and she's going to lead the family get together in Tacoma. She becomes quite animated, and I realize I haven't spoken to anyone in my own age since Kate left for Barbados. Actually, I wonder how he is. Elliot. I must remember to ask Christian if he's heard from him. Oh, and Kate's brother, who recognizes Tuesday, and he'll be staying in our apartment. I can't imagine Christian is going to be happy about that. My earlier encounter with strange ghost girls slips further from my mind. During my conversation with Claire, Elizabeth hands me another beer. Thanks. I smile at her. Claire is very easy to talk to. She likes to talk. And before I know it, I'm on my 3rd beer, courtesy of one of the guys from finance. When Elizabeth and Courtney leave, Jack joins Claire and me. Where is Christian? One of the finance guys engages Claire in conversation. No, I think you made a great decision coming here. Jack's voice is soft, and he's standing a bit too close. But I've noticed that he has a tendency to do this with everyone, even at the office. I've enjoyed myself this week. Thank you, Jack. Yes, I think I made the right decision. You're a very bright little man. Beautiful thought. I blush. Thank you, I mutter, because I don't know what else to say. To your authority. The Pike Market District. Not far from me. Smiling, brings me closer and leads me to the bar. Effectively trapping me. Having the glance is okay. But even though I feel him before I see him, it's as if my whole body is highly tuned to his presence. It relaxes and ignites at the same time. We turn rowdy, and I sense that strange, pulsing electricity. Christian drapes his arm around my shoulder and I see a casual display of affection. But I know different. He is taking a claim, and on this occasion, it's very welcome. Softly, he kisses my hair. He murmurs, I feel relieved, safe, and excited with his arm around me. He draws me to his side, and I glance up at him while he stares at Jack. His expression impassive. Turning his attention to me, gives me a brief, crooked smile full of life's goodness. He's wearing his navy pinstripe jacket, jeans, and white shirt. Looks Jack shuffles back uncomfortably. Jack, this is Christian. I mumble apologetically. I'm apologizing. Christian, Jack. My boyfriend. Christian says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes as he shakes Jack's hand. I glance up at Jack, who is mentally assessing the fine specimen of man in front of him. Almost, Jack replies arrogantly. In a dimension I'm secret from him. Shit. You will have to play this game with me. X. Christian replies calmly. Come on, baby. Time to. Please, stay and enjoy this long drink. Jack says smoothly. I don't think that's a good idea. Why is this so uncomfortable? I glance at Claire, who is, of course, staring, open mouthed and with frankly fond appreciation of that question. I stop caring about the effect he has on other women. We have plans. Christian replies with his enigmatic smile. What do we do? And the frisson of anticipation runs through my body. Another time, perhaps. He adds, come. He says and takes my hand. See you Monday. I smile at Jack, Claire, and the guys from finance, trying hard to ignore Jack's less than pleased expression and follow Christian out of the door. Taylor is at the middle of the alley. When we come back, we will dive into Washington and take on the same contest. I ask Christian as he opens the car door for me. At 12:50 because you all have responded very well to our fun Friday comment Taylor, I say, and our eyes meet and laughed out loud. Miss Steele. Taylor acknowledges with a genial smile. Christian slides up beside me, clasps her hand, and gently kisses my knuckles. He says softly. My cheeks turn pink, knowing that Taylor hears, grateful that he sees the scorching, anti-domestic look that Christian is giving me. It takes all of my self-restraint not to lean on him right here in the backseat of the car. Oh, backseat of the car. Hi. I greet. My mouth dry. Didn't see you. I thought you said we had plans. Oh, I don't drive like you next station. I'm asking you a question. I beat at him. I see. He says with a salacious grin. So, the thing is, do you want to get my voice or your lips? He tilts his head to one side and smiles his oh so sexy smile at me. I think you're being very presumptuous, Mr. Gray. But by way of a change, you can go to my apartment. I bite my lip deliberately, and his expression darkens. Taylor, Mrs. Steele's ears. Sir, Taylor acknowledges, and he heads off into the truck. Sounds like great. What's your take? He asks. Good. Yours? His ridiculously broad grin reflects mine. He kisses my hand. He says, as do you. Your boss, Jack Hyde. He's unique and he's strong. Whoa, that's a sudden change in direction. I frown. Why? This isn't about your missing contest? Christian smirks. That man wants you to your panties in the studio. He says dryly. I go crimson as my mouth drops open, and I glance nervously at Taylor. Well, you don't want all advice. Why are we even having this conversation? You know I have no interest in him whatsoever. He's just my boss. That's it. He wants what's mine. I need to know if he's doing his job. I shrug. I think so.
The video shows cars flying from the exposed front disc brake, scraping on road surface. Another video comes from OTD the news on Instagram shows two cars slamming in the back of another car in a Toyota shopping center. So there's no sign of impaired driving. And the government says animal shelters in the city need more money and more workers.
It's called Rose Moral Alternative for Sexual Harassment. It's just a drink after work. You don't have that kind of power. Honestly. And before I roll my eyes again, the realization hits me with force. Do you, Christian?
Officials and residents in
Christian
Ukraine
gives
say
me
they're worried
an
that
embarrassed
Russian
smile.
President Putin could attack Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. Officials
He
indicated
smiles
that
like
mines
in
from
response
Russia
to
are
panic
in
in
the
my
area.
voice.
Former Defense Department official Nick Roy says that could be a problem for residents and workers who live nearby.
Russian troops always put landmines around their positions when they're there for hitting like the
Have? This caused issues when it comes to repairing and monitoring plants. State film that could help, but Russia doesn't want that. The Secretary of Defense has authorized new changes for more than 1,100 military bases and facilities with Confederate ties. A memo from the Pentagon Defense Secretary agreed with all the recommendations and experts put them into effect.
I snatch my hand out of
The plan
his.
will remove all names, symbols, displays, and monuments that honor or commemorate the Confederacy. Any of its leaders were challenged.
Of course I'm mad at you.
Human rights campaigners in Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus
What kind of responsible business executive makes decisions based on who he is currently funding? I blanched and glanced nervously once more at Taylor. Still ignoring us.
Center for Civil Liberties. The committee praised them for promoting the right to criticize power and protect
Christian opens his mouth and closes it again.
Southland weather can find some devising up to 7 days at the beaches. South
The atmosphere in the car plunges from warm
upper 80 to 98 for the valleys and
frigid,
Empire.
unspoken
The
words,
typical fog and low clouds blowing in overnight to 60s and sunny up to the bird on tomorrow.
Fortunately, our uncomfortable car journey
82
is a
to
classic one,
90
and
for
Taylor
the
pulls
metro
up
area.
outside my
Low
window. I scramble out of the car quickly, not waiting for anyone to open the door. I hear Christian mutter to Taylor. I sense him standing close behind me as I struggle to find the front door keys in my purse. I distinguish him. He says calmly, as if I'm some cornered wild animal. I sigh and turn to face him. I am so mad at him. My anger is palpable. A dark entity threatening to choke me. First, I have a virgin. I want to get into publishing. For companies in Seattle, as I use boost to but it's all because it's going to stop me. It needs to reach out. I stare virtually at him. His eyes are intense, threatening, sexy as hell. I can get lost in your steamy converse. So you're my boss now. I snap. Technically, bosses. And technically, it's boss moral turpitude. The fact that I am fucking my boss's boss's boss. I'm fighting Aaron Christian
Christian
scouts.
That's because he's such an ass.
I hiss. Christian steps back and scuffs his eyes. Oh shit. Have I gone too far? And ass? Murmurs as his expression changes to one. God damn it, I am mad at you. Do not make me laugh. Yes. I struggle to maintain my look of raw outrage. And ass. Christian says again. This time, his lips twitch with an impressive smile. Don't make me laugh when I'm mad at you, I shout. And he smiles, a dazzling full-tooth all-American smile. And I can't help it. I am grinning and laughing too. How could I not identify the joyous smile? Just because I have a stupid damn grin on my face doesn't mean I'm not mad as hell. I mutter breathlessly, trying to suppress my high school cheerleader giggling, though
was never a cheerleader. Their thought process went by. He leans in, and I think he's going to kiss me, but he doesn't. He nuzzles my hair, and nails me, as others do. He leans back, gazing at me. His eyes dancing with fever. So, what am I to do? Or am I to consider packing for exercising my diplomatic right as American citizen, entrepreneur, and consumer to purchase whatever I can while please? Have you spoken to Dr. Flynn about this? He laughs. Clearly would. I tried for a project. Rewriting my own thoughts. But I'm smiling as I open the door. Christian turns and waves to Taylor, and the outfit moves away. It's odd having Christian right in the apartment. The place feels too small for me. I am still mad at him. His stalking knows no bounds, and it dawns on me that this is how he knew about the email he monitored at SIP. Probably knows more about SIP than I do. The thought is unsavory. What can I do? Why does he have this need to keep me safe? I am a grown-up, sort of, for heaven's sake. What can I do to reassure him? I gaze at his face as he faces the room like a caged predator, and my anger subsides. Seeing him here in my space, when I thought we were over, is heartwarming. More than heartwarming. I love him, and my heart swells with nervous peculation. He glances around, assessing his surroundings. His place. He says, Kate's parents want to cover. He nods distractedly. His old gray eyes are dressed like mine, staring at me. Would you like a drink? I mutter, flushing with nerves. No, his eyes darken. Why am I so nervous? What would you like to do? He asks softly as he walks toward me, all feral and hot. I know what I want to do. He adds in a low voice. I back up until I bump against the concrete beach island. I'm still mad at you. I know. He smiles a lopsided apologetic smile, and I melt. Well, maybe not so bad. Would you like something to eat? I asked. He nods slowly. Yes. Murmurs. Everything south of my waistline flinches. I'm seduced by his voice alone. That look. That look. I want him now. He's standing in front of me, not quite touching, staring down into my eyes, and that's radiating off his body. I'm stifling hot, flustered, and my legs are like the jelly as the jerk desire forces me. I want him. And he murmurs, I had a sandwich at lunch. I whisper, I don't want to talk. He narrows his eyes. You do eat. I'm really not hungry right now. For food. Hungry for sleep. I think you know. Secret. He leans down and hand is going to kiss me. But he doesn't. He whispers softly in my ear. Yes. Hungry. I know where I'm at. I told you, I am not fortunate. I am lost. He's not playing fair. I whisper, touch me. His soap tantalizes and close. His scent intoxicating. I reach up and he steps back. No. He chides, his eyes so wide and long.
They have
What?
that they are moving from to go to the pilot, but again, that is not the last
He shakes his head.
so
Not at
there
all.
was a heartbeat that
I
declared
can't
today,
hear the longing out of
going
my
along with
voice.
an executive order,
He looks at me uncertainly and baffled by his hesitation. I step toward him, and he steps back, holding up his hand in defense, but smiling.
so there's
It's a warning, and he grabs his hand to air, exasperated. Sometimes you don't mind, I answer ruefully. Perhaps I should find a lumber and map out the no-go periods. He raises an eyebrow. That's not a bad idea. Where'd you go? I nod in the direction. His expression changing the subject.
it's not just how you have to think about for someone who's
His face falls in my expression. No, I scream. I see. He says, and his lips press to mine. Oh, let's have something to eat. I thought we were going to bed. I want to go to bed with you. I know. He smiles, and suddenly darting toward me, he grabs my wrists and pulls me into his arms so that his body is pressed against mine.
that this is
Deep so high. He murmurs, burning eyes gazing down at me. Is that his anticipation? Is that he just about you? I know. He couldn't really get to anything right. Huh, he says weird. I'm serious and I want my gratification now. All day. Please? I sound whiny. He smiles at me tentatively. Would you sleep? He kisses my forehead and releases me. This is a game, part of some evil plan. I scowl at him. I'm still mad that you got SIP, and now I am not here because you're making me wait. I pout. Well, one day will never be much. You'll feel better after. I know what I'll feel better after. And a suspicious tale. I'm shouting. His tone is gently mocking. Stop teasing. We don't fight fair. He stifles his grin by biting his lower lip. He's simply adorable. Playful Christian toying with my libido. If only my seduction skills were better. I know what's new, but not being able to touch him does hamper me. My inner goddess narrows her eyes and looks thoughtful. We need to work on this. As Christian and I gaze at each other, we pout, bothered and yearning, and then laughs and amused at my expense. I realize I have nothing with the apartment. I could cook something, except we'll have to go shopping. Shopping? For groceries. You have no food here. His expression hardens. I shake my head. Crap. He looks quite angry. Let's go shopping then, he says sternly as he turns on his heel and heads for the door, opening it wide for me. When was the last time you were in a supermarket? Christian looks out of place, but he follows me dutifully, holding a shopping basket. Does Mrs. Jones do all the shopping? I think I'm not sure. Are you happy with the stir fry? It's quick. Stir fry sounds good. Christian grins, no doubt figuring out my ulterior motive for a speaking meal. Have we worked pretty long? Taylor wondered so. Mrs. Jones about the same. Why did you have your walk apartment? No lie. I remember flushing. It was you who left me. How racist. I know. I'm glad this long voice. Why you want to go back to my hair? We reached the checkout and the silent started line. I had realized your camera on the capital. I'm wondering.
Russian missiles hit the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia, along with explosives delivered by Iranian drones. 11 people were killed with Russian missiles. Dead and Company says their upcoming 2023 tour will be shoot of the legendary Grateful Dead will play more than 2 dozen dates, including 2 shows at the Emily Forum. Sunny highs in the 70s, 80s to mid-90s, and then a little bit warmer tomorrow. This report brought to you by Audible. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic permit, go for it. We've got some trouble in Ontario. Oh, yes. As I stand in line, Christian carries the grocery basket to Kmart. He's carrying them as he walks back to the apartment in the store. He looks odd. Not his face. Very domestic. No one has ever used that before. He says driving. He places the bags on the kitchen island. As I start to unload them, he takes out a bottle of white wine and searches for a corpse ring. This place is still good. I think people pronounce it not TRILLIONAIRE. I point with my chin. This feels so normal. What do they have to show for you? People who get to know each other having can. Yet it's so strange. The fear that I'd always felt in his presence has gone. We've already done so much together. Watch just
The trillions of new spending that causes inflation, I opposed it. We have real problems facing our country, and the solution can't just be to tax more so the government can spend more of their money. I'm like Garcia. My priorities are fighting for lower taxes, lower inflation, and safer communities. I'm fighting to guarantee Social Security and lower health care costs. And I'm proud to sponsor the Violence Against Women Act. I'm like Garcia, and I approve this message because I've spent my entire life fighting for you, and I'm just getting started. Take for Mike Garcia for Church.
I'm happy to spoil your podcast. Very short, best-selling author of the paradox of choice and widely watched. How do you tackle life's biggest decisions? Join the eminent psychologist and combines her biggest psychological and psychological insight to discover one takeaway you can use every day.
No, it's fine.
Said
Make good lives.
I like
How we can move people from
expressions.
real happy.
You can check the Happiness Formula on iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Regarding the knife I have in this suspicion, I imagine you don't need to. I place a chopping board and some red peppers in front of him. He stares down at them in confusion. You've never chopped a vegetable? I smirk at her.
Including my daughter, with serious dental issues.
Here's something that I
Complications with existing implants. Also, LA offers board certified state-of-the-art locations in Glendale
I brush up against him and he steps back. My inner goddess sits up and takes notice.
Don't suffer any
Like
longer with
this.
loose or missing teeth.
I slice the red pepper
Secure about your spine. Now, pound 250 on your smartphone and say yes. That's it. Now, pound 250 on your cell, say dentist. Free consultation, go to LADentistGroup.com. This fall, find everything you love listening to on Audible. From memoirs and true crime to celebrities and sci-fi. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day
I
trial.
wash my hands and brush the
Audible.com.
oil and the other ingredients I need. The can't brush against him. My hip, my arm, my back, my hands. Still, each time I breathe,
Legal advice from one of California's leading law firms. Call 888-OPIL-WIN at any time to get the help you need. Work with legal experts with
I think it's called
right here to help you.
I say,
888-OPIL-WIN
my
and
eyelashes.
review.
Grabbing another knife, I join him at the chopping board. Peeling and slicing garlic, shallots, and French beans, tenderly rubbing against him. He mutters as he starts on his second red pepper. Chopping. I bat my eyelashes at him. Here's practice. I brush against him again. This time with my behind. He stills once more.
AM 649 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, wow.
State official in Florida is worried that firefighters had to fight a number of fires after Hurricane Ian.
He puts down his knife and saunters slowly over to me. His eyes burning. Leaning past me, he switches the gas off. The oil no longer quiets, almost
According to Jimmy Petronas, who is not only the state's fire marshal, he's the state's top financial officer, which makes perfect sense, doesn't it? LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva announced that he is managing the Inspector General Max Hunt from the Cubs facilities and databases. He said repeatedly that Villanueva broke the law. He tried to circumvent Max Hunt's authority to oversee the sheriff. According to Villanueva, in a letter to the board of supervisors, Max Hunt
when I turn back,
from all access to department facilities and, of course, personnel and databases that
I
have
whisper,
immediately.
bravely gazing into his
The story
dark
also
eyes.
well, the one story out of Vegas was that those 8 people were stabbed during a night rampage outside of a casino that left 2 people dead yesterday. People killed traders put in critical condition. Entertainers were sent outside. Entertainers were specifically children. They were outside the casino trying to play the wind. Repost when this night man walked into the attack.
I might not have his desire for this man's ceases with repentance, igniting my blood, shallowing my breath.
Put a great article out asking people to tell what their favorite movie is when it comes to laugh out loud. What movie is the funniest of all time? Leave that link like the question to you as well.
We found a little self-serving as the first.
And as his tongue finds mine, I know to his mouth and one of his hands moves into my hair. Pulling my head back as we kiss savagely.
Especially the compliments.
I gasp.
Look at your face.
He breaks free, sweeps me into his arms, and carries me quickly, and seemingly without strength. Setting me on my feet beside my bed, he leans down and switches on my bedside lamp. He glances quickly around the room and gazes close to the veil of the darkness. He says softly, make love to me.
Shannon, when you keep saying adult Peter, it makes it sound like it's nasty. It's not nasty. Peter with only
He
a
smiles and fixes an invisible into my
It might be that too. You have to find out. I mean, it is at a church though, right? Yeah.
and without taking his blazing eyes off mine, slowly starts to unbutton my shirt. Tentatively, I put my hand on his arms to steady myself. He doesn't complain. His arms are in the same area. When he's finished with the buttons, he pulls my shirt over my shoulders. I let go of him to let the shirt fall to the floor. He reaches down to the waistband of my jeans, pumps the button, and pulls down the zipper. Television onto the station. His eyes longer and his lips part as he takes quick, shallow breaths. Kiss me from here to here. I whisper, trailing my finger from the base of my hair down my throat. He smooths my hair out of the line of fire and moves, sweet, soft whispers along the path my fingertip. My jeans and panties, I murmur, and he smiles against my throat before he drops to his knees in front of me. Oh, I feel so powerful. Hooking his balance into my jeans, he gently pulls back and hands down my legs. I step out of my flats and my clothes so that I'm left wearing a bra. He stops and looks up and peeks my feet, but he doesn't get up.
The entire time. You ripping my car. Every single line of the video. And it's funny that you could, I mean, somebody called and said, RC is a really place to look forward to.
Embarrassed, I quickly point to the apex of my thighs. He grins.
These are, amazing.
I close my eyes, mortified.
But at the same time, he armed, aroused, pleasure, he chuckles, he kisses me and unleashes his tongue, his joy-inspiring exponential talk. I yell and fist my hands into his hair. He doesn't stop. His tongue circling my fingers, driving me insane. On and around and around. Ah, it's only been how long? Oh, Christian, please. I beg. I don't want to come standing up. I don't have a strength.
I feel like it's funnier now to the ridiculous than it was then.
No, I want you inside me. Are you sure? Please. He doesn't stop his sweet, exquisite torture. I hope loudly. Christian, please. He stands and gazes down at me, and his lips listen to the evidence of my arousal. It's so hot. Well, he asks, well, what? I'm there, staring up at him frantically. I'm still dressed. I peek at him in confusion. Undress him? Oh, yes. I can do this. I reach for his shirt and he steps back. Oh, no. He admonishes. Oh, says James. Oh, this gives me an idea. My inner goddess cheers loudly to the rafters, and I talk to her with one rather clumsily with the shaky fingers. I undo his waistband and fly, then yank down his jeans and boxers, and he screams free. Wow. I peek up at him through my lashes, and he's amazed at me. What? Trepidation? Awe? Surprise?
My brother
He steps out of his jeans and pulls off his socks, and I take hold of him with my hand and squeeze tightly, pushing my hand back like he's shown me before. He groans intensely, and his breath is agitating. Very temptingly, I put it in my mouth and suck. Hard. Tastes good. Ah, Nano. He cups my head tenderly, and I push it deeper into my mouth, pressing my lips together as tightly as I can, shading my teeth and sucking hard. Ah, he hisses. Oh, that's a good, inspiring, sexy sound. So I do it again, pulling his dick deeper, swirling my tongue around him. I feel like Aphrodite. That's enough. Here's a four. I do it again. Anna, I do not want to call it enough. I do it once more, and he bends down, grasps me by my shoulders, pulls me to my feet, and tosses me on the bed. Dragging his shirt over his head, he then reaches down to his discarded jeans and, like a good Boy Scout, produces a foil pocket. He's panting like a baby, taking her off. I sit up because I'm cold, but I don't want to live. I lie down, gazing up at him as he slowly walks upon the yacht. I want him so badly. He stares down at me and licks his lips. Horrifying sight and stitches to him. He bends over the bed and slowly crawls up onto me, kissing me as he goes. He kisses each of my breasts and teases my nipples in turn, while I groan and writhe in pain. He doesn't stop. Stop. Christian, please. Please what?
I mean, he came like 24 hours of major mail fraud frame has been busted up in the Southland.
U.S. Postal Inspector Todd for LA says this is one of the biggest operations in recent history.
He pushes my legs apart with his and reposts me as hovering above me. Without taking his eyes off mine, he sinks into me and pushes me slowly pace. I close my eyes, relishing the fullness, the exquisite feeling of his possession.
Aerosol contained items included social security checks, pandemic relief money, and a check from someone's grandmother a birthday card. Officials say they arrested 50 people, most of whom are tied to gangs in South LA.
The state is ready to send out the middle class tax refunds, the $200 to $700 payment per eligible person will go out Thursday based on income and tax status. The first round of payments will be directly deposited into the bank account. Another round of payments will come later in the month. It'll be paid on debit card sent to residents. Find out more, you can visit taxrefund.ca.gov. News brought to you by Mike Adams, it's Elder Plumber. Jury to ROTHSCHILD today in a criminal case against a former UCLA campus Valley College accused of sexually abusing 7 female patients. Return to a downtown courthouse following a full-day session for residents. Manufacturing plan entered from 150 new jobs in the next 5 years to manufacture clothing for more.
This represents hope. Senator Mayor Mitch Sargento says the $4 billion factory will draw workers from one of the youngest cities in the nation with a people age of 27. Walmart's supplier development station French staff says the company is spending $350 billion in real 750,000 American jobs. The new factory will first make this t-shirt before expanding to women's clothing in Santa Ana or in Carson, KFIA.
11 people have been killed in a missile attack on apartment buildings in the southern Ukrainian state of Zaporizhzhia. Officials say more missiles hit the city along with explosives from Iranian-made drones. The war continues, the Norwegian Nobel Peace Prize. Human rights organizations, Russia and Ukraine, and an activist. New York City mayors declared a state of emergency, saying sending buses of migrants to the city is not sustainable. Mayor Eric Adams says migrants have been sent to California, and it made it impossible for the city to meet their needs when they get there. More than 2 million people across the border in the U.S. illegally the comedian knows I'm trying to lead a normal life. So just now, I was on that airplane to Europe. Get right on it. You can hear it. It's a scramble. I dislodged my pillow. You just need a helicopter and reporting on your publicist Christian reaches for it. That's my limit. I said, people are willing to cut groceries before they cancel a monthly subscription to Netflix. National research shows that 51% of people say subscriptions make up a significant portion of their monthly expenses. More than 2,000 people between 18 and 64 participated in the study. 2/3 say they're ready to cut back because of inflation and are willing to cancel streaming platforms. Southland Medicine can find kickback tonight with low clouds and possible overnight pollution. 1 degrees tomorrow with highs in the 80s to 82, upgraded to about 90 for Metro LA and minimal even below 90 to the balance for the degrees on Sunday and then more chicken and noodles for white china bowls with chopsticks. 81 in Brad, 80 Lakeshore, 71 over in Del Rey, 84 in Virgin. And our short course is now on 10 for the down 634. NASDAQ off 441, S&P 500 down 100. The average price for regular gas is off 1. We've got a sold big rate machines that save on 5. I usually do all the cooking. Not really. I stopped. By the time I was interested in learning how to, my mom was living with husband number 3 in Mansfield, Texas. And Ray? Well, he would
Christian youth now what it used to in Texas. Her husband, Steve, and I, we didn't get along, and I missed Ray. Her marriage to Steve didn't last long. She came to her senses, I think. She never talks about I died quietly. I think that's a dark part of her life, which we never discussed. So, Steve Washington, her stepfather. I lived very briefly in Texas, then went back to Ray. Sounds like you have. Does that stop you? I suppose. I tried. Used to take care of me. The edge of his voice attracts my attention, and I glance up at him. What is it? I asked, startled by his very expression. 5 was a tear. His eyes glowed with some unnamed emotion. My heart rate spikes. I noticed I was you just know about it in a strange way. His brow raises. It's my home around. I'm still writing his lying essay. He smiles. What am I going to say to my work colleagues? To Jack? He narrows his eyes. Never watch himself. Christian, I approach. He's my boss. Christian's mouth presses into a hard line. He looks like a repulsive small boy. Don't tell them. Sense. Don't tell them what. The heads of green at the side of his head. He uses a rubber for 4 years off the industry as exchanges. Oh, will I be on the job? I asked, alarmed. I sense you got it. Christian says lightly, trying to stifle a smile. I scowl. If I leave and find another job, will you buy that company too? His expression alters. Larry wants to know. Possibly. I'm not sure you're making a great deal of choice. Yes, I would buy that company too. He's about it. I scowl at him again. I am in a no-win situation here. Don't you think you're being a tad overprotective? Yes, I'm fully aware of what this is. Paging Dr. Flynn. I murmur. He puts down his empty bowl and gazes at me impassively. I sigh. I don't want to fight. Standing up, I reach for his bowl. Would you like dessert? Now you're talking, he says, giving me a lascivious grin. Not me. I know me. My inner goddess swings from her nose and sips my lap and others. We have ice cream. Vanilla. I say. Christian's grin gets bigger. I do something. I steal it, dumbfounded as he gracefully gets to his feet. Interesting. He passes. What do you mean? I say, I would. Words next. Indeed, I smile, speaking at him. He cocks his head to one side, sighs, and shakes his head at me. Sarcasm is the lowest form of what he can say. His eyes blur. Shoot, forcing flame. I could still take him across my knee. I place the bowls in the sink. Do you have those silver ball things? He pats his hands down his chest, and pockets in his jeans. I don't care if he's here to set around. Not much coffee in the office. I am very glad to hear it, Mr. Gray. And I thought you said that sarcasm was the lowest form of it. Well, Anastasia, I know my words. And John, I can't believe
said that, and he looks sickeningly pleased with himself as he grins at me. Turning, he opens the freezer and takes out a pint of Ben and Jerry's finest vanilla. This will do just fine. He looks up at me, eyes dark. Jerry's. He says each word slowly, enunciating every syllable. Why? I think my lower jaw is on. He opens the cutlery drawer and grabs his spoon. When he looks up, his eyes grin, and his tongue skims his top teeth. Oh, that tongue. I feel liquid, desire, dark, sleep, wanting. That's hot in my veins. We're going to have fun. He whispers. I'm going down with this. He holds out his hand, and I place mine in his. In my bedroom, he places the ice cream on my bedside table, pulls a duvet off the bed, moves both pillows, placing them all in a pile on the floor. You have a change of sheets, don't you? I nod, watching him, fascinated. He holds up Charlie Tango. Don't mess with my balloon, I warn. His lips form outward in a half smile. Love it, baby. But I don't want to mess with you. And these sheets. My body practically pulses. I want to tell you what. Oh. Okay. I whisper. Just your hands to the bed. I need you still. Okay. I whisper again, incapable of anything more. He strolls over to me, not taking his eyes off mine. We're going to use this. He takes hold of my robe sash and with a delicious, teasing slowness, releases the bow and gently pulls it free of the garment. My robe falls open while I stand paralyzed under his heavy gaze. After a moment, he pushes the robe off my shoulders. It falls and pulls at my feet so that I'm standing naked before him. He strokes my face with the backs of his knuckles. His touch resonates in the depths of my groin. Then he kisses my lips briefly. Lie on the bed. Face up. He murmurs, his eyes darkening, burning into mine. I do as I'm told. My room is shrouded in darkness except for the soft bits of light in my lamp. Normally, I hate energy-saving lamps. They are so dim. But Christian, I'm grateful for the light. He stands by the bed, gazing down at me. I all day, he says, that falls onto the bed, out of my body, and straddles me. Arms over him. I comply, and he fastens the end of my robe sash around my left wrist, threads the end by the bars at the head of my bed. He pulls it tight so my left arm sweats above me. He then secures my right hand, tying the sash tightly. When I'm tied up, staring at him, he relaxes. He likes me tight. I can't question his skin. It occurs to me that none of his sons would be touched together, and what's more, he would never have the opportunity to. He would have always been in neutral and at distance. That's why he likes his friends. He climbs off me and bends me, patting my lips. Then he stands and lifts his shirt over his head. He undoes his jeans and drops them to the floor. He is gloriously naked. My inner goddess is doing a triple accent to smell on the earthy floors. Luckily, my mouth is dry. He has a physique drawn on classical lines, broad, muscular shoulders, narrow hips, triangle. He obviously works out. I look at him all day. He veers to the end of the bed and grasps my ankles, looking sharply downward so that my arms are stretched out and unable to move. That's better. Runners, picking up the pint of ice cream, he climbs swiftly
back onto the deck, straddling once more. Very slowly, he peels off the hood and takes the steering. It's quite hard, he said with a raised brow. Scooping out a spoonful of vanilla, he pops it into his mouth. Delicious, he murmurs, licking his lips. Amazing how good the taste. He gazes down at me. Wants some. Teases. He looks so freaking hot, young, and carefree, sitting on me and eating ice cream, eyes bright, face luminous. Oh, what the hell is he going to do to me? As if I can't tell. I nod, shyly. He scoops out another spoonful and offers me his spoon. So I open my mouth. Then he quickly pops it in his mouth again. This is too good to share, he says, smiling wickedly. Hey, I start in protest. Why? He steal. Like vanilla? Yes, I say, more forcefully than I mean, and try in vain to bust him off. He laughs. If I steal, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Ice cream, I plead. Well, as you've forgiven me so much today, steal. He relents and offers me another spoonful. This time, he lets me I want to nibble. He's really enjoying himself, and his good humor is infectious. He scoops another spoonful and feeds me some more. Then he does it again. Okay, enough. Well, this is one thing you can assure you of. Or speak you. I refuse to miss. Taking another spoonful, he offers me more. This time, I keep my mouth shut and shake my head. And he lets it slowly melt on the spoon, so that the melted ice cream drips onto my throat, onto my chest. He dips down very slowly and lets it off, and my body lights up with longing. Tastes better off the face. I pull against my restraints and beg, ominously, but I don't hear. I'm burning with desire. He takes another spoonful and lets the ice cream dribble onto my breast. Then, back of the spoon, he spreads it over each breast and each nipple leaves and hides. According to an American asks and softly, and bids to lick and suckle all the ice off me once more. His mouth hot and urban eyes. It's torture. As it starts to melt, the ice cream runs off me and he runs onto the bed. His lips continue their slow torture, sucking hard. We've got some problems in downtown LA on one test. I'm panting. What's up? And before I can confirm or deny his offer, his tongue is in my mouth and his cold and skin tastes Christian and delicious. And just as I'm getting used to the sensation, he sits up again and trails a spoonful of ice cream down the center of my body, across my stomach, and into my navel, causing so hard to not leave ice cream. Oh, this is chillier than before. It burns. No, he does before. Christian's eyes shine. I'm going to have to stay still and let the ice cream roll. He kisses each of my breasts and sucks each of my nipples hard, then focus the line of ice cream down my body, sucking and licking as it goes. And I try to stay still despite the heavy combination of the cold and his inflamed touch. But my hips start to move involuntarily, gyrating to their own rhythm, caught up in his full spell. The ship's motor starts eating the ice cream in my belly, swirling his tongue and tipping around my navel. I move. Wow. It's hot. It's tantalizing. It doesn't stop.
Trails of ice cream wander down my body, into my pubic hair, pull into my clitoris. I cry out loudly. Hush, Christian says softly as his magical tongue sets to work, lapping up vanilla. And now I'm beginning to quiet. Oh, please, Christian. I know, baby, I know. He breathes as his tongue works its magic. It doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. And my body is flying higher, higher. He slips one finger inside me and then another, and he moves them with agonizing slowness in and out. Just he murmurs, and he strokes the front wall of my vagina while he continues to squeeze it endlessly, suffocating. I erupt unexpectedly into a mind-blowing orgasm that stuns all my senses, obliterating all that's happening outside my body as I writhe and moan. How? That was so quick. I am vaguely aware that he has stopped his administrations. He's hovering over me, sliding on a condom, and then he's inside me, hard and fast. Oh, yes. He groans as he slams into me. He's sticky. Residual melted ice cream spreading between us. It's a strangely distracting sensation, but one I can't dwell on for more than a few seconds, as Christian suddenly pulls out of me and flips me over. This way. He murmurs and abruptly is inside me once more. But he doesn't start his usual punishing rhythm straight away. He leans over, releases my hands, and brings me upright so I'm practically sitting on him. His hands move up to my breasts and calms me low, tugging gently on my nipples. I groan, tossing my head back against his shoulder. He levels my neck, biting down as he flexes his hips, deliciously slowly. And again and again. No, how should I eat me? He breathes into my ear. No, I gasp. He smiles against my neck, and his fingers curl around my jaw and throat, holding me fast for a moment. Yes, I'm not quite letting go. I groan as he picks up speed. Mine, Anastasia. Yes, yours. I pant. I take care of what's mine. He kisses and bites my ear. I cry out. That's my baby. I want to hear it. He slips one hand around my waist while his other hand grasps my hip. He pushes into me harder, making me cry out again. And the punishing rhythm starts. His breathing grows harsher and harsher, rapid, matching mine. I feel the familiar breathing deep inside. Again. I am just sensation. This is what he does to me. He takes my body and possesses it so that I can go nothing but him. His magic is powerful, intoxicating. I am butterfly caught in his net, unable and unwilling to escape. I'm his. Come on, baby. He growls through his teeth and on cue, like the sorcerer's apprentice I am, I let go, and we find our ways together. Iron curled up in his arms on sticky sheets. His front is pressed into my back, his nose in my hand. I feel that he frightens me. I whisper. He stills. Give it to me, baby. He says quietly. What if you leave me? The thought gets me. I'm not going anywhere. I don't think I could ever have my fill of you in this station. I turn and gaze at him. His expression is serious, sincere. I lean over and kiss him gently. He smiles and reaches up to tuck my hair behind my ear. I've never felt the way I felt when you left Anastasia. What if you feel like that to me? He sounds so sad. I kiss him again. I want to like him somehow, but Christian doesn't warn me. Oh,
great to my father's summer party tomorrow. It's a bit cheery. I said I'd go. I smiled, feeling suddenly shy of the course I'll come. Oh shit, I have nothing to wear. What? Nothing. Don't tell me. He insists. I have nothing to wear. Christian is momentarily uncomfortable. Hoping that, but I still have all those clothes to leave at home. I'm sure there are a couple of dresses. I purse my lips. Do now. I mutter, my voice to start on it. I don't want to fight with you tonight. I need a shower. The girl who looks like me is standing outside SIP. Hang on, she is in. I am pale and unwashed, and all my clothes are too big. I'm staring at her, and she's wearing my clothes. Happy, healthy. What do you have that I don't? I asked her. Who are you? I'm Melanie. Who are you? Are you Melanie too? Then there's a pair of us. Don't tell. They banish us, you know. She smiles, a slow, evil grimace that spreads across her face, and it's so chilling that I start to scream. Jesus, Annabelle. Christian is shaking me away. I am so disoriented. I'm at home, in the dark, in bed with Christian. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind. Baby, okay. How do you act? Oh. He switches on the lamp so we're bathed in instant light. He gazes down at me, his face etched with concern. Oh, I whisper, what is it? He asks soothingly. There was a girl outside SIP when I left this evening. She looked like me, but not really. Christian stills, and as the light from the bedside lamp warms up, I see his face is ashen. Who's this? He whispers, his name. He sits up, staring down at me. When I left him this evening, I repeat, do you know who she is? Yes. He runs a hand through his hair. His mouth presses into a hard line, but he says nothing. I press. Inspiration. I swallow. The X silent. I remember Christian talking about my thick lighting. Suddenly, he's paying attention. Something's going on. The girl who put toxic on your iPod? He glances at me anxiously. Yes. He says, did she say? She said, what do you have that I don't have? And when I asked who she was, she said, nobody. Christian closes his eyes as if what's happened? What could she mean to him? My scalp prickles as adrenaline spikes through my body. She means a lot to him. Perhaps this is her. I know so little about his past, relationships. He must have had a contract. She would have done what he wanted, given him what he needed. What? Oh no, when I can't. The thought makes me nauseous. Climbing out of bed, Christian drags on his jeans and heads into the main room. A glance at my long clock shows it's 5 in the morning. I roll out of bed, putting his white shirt on. Follow. When he shift, he's on the phone. Yes, outside SIP. Yesterday, early evening. He says quietly. He turns to me as I move toward the kitchen and asks me directly, what time exactly? About 10:06. I mumble. What on earth is he calling at this hour? What's he really done? He relays the information to whoever's on the line, not taking his eyes off me. His expression warm and earnest. Find out how. Yes. I wouldn't have thought she would do this. He closes his eyes as if he's in pain.
I'll talk to you. It's the layers on layers. Totally. Just find her mom. She's in trouble. Find her. He hangs out. That's a T. I asked. Ray's answer to that crisis. And he does well in the kitchen. I filled the kettle with water. Actually, I like to go back to bed. This book tells me that it's not to sleep. Well, I need some tea. Would you like to join me for a minute? I want to know what's going on. I will not be sidetracked by sex. He runs his hand through his hair in exasperation. Yes, he says, but I can tell he's irritated. I put the kettle on the stove and use myself for teacups and teapots. My anxiety level has shot to DEFCON 1. Is he going to tell me what Bible or am I going to have to? I sense his eyes on me, sense his uncertainty, and his anger is palpable. I glance up, and his eyes gleam at me. We always know the story that Jacob's picked. I ask him softly. He shakes his head. You're not going to tell me. He sighs and closes his eyes. Why? No, because they're sure concerned. I don't want you to believe this. Sure concerned, but it does. She found me and accosted me outside my office. How does she know about me? How does she know where I work? I think I have a right to know what's going on. He runs a hand through his hair again, radiating frustration as if waging sun. I asked softly. His mouth sets into a hard line. Rolls his eyes at me. Okay, he says, brother of a man I have no idea how she found He sighs again, and I sense his frustration is directed at himself. I wait patiently, pouring boiling water into the tea on his faces back and forth. After a week, he continues. I lived with you in Georgia. You turned up at my apartment unannounced and pacing in front of you. Gail? Mrs. Jones. He wears a crazy. Tell me. You're keeping something back. My tone is more forceful than I feel. He blinks at me, surprised, and he stops. Please. He sighs and you leave the outhouse until utility remain. Oh, that explains the bandage on her wrist. Gail got her to the hospital, but maybe discharge herself before I could leave her. That suicidal? The shrink saw her coming from the table and cried for help. They gave her areas. One step from suicidal ideation. But I'm not convinced. I've been trying to track her down since then to get her some help. Did she say anyone takes his job? He gazes at me and looks at me but I know he's not telling me anything. I distract myself with quarantine during that condition. So, we went once back to Christian's life, and the truth was this excitement and attract his attention. Oh, Harry, but effective. Christian left Georgia to be at her side, but she disappears before he gets there. You can't find her? What about her family? Husband? Husband? Yes, that's distracting. She's been married for about 2 years. So she was with you while she was married? Oh my God. He really has no boundaries. No. She was with you 3 years ago. Maybe she burned up married with a guy she would be So, why is she trying to get your attention now? He shakes his head sadly. I don't know.
managed to find out since she ran out on her husband about 4 months ago. Let me get this straight. She hasn't been here submissive for 3 years, about 2.5 years, and she wanted more. Yes, but you didn't. So she left you. Yes. So why is she coming to you now? Why don't you know? And one of his voice tells me that he believes he has a hearing. But you suspect his eyes narrow for something with anger. I suspect he has something to do with you. Once you look at it, I stare at it. Stop. I have it. It's mine. That's what I have. And yet, she looked at me, saying dark hair feels I frowned and thought, yes, what I have that she doesn't. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? He asks softly. I forgot about her. I shrugged apologetically. You know, drinks after work, and getting your first week, you turning up at the bar in your testosterone rush with Jack, and then when we were here, it slipped my mind. You have a habit of making me forget things. He spoke slow enough. His lips twitched. Yes, the kissing contest. I'll show you a testosterone rush. Would you rather have a cup of tea? No, that's too good. I wouldn't. His eyes burned into me, scorching through his. I want you, and I want you now. It's so hot. He forgot. He holds out his hand. My inner goddess does 3 backflips over the gym floor as I grasp his hand. I wait too long, and I'm wrapped around the naked Christian girl. Even though he's fast asleep, his hands make close. Soft warm blood filters through the curtains. My head is on his chest. My leg tingling his, my arm past his stomach. I raise my head, staring at my face. He looks fine and relaxed. He's mine. Reaching up, I tentatively stroke his chest, rubbing my fingertips through his smattering of hair. He doesn't stir. I can't quite feel it. His breathing hard. For fear more precious moments. I lean over, tenderly kiss one of his scars. He moans softly, doesn't move, and I smile. I kiss above my ear, his eyes open. Hi. I grin. Did I? He asks me. I run my fingers down his happy trail. He captures my hand, narrows his eyes, and smiles a brilliant Christian smile. And I relax. My secret touching his knees. I'm really calm, she hoped. Suddenly, he moves on top of me, pressing me into the mattress, his hands on mine. He strokes my nose with his.
Radio station.
He kisses and his smile remains. I like it. He asks and kisses my young lips. Sex. He asks. His eyes dark. His erections begin to fill the hopeless night. Joyous. He murmurs against my throat as he trails kisses down to my breast. I stand at my chest of drawers, staring at my hair, trying to coax my hair into some semblance of style. Really, it's just too long. I'm in jeans and a t-shirt, and Christian, freshly showered, is dressing behind me. I gaze at his body hungrily. How often do you work out? I asked.
He may come back to this playoff game. Oh, Donald Trump. Oh,
But
Donald.
he's
And if you
black.
look at his views since Kansas City in December, remember when he terrified us all with that head injury? So he's going to come back this Sunday, look likely, and that's huge. That is huge.
I have a personal trainer and ex-Olympic contender who teaches me. His name is Rob.
The blocking too. The blocking you provide, from a basketball player,
I turned to gaze at him as he starts to button up his white shirt. What do you mean I'm wrong? As a trainer. Why would I need a personal trainer? I have him here to keep me fit. He saunters over and wraps his arms around me. His startled eyes meet mine in the mirror. But I wouldn't. Where I headed home to Turkey. I flashed as memories of the trip flood my mind.
I'd rather hear about
Yes,
that Mumford
rather
guy's
was
childhood than
it is exhausting. Is he going to let me back in there? Do I want to go back in? Of course you do. My inner goddess screams. I stare as I
What we bring to you
yes,
is
my
Friday. These
eyes.
are the stories that we thought were very interesting, but we didn't have time because we're covering.
I flush, and the undesirable thought that later promptly but slid into is unwelcome into my mind. I press my lips together and Christian frowns at me. What? He asks, concerned. Nothing. I shake my head. Okay, I'll be flawed. Christian's face lights up and stout this morning. His expression makes me smile. He looks like he's won the lottery. Well, Christian has probably never even bought a ticket. He has no money. Yes, geez, if it makes you that happy. I scoff. He tightens his arms around me and kisses my cheek. He whispers, we'll do it. He nuzzles me and sends delicious tingles to my life. I'd like to get my hair cut and I need to make a check and buy a car. He says knowingly and bites his lip. Taking one hand off me, he reaches into his jeans pocket and pulls up the key to my little Audi. It's you. He says quietly. His expression uncertain. What do you mean, it's here? Boy, I sound angry. Crap. I am angry. How dare he? Taylor brought it back yesterday. I open my mouth, then close it, and repeat the process twice. But I have been rendered speechless. He's getting me back in the car. Oh, crap. Why didn't I foresee this? Well, like a vacuum. I fish in the back pocket of my jeans and pull out the envelope with his check. Here, this is yours. Christian looks at me quizzically, then, recognizing the envelope, raises both his hands and steps away. Oh no, that's more money. No, it isn't. I'd like to buy the car from you. His expression changes quickly. Fury. Yes, fury speaks across his face. No, devastation. Your money. Your car. He snaps. No, Christian. My money. Your car. I'll buy it for you. I give you a car for graduation present. Giving me a pen? That would be a super graduation present. You gave me an outfit. Do you want to argue about this? No. Here are the keys. He puts them on the chest of drawers. But that's not what I meant. And discussion anesthesia. I scowl at him. Then, inspiration hits me. Taking the envelope, I break it in two, and then two again, and drop the contents into my wastebasket. Oh, that feels good. Christian gazes at me passively, but I know I've just ripped the years and should stand well back. He strokes his chin. Oh, as ever, challenging, yes, steel. He says dryly. He turns on his heel and stomps into the other room. That is not the reaction I expected. I was anticipating a full-scale Armageddon. I stare at myself in the mirror and shrug, deciding on a ponytail. My curiosity is piqued. What is Smith doing? I follow him into the room, and he's on the phone. Yes, $24,000. He glances at me, still impassive. Excellent. No, that's all later. He snaps his phone shut. He calls it a Monday account. Monday. He's more like that, but I don't care. $24,000? I'm almost screaming. And how do you know my account number? My buyer takes me by surprise. I know everything about your institution. He says quietly. There's no way my car was worth $24,000. You need to be on the lookout as well, because a woman in Colorado Springs has been charged with multiple felonies after she was accused of death thing. Hours back, angry, stubborn men glaring at each other. Why are you laughing? And I felt electricity between us, and drawing us together. Suddenly, he grabs me and pushes me up against him. His mouth on mine. She met the victim on Tinder. One hand on my behind, pressing me to his groin, and the other holding with my hair, tugging my head back. My fingers are in his hair. Twisting hard. Somebody you meet on Tinder to your place of rest. He grinds his mouth into mine. Am I Angel Lansbury again? With that, why I'm doing this PSA. And I'm heading and reeling with excitement as I acknowledge his
There were reports that unknown calls for service to 911. The 911 operator is hearing man on the open line saying he was sleeping and telling someone he
always had this effect on me, and I on him.
This woman, because and the victim were engaging in a contact on the couch before he proceeded to
Smile against my neck.
and angled together. I bet you were to come. Because this is very painful.
Now, but I'm out of
He,
confidence.
the man, found it odd, but consented to it. It was like somebody had sex on this, sure, pick me up.
Did you make me mad?
Afterwards,
She
she got a knife from the kitchen and told the victim to go to her room.
And I normally
She no longer wanted to be
okay. I acquiesce, and just like that, I'm fighting is over.
The aggressor here. I'm not.
I'll get this.
He no longer wanted to be
I pick up the tab for breakfast before he does. He scowls. We have to be quick around here, right?
Nevertheless, obeyed and got into her bed.
He says sourly, though I think he's teasing. Don't look so cross. I'm $24,000 richer than I was this morning. I'm poor. I glance at the check. $22.67. Says grudgingly. Oh, Sunday school boy is back. Where to now?
After he started to bleed
Yes,
on her
look at it.
she demanded that he go to the bathroom.
My blush stared down at my fingers numbed in my lap. And there's your father's function this evening.
There's still a train.
It's black pie. Where is it?
Oh, if you scream or say anything, I'll kill you. If she finishes eating and falls asleep,
What's the cherry?
and he thinks to himself,
Christian rubs his hands down his thighs.
maybe there's a chance.
It's a drug rehab memory for parents of young kids. Sounds like a cause. He stands, effectively halting that topic of conversation, and holds out his hand. As I take it, he tightens his fingers around mine. It's strange. He's so demonstrative in some ways, and yet so close in others. He leads me out of the restaurant while he goes. There's a lovely mild morning. The sun is shining. The air smells of coffee, freshly made. breath.
There have been significant
Where are we going?
in single mothers already holding down a primary job.
I don't really like surprises. We walked for 2 blocks, and the store has become decidedly more exclusive. I haven't yet had an opportunity to explore, but this really is just around the corner from where I live. Made for me pleased. There are plenty of small boutiques to keep me from fashion. Actually, I need to buy some floaty skirts for work. Christian stops outside a large, slick-looking beauty salon in North. It's called ROTHSCHILD. The interior is all white and leather. At the start point reception desk sits a young blonde woman with a piercing point perform. She glances up as we enter. Good morning, Mr. Gray, she says brightly. Color rises in her cheeks as she bats her eyelashes at him. It's the Gray effect. But she knows him. How? Hello, brother. And he knows her. What is this? Is this the usual, sir? She asks politely. She's wearing very lipstick. No, this doesn't really. The nervous glance her. What was that? It's rule number 6. And beauty salon. All the waxing nonsense. Shit. This is where he bought all his stuff. They love too. What the hell am I supposed to make of this? Miss Steele will tell you what she wants. I glare at him. He's introducing animals by stealth. I hurry to the personal trainer. And now this? I weird. I own this place. Everyone like it. Own it? I gasp in surprise. Well, that's unexpected. Yes, it's a sad one. Anyway, everybody had it on the house. All sorts of massage, Swedish, Chicago, hot stones, massage, cigars, facials, all that stuff that it's not here. The waves is long and resumes and everything. Waxing? He laughs. Yes. Waxing too. Everything. He whispers conspiratorially, enjoying my discomfort. I flash a glance at Rabbi, who's looking at me expectantly. I'd like a haircut, please. Certainly, Miss Steele. Greta is all pink-lipstick, bustling dramatic efficiency as she checks her fingers. Franco is free in 5 minutes. But he looks fine, says Christian reassuringly to me. I am trying to wrap my head around this. Christian Gray, CEO, holds a chain of beauty salons. I read a minute, and suddenly imagines something or someone has caught his eye. I turn to see where he's looking, and right at the back of the salon, a sleek platinum blonde has appeared, closing a door behind her and speaking to one of the hairstylists. Platinum blonde is tall, tan, lovely, and her used to her early 40s. It's difficult to tell. She's wearing the same uniform as Greta, but in black. She looks stunning. Her hair shines like a halo, cut in sharp bob. As she turns, she catches sight of Christian and smiles at him, a dazzling smile on the corner of her cheek. Excuse me, Christian murmurs. He strides quickly through the salon, past the hairstylist's all white, past the apprentices at the sinks, and over to her, too far away from me to hear the conversation. Platinum blonde greets him with obvious affection, kissing both of his cheeks. Her hands resting on his upper arms, and they talk animatedly together. Miss Steele? Greta, the receptionist, is trying to get my attention. Hang on a moment, please. I watch Christian passively. Platinum blonde turns and looks at me, and gives me the same dazzling smile, as if she knows me. I smile politely back. Christian looks upset about something. He's reasoning with her, and she's acquiescing, holding her hands up and smiling at him. He's smiling at her. Really, they
know each other well. Perhaps they've worked together for a long time. Maybe she runs someplace. After all, she has a certain authority. Then, it begins to be like a wrecking ball. And I know, deep down in my head, this will love. I know who it is. It's her. Stunning. Beautiful.
Seriously,
It's
control yourself. 59-year-old David Kidlow
Chapter 5.
looked at profiles of women on
Mr.
an
Gray talking to?
unauthorized
My
site
scalp
every
is
time
trying
during
to
school
be
hours while he was remotely
It's
teaching
written
students
with
from
apprehension, and my
Grammar School
subconscious
in
is screaming
the
at me
UK.
to follow it.
He has been
But I
fired,
sound
he has been
nonchalant tonight.
banned from teaching.
Oh, that's
We
Mrs.
looked at
Lincoln.
profiles of
She
women
owns a place
on
with
this
Mr. Gray.
site of his teaching
Granted
students
seems
who were
more
both
than
in
happy to
business
share.
studies and economics teachers,
Mrs. Lincoln?
worked both
I thought
A-level
Mrs.
students
Robinson was
and
the worst. Perhaps
GCSE
she's
general
really had
education
some
students.
more savvy.
The school
Yes,
hired him back
she's
in
not
September
usually here,
2018.
but one of our technicians is sick today, so she's filling in.
A lot of people who are working
Do you know
remotely
Mrs.
were
Lincoln's
just,
first name?
at anything went during the
Greta looks up at
lockdown.
me,
Nobody
frowning,
was
and curses her right lips, questioning my curiosity. Perhaps this is a step too far. Eleanor? She says, almost reluctantly. I'm surrounded by a strange sense of relief and my spidey senses not letting down. Spidey sense? My subconscious snorts. A ghost sense. There are still deep discussion. Christian is talking rapidly to Eleanor. She looks worried, nodding, grimacing, and shaking her head. Reaching out, she rubs his arms to me while wiping her lip. Another nod, and she glances at me and offers a small, reassuring smile. I can only stare at her, stone-faced. I think I'm shocked. How could you bring me here? She murmurs something to Christian. He looks my way briefly, then turns back to her and replies. She nods, and I think she's pushing the line, but my lip feels warm and developed. Then he strides back to me, anxiety etched on his face. Damn right. Mrs. Robinson returns to the bathroom and closes the door behind her. Christian frowns. He asks, his voice is strained, cautious. Not really. You didn't want to introduce me? My voice sounds cold, hard. His mouth comes open. He looks as if I'm being robbed from under his skin. But I thought, for a bright man, sometimes words go. I'd like to go, please. Why? You know why. I roll my eyes. He gazes down at me, his eyes burning. I'm sorry. I didn't know she'd be here. She's never here. She's over in the branch tree. That's where she's going. I turn on my heel and Christian snaps his head out the door. I have to suppress the impulse to run. I want to run fast and far away. I have an overwhelming urge to cry. I just need to get away from all this bluntness. Christian walks wordlessly beside me as I try to roll all this over in my head. Wrapping my arms protectively around myself, I keep my head down, avoiding the trees on Second Avenue. Wisely, he makes no move to touch me. My mind is bored with unanswered questions. How mystery faces Thessa. You used to take your sons there? I snap. Yes. He says quietly. His tone quick. Leila? Yes. The place looks very new. It's very precious. I see. So, Mrs. Robinson met all your sons. Yes. Did they know about her? No. But I'm not your son. No. I stop and face him. His eyes are wide, fearful. His lips are pressed into a hard, uncompromising line. Can you see how fucked up this is? I glare up at him, my voice low. Yes, I'm sorry. And he has the grace to try it. I want to get my hair cut, preferably somewhere where you haven't cut either the staff or the clientele. He flinches. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're not running, are you? He asks. No, I just want a damn haircut. Somewhere I can close my eyes, have someone wash my hair, and forget about all this baggage that accompanies you. He runs his hand through his hair. I have Frank over to the apartment. He says quietly. She's very attractive.
Somebody sitting there and they had
Is she still married?
over the steering wheel, so that whoever was sitting with
Why aren't you with her?
touch the steering wheel.
Because that's overtures. His brow quizzes suddenly. Holding his finger up, he takes his BlackBerry out of his jacket pocket. It must be vibrating. I don't hear it. Well, he snaps. He listens. They're standing on Second Avenue, and I gaze in the direction of the large sector in front of me. It's confused.
I don't know why they
He bustled past us, lost in our sudden morning chores, no doubt contemplating their own personal dramas. I wonder if they include stalker exes studying ex-doms in a man who has no concept of privacy under U.S. law. Killed in a car crash? When? Christian interrupts my reverie. I listen more closely. That's twice that bastard's not going. Must go. Does he have no feelings for her whatsoever? Christian shakes his head in disgust.
Jerry and
This is beginning to make sense. No, explains why, but not where. Christian glances around us as if searching for something, and I find myself mirroring his actions. Nothing catches my eye. There are just shoppers, traffic, and trees. She's here. Christian continues. She's watching us. Yes. No. 2 or 4, 24/7. And yesterday, I haven't approached them. Christian looks at me directly. Welch, what? I frown and he regards me warily. What? He whispers and pales, his eyes widening. I see. When? Yeah, recently? But how? Background checks? I see. Email name, address, and photos if you have them. 24/7 from this afternoon. Establish liaison to. Christian hangs up. Well, I asked, exasperated, is he going to tell me? No, it's Welch. Who's Welch? My security advisor. Okay, so what's happening? My new lecturer asked me about 3 months ago and ran off with a guy who was killed in a car accident. Oh, he asked for a shrink when she found that out. Says angrily. That's what this is. Come. He holds out his hand, and I automatically place my hands before I snatch him away again. Wait a minute. We were in the middle of a discussion about us, about her, or Mrs. Robinson. Christian's face hardens. She's not by Mrs. Robinson. We talk about it at my place. I don't want to go to your place. I want to get my hair cut. I shout. If I could just focus on this one thing. He grabs his BlackBerry from his pocket again and dials a number. Christian Greg. I'm afraid we're not the next thing now. Ask Mrs. Lincoln. He puts his hair away. He's coming at one. Christian! I splutter, exasperated. Anesthesia. One is obviously suddenly a psychotic break. I don't know if it's maybe she's out here. What is she's prepared to go to? We'll go to her place and eliminate. You could still bring me into the detective down. Why would I want to do that? It's going to keep you safe. But the layers of it. People are coming back to my apartment if I have to drive there by clear morning. I feel it. This is beyond belief.
The election is November 8th.
Shades and
In
glorious
the
technicolor.
animal shelters
I
are
think they're
significantly
overreacting.
underfunded and understaffed. Counties are
Continuing
ready
special
to
black and white
resources
books.
hurting the animal's quality of life.
Across my arms and delirium. This has gone too far. No, I see it stubbornly. I have to make a stand.
For instance, the city only
People
doesn't have money
will
to run
either hear
4 of
it.
its 7
I don't mind
shelters.
either way.
Counting the support of the shelters
You wouldn't
includes $2
dare.
million towards
I
the
scowl.
funding and assistance to
Surely
hire
you wouldn't make a
volunteers.
scene on
The
Second
plan
Avenue.
the city is trying to fill
He
more
had
than
to
40
smile
jobs
at me.
in LA Animal
The smile
Services.
doesn't reach
And the
his
White House
eyes.
clarified what President Biden meant. He said the world will visit the nuclear Armageddon.
I'll
Says
be
Biden meant that no one should underestimate the danger if Russia launches nuclear weapons in its
Sweeps
war
down,
against Ukraine.
clasps me around my thighs, and
Five
lifts me.
study tomorrow.
Before I know it, I am over his shoulder. Put me down, I scream. Oh, it feels better to scream. He starts striding along Second Avenue, ignoring me. Clasping his arm firmly around my thighs, he snaps my behind and screaming. Christian, I shout. People are staring. Is this the beginning of coordinating? I'll walk. I'll walk. He puts me down. Before he even stood upright, I stomp off in the direction of my apartment, seething, ignoring him. Of course, he's by my side in moments, but I continue to ignore him. What am I going to do? I am so angry, but I'm not even sure what I am angry about. There's so much. As I stalk back home, I make a mental list. 1. Over-the-shoulder carrying, unacceptable for anyone over the age of 6. 2. Taking me to the salon and beholding his ex-lover? How stupid. 3. The same place he took his submissive, the same stupidity at work here. 4. Not even realizing that this was a bad idea, and he's supposed to be a bright guy. 5. Having crazy ex-girlfriends. Can I blame him for that? I am so furious. Yes, I can. 6. Knowing my bank account number. That's just a typical stop line I have. 7. Buying SIU. It's not more money, it's sense. 8. Insisting I stay on. The threat of Layla must be worse than fear. I didn't mention that yesterday. Realization dawns. Something's changed. I halt. Christian halts quickly. What's happened? I demand. He heads his brow. With Layla. I repeat. No, you hadn't. There's something else. You didn't insist that I go to your place yesterday. So, what's happened? He shifts uncomfortably. Christian, tell me. I snap. He managed to gain a concealed weapons grip yesterday. I gaze at him. And feel the blood drain from my face as I absorb this news. I think suppose she wants to meet up with me. Why? That means she interested me behind the bar. I whisper. He says, his voice low and insane. He places his hands on my shoulders, pulling me close to him. I don't think he'll do anything stupid. I just don't want to take that risk. You're not you. I whisper. He frowns down at me, and I wrap my arms around him, hugging him hard, my face against his chest. He doesn't seem to mind. Let's do that. He murmurs, and he reaches down and kisses my hair, and that's it. All my fury is gone, but not forgotten. Dissipated under the threat of some harm coming to Christian. God is aware. Solemnly, I pack a small case and place my map, the BlackBerry, my iPad, and the Charlie Tango balloon in my backpack. Charlie Tango's coming too. Christian asks. I nod, and he gives me a small, indulgent smile. Ethan is back Tuesday, I letter. Hates brother. He's staying here until he finds a place in Seattle. Christian gazes at me blankly, but I notice the frostiness creep into his eyes.
Well, it's good that you understand. He says quietly. I don't know if he's got keys. I'll need to do that with him. Christian says nothing. That's everything. He grabs my keys and we head out the door. As we walk around to the back of the building to the parking lot, I'm aware that I'm looking over my shoulder. I don't know if my paranoia has taken over or if someone really is watching me. Christian opens the passenger door of the Audi and looks at me expectantly. Are you kidding him? He asks. I thought I was driving. No, I'll drive. Something wrong with my driving? Don't tell me you know what I scored on my driving test. I wouldn't be surprised if there's stalking tendencies. Maybe he knows that I just scraped through the written test. Get in the car, Mr. Chuck. He snaps angrily. Okay. I hastily climb in. Honestly, chill. Perhaps he has the same uneasy feeling too. Some dark sentinel watching us. Well, a pale brunette with brown eyes has an uncanny resemblance to yours truly and quite possibly a concealed firearm. Christian sets off into traffic. Were all your submissives brunettes? He frowns. Yes, he utters. He sounds uncertain, and I imagine he's thinking, where's she going with this? I just wondered. I told you, I prefer brunettes. Mrs. Robinson is my brunette. That's her number one. He mutters. She put it off the lawns forever. You're kidding, I gasp. Yes, I'm kidding. He replies, exasperated. I stare impassively out the window, spying brunettes everywhere. None of them Layla, though. So, he only likes brunettes. I wonder why. This is extraordinarily glamorous in spite of the mountains and blondes. I shake my head. Christian mindfuck Gray. Tell me about her. What do you want to know? Christian's brow furrows and his tone of voice tries to warn me off. Tell me about your business arrangement. He visibly relaxes, happy to talk about work. I am a silent partner. I'm not particularly interested in leaving business, but she's moved into a successful venture. I just invested in her help to get her started. Why? I'm owing to her. Oh? When I dropped out of Auburn, she loaned me $100,000 to start my business. She's rich too. Dropped out? It wasn't my thing. I did 2 years. Unfortunately, my parents were not so understanding. I frowned. Mr. Gray and young Grace Trillion disagreeing? I can't picture it. You don't seem to have done too badly dropping out. What was your major? Politics and economics. Years. So, she's rich. I remember. She was a war trophy wife Anastasia. Her husband was wealthy. He gives me a wholesome chagrin. Run the world. You know, he's controlling. Something I like that. He gives me a quick sideways smile. Really? A controlling man? Surely a mythical creature. I don't think I can squeeze any more sarcasm into my response. Christian's grin gets bigger. She lent you her husband's money? He nods and a small mischievous smile appears on his lips. That's terrible. That was not that. Christian says darkly as he pulls up to the underground garage at Mescala. How? Christian shakes his head as if recalling a particularly sour memory and parks himself out in Metro SUV. Frank will be here shortly. In the elevator, Christian peers down at me. Still nothing. He asks, matter of factly. Very. He nods. Okay, he says, and stares straight ahead. The dealer is waiting for us when we arrive at the foyer. How does he always know? He takes my case. As well should touch. Christian asks, yes, sir. Everything's arranged. She's fine. Thank you, sir. We have a hairdresser around here for her. Taylor nods at me. Hi, Taylor. You have a daughter? Yes, ma'am. How old is she? Oh, she's 7. Christian gazes at me impatiently. She looks at me about Taylor clarifies. Oh, I see. Taylor smiles. This is unexpected. Taylor's a father? I follow Christian into the living room, intrigued by this information. I glance around. I haven't been here since I walked out. I shake my head. Christian gazes at me and decides not to argue. I have to make phone calls. Maybe or something. Okay. Christian disappears into his study, leaving me standing in the large art gallery he calls home, and wondering what to do with myself. Clothes. Picking up my backpack, I wander upstairs to my bedroom and check out the walk-in closet. It's still full of clothes, all brand new, with price tags still attached. 3 long evening dresses, 3 cocktail dresses, and 3 more for everyday wear. All this must have cost a fortune. I check the tag on one of the evening dresses. $2,998. Why? I see. This isn't me. I put my head in my hands and try to process the last few hours. It's exhausting. Why, oh why have I fallen for someone who's crazy, beautiful, sexy as fuck, actually racist, and crazy with a capital K? I fish my BlackBerry out of my backpack and call my mom. Hannah, honey, it's been so long. How long have you gone? Oh, you know, what's wrong? Still not working out with Christian. Oh, it's complicated. I think it's nuts. That's the problem. Tell me about it. There's just no reading sometimes. Mom's wondering if Georgia was a good one. What? He's talking about going back to Vegas. Oh, someone else has problems. I'm not the only one. Christian appears in the doorway. I it's obvious. I hold my hand up to indicate that I'm on the phone. Sorry, dog. I have to go. I'll call you in soon. Okay, honey. Well, take care of yourself.
11 people have been killed from a missile attack on apartment buildings in the southern
I hang out with
city of Zaporizhia.
He frowns,
We have
looking
strangely
strangely awkward.
next.
Why are you hiding in here? He asks. I'm not hiding. I'm despairing. Despairing? Of all this, Christian? I wave my hand in the general direction of the clothes. It's your closet. He frowns again and sits down, cross-legged, facing me. Just clothes. If you like them, I'll send them back. You're a lot to take on, you know? He scratches his chin. His stubborn chin. My fingers itch to touch it. I know. I'm trying. Murmurs. You're very trying. As are you, Mr. Why are you doing this? His eyes widen and he's wearing little drums. No, I know it. He runs a hand through his hair. On one First Street female. Could have a nice brunette submissive, one who'd say, how high, every time you said jump. But of course she had permission to speak. So why do you Christian? I just don't know. He gazes at me for a moment, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Said softly. What? Mr. Rick is down. He shrugs. His
voice is low and quiet. Okay, Christian reads out the voice. When I say, do you know exactly what I want? It's only providers about the station. Which holds on the outside of understand it's a silence call. I can't resist ootd.com. He reaches forward and takes my hand.
Weeknights on News Nation at 5 p.m. Pacific. The flagship station on your television provider. Go to newsnationnow.com. Join us.
It's disturbing. Leaning up on my knees, I look forward and kiss him gently with his lips. Okay, patience. Franco is small, dark, and gay. I love him. Such beautiful hair. He gushes with an outrageous, probably fake, Italian accent. I bet he's from Baltimore or somewhere, but his enthusiasm is infectious. Christian leaves his phone in his bathroom, exits hurriedly, and re-enters carrying a chair from his room. Mutters. See Mr. Gray. Franco turns to me. Man, the Anastasia. What shall we do? Christian is sitting on his couch, plowing through what look like spreadsheets. Songs of yellow, classical music drifts through the room. The woman sings passionately, pouring her soul into the song. It's breathtaking. Christian glances up and smiles, distractingly here and uneasy. See, I tell you like it. Franco refuses. Christian says, my work here is done. Franco explains. Christian rises and strolls toward us. Franco turns, grasps me in an overwhelming bear hug, and kisses both my cheeks. Never let anyone else be hugging your hair. It leads to my end. I laugh, embarrassed by this familiarity. Christian shows him to the foyer door and returns moments later. He says as he walks toward me, his eyes bright. He takes a stride through the neighborhood, and my dog has the poop. The poop on the lawn, and still not made up, and we both nod, and he smiles. Precisely what I'm about. I roll my eyes. You want to give us some brief? You and the dog squat on his lawn and say, well, what do you think of that one? Handle on the lawn. What do you think? No, I'm helping her challenge on the lawn.com. Watch that. He gives me a salacious smile. I am not going to let you dazzle me with your sense of cheese. He stifles a smile. New York City mayor has declared a state of emergency of all the migrants pouring into his city from places like Texas. There is still possibility there. Well, there's your gross invasion of my privacy. The fact that you took me to some place where your ex-mistress works and used to take all your lovers to have their heads waxed. You manhandled me in the street like I was 6 years old. And to cap it all, you let your Mrs. Robinson touch you. My voice was hesitant for Shepard. He raises his eyebrows and takes my cheeks. The Democratic mayor of El Paso has sent 4 times as many migrants to New York and Chicago as the governor right now. She can touch you. No coverage, not outrageous. No, not his lips. She knows where. What does that mean? He runs both hands through his hair and closes his eyes. Not be as many stories on the El Paso mayor as guidance of some kind. He swallows. When this mayor, I don't know the guy's name till today. I have never had a relationship without rules. The mayor of Easter, no one is going to touch me. He's the mayor. Touch me. He stops, searching for the words. It just means so much more.
Today, they did something in Uvalde, Texas. It was back on May 24th. There was a mass shooting at Boston Elementary School. 19 children, 2 teachers were killed.
touch.
The thing that they did today that's making news is they suspended the entire Uvalde School District Police Department.
Gray eyes search
But
my
maybe if you're why,
apprehensive.
they should have already done that.
Tentatively, I reach out and apprehension shifts to alarm. Christian steps back, and I drop my hand. Whispers, a pain cannot fit on his face. I can't help but feel a crushing disappointment.
The district superintendent, his name is Hal Howard, announced the school board will consider his retirement options and his transition plan at a meeting next week. What happened?
Shaking my head, I offer him a small, reassuring smile.
An officer by the name of Princeton Elizondo, who was a
You'll have to
Texas
tell me
Department of
exactly
Public
why
Safety
this is a
trooper,
hard limit. One
got
day,
hired as a Uvalde School District police officer months after the red day.
Ken seems to snap
And
back
they
his
say, why is
vulnerability
that
in
a
a
significant
nanosecond.
development? Well,
How can
he
he
was
switch
there
so
too in
quickly?
1924.
He's the most gracious person I know.
CNN
So,
reported
the rest of your
that
list.
she responded to the shooting within the first 2 minutes after the gunman
His
entered
mouth
the school
twists as he
and was
contemplates
among
this.
91
Because I know you're
Department
reading
of
out
Public
number.
Safety officers who waited in the hallway
That's
for
outrageous.
77 minutes
I
before
do
they
background
managed to
checks
enter
on
the
all
shooting.
my
So it's
sources.
all just
I'll show you.
school
He
district
turns and
police.
heads for his study.
A bunch of other
I
police
dutifully
that
follow
came
him,
to the scene.
dazed.
I
On
mean,
a locked filing cabinet,
one Texas
falls a
Department of
vanilla
Public Safety
folder.
troopers.
Typed on the
A
tab,
video released by
anesthesia
CNN
rose
yesterday
scale.
shows Elizondo arriving in her uniform with a handgun,
I glare at him.
and then again briefly in the
He
hallway
shrugs
on another officer's
apologetically.
body camera. Later on in the video,
He says
she was
quietly,
heard on the body camera
"Well,
footage
gee,
talking to another
thanks."
officer
I snap.
after she was asked whether
I
she had
flip
any
through the
kids at school that
contents.
day.
He has a
And she
copy
said,
of
if
my
my
birth
son was in
certificate,
there,
for heaven's sake.
I wouldn't have been
My hard
outside. I
limits,
promise you
the
that.
non-disclosure agreement,
People didn't like that.
contract,
Like, well, in other words, we're going to do
social
something
security
with
number,
your son.
resume,
These are other
employment
people's
records.
kids. So I don't care.
So,
I'm not going to
you
go
might
in and
work
get
at
killed for
Cleveland's.
other people's kids.
Yes,
Right, you're not up for
it
that.
wasn't a
But if you're not a
coincidence.
police officer, that's fine to
Just
say.
drop
If you're a
by.
police officer, this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to save
I
lives.
don't know whether it be
Yeah,
faith
otherwise there's no point in having a police department.
This
There's
is fucked
because
up.
they can only save
You
their
know
own
that?
lives. You know, but we're calling you fire in that house. It was a bank robbery. Well, I don't know anybody's about it, so okay. The way things are going, it's like it's like just exists to hand out parking tickets and speeding tickets. Yeah, there are the truth. Yeah, well, you know, you may not be able to count. Yeah, my side of town takes a long time for the house.
He gazes at me.
This is a great kid in my neighborhood a few nights ago, and there was a local security patrol that showed up. Like,
$24,000 that I didn't want into my
they
account.
took, I don't know, like an hour to get
His
there.
mouth presses in a hard line.
They just don't respond.
I told you.
This was
That's what Taylor managed to get for your car.
So
Unbelievable.
she's been
I know.
fired, and now
But
the
here you
entire
go.
Uvalde
The
School
Audi
District
anesthesia.
police
Do
force
you have any idea how much money I paid? I flush. Why should I? I don't need to know the bottom line of your bank account, Christian. His eyes
She
soften.
later got a job
I
at the
know.
Uvalde School District
That's
Police.
one of the
We
things
only
I
have a
love about you.
recording what they were
I
all
gaze at
saying
him, shocked.
so that
Love about me. Anesthesia.
because this
I earn
both
roughly
happened to leak.
$100,000
And they get rid of
an
it. But
hour.
what about all of them?
Our mouth drops a pin.
What? Because I can't imagine that they weren't discussing why aren't we going in,
$24,000 is
or
nothing.
I don't want to
The
do
car, the test books,
so you go in and then I'll have to follow it for a long time.
his voice is
It's
soft.
supposed to be a lot. But a lot of times, because it's an unusual situation, so we don't just say, who's got the keys? They have the keys.
If you are me, how would you feel about all of this largesse coming your way? I ask. He stares at me blankly, and there it is. It's a problem in a nutshell. The empathy you want in the lack of your own. The silence stretches between us. Finally, he shrugs. I don't know.
The only way it makes sense is to say they just want to confront the shooter on that shooter.
My heart swells.
They're
This
all
is
part
it.
of it.
The crux of his
Or among them was something
surely
I just follow lawyers.
he can't put himself
I'm
in
not
my
to go in there
shoes.
yet. It was like,
Well, now I know.
I can't think for myself.
It doesn't feel
It
great.
was a thing that
I
had to be
mean,
done because I was
you're
told to
very
pay.
generous,
Pretty total
but it makes me uncomfortable. I have
Yeah,
told you
but
this
it's
enough
it
times.
was 91.
Besides,
Access
I
to
want to
public
get
safety.
rid I just want you, Christian, not all the add-ons. You're part of the This is going nowhere. Shall we eat? I asked. His tension between us is great. He frowns. Sure. Otherwise, fridge. Mrs. Jones is off on the weekends, so you're eating cold cuts most weekends. He sighs. My sister's cooking teacher. Oh, of course. I'm flesh. How could I be so stupid? I smile sweetly. What would serve my teeth? Whatever that says Dr. Inspecting the impressive contents of the fridge, I decide on a Spanish omelet. Dairy and corn potatoes. It's quick and easy. Christian is still in his study, no doubt thinking some poor, unsuspecting user's privacy and compiling information. He thought it's unpleasant to use an interface to my mouth. And mind, he really knows no bounds. I need music if I'm going to work, and I'm going to nonsense. I wander over to iPod beside the fireplace, even Christian's iPod. I bet there are more of those choices on here. I dread the very idea. What does she want? I shudder. I can't wrap my head around it. I scroll through the extensive list. I want something upbeat. Beyonce doesn't sound like Christian's taste. Crazy in love. Focus. How apt. I hear the repeat button. Put it on loud. I sashay back to the kitchen and buy a bowl. Open the fridge and take out the eggs. I crack them open and hand toys. Dancing the whole time. Raiding the fridge once more, I gather potatoes, ham, and peas. Peas for the freezer. All eating. Finding a pan, I place it on the stove, put in a little olive oil, and go back to listening. Is this unique to Christian? Maybe all men are like this, baffled by women. I just don't know. Perhaps it's not such a revelation. I have to be one. She would know. She's been at Barbados far too long. She should be back at the end of the year at her original vacation Elliot. I wonder if it's still lust at first sight for that. What anxiety about it? I start listening. He said, is that the era of things? I smile for the first time since Mrs. Robinson. A genuine, heartfelt, face-spreading smile. Christian slips his arms around me. Check. Interesting choice of music. He purrs as he kisses me below my ear. Your hair smells good. He nuzzles my hair and inhales deeply. Desire uncurls in my belly. No. I shrug out at his embrace. I'm still mad at you. He frowns. How long will you keep something? He asks, dragging a hand through his hair. I shrug. At least until I'm eaten. His lips twitch with amusement. Turning, he picks up the remote control from the counter and switches off the music. Did you put that on your iPod? I ask. He shakes his head, his expression somber, and I know it was her. Most of all. Don't you think she was trying to tell you something back then? Well, in hindsight, probably. Just as quietly. No one. My subconscious presses her arms and smacks her lips in disgust. Why is it still on for? White like the song. No, it's fine. I like to go to music. Surprise me. He heads over to the iPod dock while I go back to my listening.
Nothing else like voice
You haven't listened to the soulful voice of Denise
Margaret Creek earlier broke down vehicles for traffic stop and go on the East Royal Boulevard to 6th Avenue. On 34 eastbound to the 2 southbound earlier traffic loading lanes of the connector road. Mid-line and side of the Decorator Faster. Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 p.m. Pacific. The Flying News Nation on Georgia.